Chapter for 51, Invincible. He's invincible. Chapter for 51, Invincible. He's invincible. Hee, I'm a beast and you want to kill me? Suzumo's blood chi gathered and exploded, causing scarlet demonic chi to surge into the air. He glared coldly at Ao Yuxiao before smirking and barking icily, I'll kill you first. Variant race? Exacting justice for the heavens? Those were nothing but excuses. Even if Suzumo did not take on his demon form, the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects would have formed an alliance still and killed him. Who wouldn't be tempted with the inheritance of the human emperor right before them? There was no such thing as fairness and justice in the cultivation world. It was way too common to see people killing others to steal their treasures. This was a cruel world that abides by the laws of the jungle. Similar to Kenglang mountain range, it was the survival of the fittest. The hands of every cultivator were tainted with endless blood. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the more corpses would be stacked beneath their feet. Boom! Suzumo stomped on the ground and let out a deafening bang. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot and sprinted towards Ao Yuxiao. It was too fast. A series of afterimages were formed in the void. Ao Yuxiao's expression changed starkly. Before he could react, a malefic aura that was suffocating had already reached him. A mighty figure arrived before him, shrouded with scarlet demonic chi. Those eyes were blindingly bright and shone with a demonic glint filled with killing intent. The purple chi that surrounded Ao Yuxiao was corroded by the thick demonic chi, melting swiftly like the way snow reacted to the scorching sun. Condense! Realizing that it was too late to dodge, Ao Yuxiao roared and crushed his protection talisman while conjuring a hand seal, causing the spirit chi in the air to boil. Spirit chi and his purple chi intertwined, condensing into a long sword with surging purple chi in front of Ao Yuxiao. It revealed its sharp edge and shot towards Suzumo. Break it! Closing in, Suzumo yelled and swung his arm. His fist was filled with green veins, and his flesh flooded with blood, expanding swiftly as it descended like a gigantic seal. Boom! The gigantic seal collided against the purple sword and let out a resounding bang that was deafening. The purple sword was shattered by a single punch from Suzumo. Ao Yuxiao shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backwards. Before he could catch his breath, his vision turned black and that fist-turned seal crushed down once more with endless ferocity. The second punch had arrived. Snap! The protection talisman was like paper against Suzumo's demon form, shattering instantly against the punch. Puff! Immediately after, the punch descended and pummeled down on Ao Yuxiao's head, smashing it. The paragon of Purple Firmament sect was dead. The sealers that were watching from the outer perimeter of the human emperor's palace were stunned, let alone the cultivators watching from afar. That was an 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. He could not last 3 moves against the successor of Divine Phoenix Island and was killed in 2 punches. Furthermore, prior to that, that person was just dealt a full blow by a sealer and was severely injured. How did he manage to produce such terrifying strength still? Snap! A thunderbolt descended onto Suzumo's head. The eyes of Zephyr Thunder Palace's successor lit up as he roared in laughter. Ha ha, you won't last long now that you're struck by Zephyr Thunder Palace's secret skill. Normally speaking, the power of thunder was the most effective in countering demons and evil beings. It was just a pity that Suzumo's bloodline possessed the power of thunder as well. When Zephyr Thunder Palace's secret skill surged into Suzumo's body, it was devoured by his bloodline and his blood chi even rose because of that. Swash! Before Zephyr Thunder Palace's successor could finish laughing, Suzumo's figure flashed and he arrived before the former almost instantly. That person was scared out of his wits and was frightfully pale. Even if one wasn't severely injured after being struck by Zephyr Thunder Palace's secret skill, they should be paralyzed by the effect of thunder. He had never come across someone like Suzumo who was still so vigorous after being struck by thunder. He was completely unaffected. Fellow Taoists, save me! That person shrieked and swiftly withdrew a mirror from his storage bag. Injecting spirit energy into it, it expanded instantly and he held the mirror that was surging and crackling with lightning in front of him. Boom! Suzumo punched the mirror. Crack! 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 Instantly, the lightning dissipated as cracks formed on the mirror. The person's arms were completely snapped and he was sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing around the perimeter of the human emperor's palace. Blood flowed out continuously from his mouth and he had already fainted. Just as Suzumo was about to close in and kill that person, the other paragons arrived. Snowdrift Valley's secret skill, Chaos Essence Sect's flying sword, Monk Ju Chen's diamond staff, Hang Qiuyu's startling sword. Spirit arts filled the skies, sword chi streaked everywhere and resplendent talismans that were bedazzling all flew towards Suzumo like a flurry of raindrops, almost engulfing him. Given the circumstances, Suzumo was still composed and his eyes shone with a deep glint. Relying on his incredible spirit perception, Suzumo maneuvered the flurry of intense attacks swiftly with nimble movement techniques. In order to evade attacks, Suzumo's body would contort to weird degrees from time to time. It was far beyond what the paragons knew. In a flash, Suzumo charged in front of Clear Wind Temple's successor and punched through the latter's chest. The successor of Clear Wind Temple was dead. The moment these paragons were closed in by Suzumo, they could not withstand a single blow. After taking on his demon form, the burst of speed and power from Suzumo was way too terrifying and he was able to sweep through any strong foes of the Foundation Establishment realm. Secret skill, Illusory Fiend. Illusion Fiend Cult's heir shouted softly and extended his palm, shifting his fingers in front of Suzumo's eyes. They moved mysteriously in a rhythm, playing out images that seemed illusory. The secret skill of Illusion Fiend Cult could bring out the evil thoughts within a cultivator's mind, causing them to form mental fiends that they cannot escape from before eventually turning into fiends themselves. However, it was a pity that Suzumo's gaze was like a knife and his mind was resolute. He couldn't be tempted at all. In his eyes, the methods of the Illusion Fiend Cult's heir were akin to child's play that were worthless. What nonsense secret skill is that? What an embarrassment! Buckling his knees, Suzumo broke through all the illusions and smashed right into the Illusion Fiend Cult's heir's chest. The Illusion Fiend Cult's heir's body exploded into different parts in midair, dropping down as blooded flesh and filling the air with a blood scent. Die! Pang Yu wielded his iron spear and burst forth with his power of bloodline. Spirit energy surged in his 8 spirit meridians and his power was at its limits as he pierced towards Suzumo's head. Get lost! Hollering loudly, Suzumo suddenly spun around and retaliated with a punch. His right hand that contained the blood bone palm collided against the black iron spear like an indestructible force. Pang Yu could sense a massive amount of power surging over through his spear that was impossible to defend against. There was a momentary pause. Instantly, blood drained from Pang Yu's face as he yelled in pain. His palm split open with blood gushing out and his black iron spear was sent flying with Suzumo's punch. The spear shot towards Cloud Rain Sect's Shangguan Yu who was charging over. Shangguan Yu opened his folding fan and his expression changed the moment it made contact with the spear. Instantly, he twisted his body, trying to avoid the incoming spear. Although the spear was merely flying due to Suzumo's punch, the power that it possessed was still something that Shangguan Yu could not withstand. Puff! Although he managed to avoid fatal damage, his shoulder was still pierced by the spear, revealing a hole the size of a fist with the bone surrounding that area smashed into bits. Pang Yu's arms were shaking uncontrollably and fell limply to both sides. With his aura completely gone, he fled while muttering with a quivering voice, "Invincible! He's invincible!" Even the most battle-hungry and untamed fiend heir of Overlord Palace had to bow down in the face of Suzumo. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 52, Number 1 Beneath Golden Core. Chapter for 52, Number 1 Beneath Golden Core. Invincible! All the cultivators watching from afar had disbelief in their eyes, and their mouths were agape for the longest time. With an invincible might, this man was single-handedly suppressing the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects. His grandeur was probably comparable to the ancient emperors. The sealers were enraged as they moved one after another. Closing in towards the human emperor's palace, their expressions were livid and their auras rose endlessly. Everyone had miscalculated the situation. None of them had expected that he could still produce such terrifying combat strength, despite being struck by a full-powered attack from Zenith Sect's sealer. Although the battle against the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sect sounded slow upon narration, everything happened within 10 breaths. By the time they reacted, some paragons had already died on the spot and a good half of them were severely injured. The losses were massive and it was too late for regrets. On the battlefield, a sword struck in a startling manner, emitting a chilling killing intent at an extremely fast speed that was almost instantaneous. Su Zimo had just punched Pang Yu with his right hand and was unable to retract it in time. As such, he could only grab the incoming sword with his left hand. Han Qiuyu had long noticed that there was something odd about Su Zimo's right hand. It was indestructible and could even defend against perfect spirit weapons and the full-powered attack of a sealer. Earlier on, when Su Zimo used his right hand to repel Pang Yu's massive spear, it was further confirmation of Han Qiuyu's theory. That was the reason why he waited till this moment to strike from the left-hand side. He wanted to avoid Su Zimo's right hand. The startling sword was a perfect grade spirit weapon. Han Qiuyu refused to believe that the body of a Foundation establishment cultivator could defend against the edge of a perfect spirit weapon. Even the body of a pure-blooded ferocious beast could not reach such a level. However, there was no way he could have known that even pure-blooded ferocious beasts had to shy away from Su Zimo in his demon form. When he saw Su Zimo reaching out with his left hand, Han Qiuyu's eyes flashed with a maniacal glint as he declared coldly, "Your left hand is mine." "Hey!" Su Zimo sneered. He gripped the startling sword with his left palm directly and the sword let out a sinisterly cold aura. Instantly, sword chi burst forth and 5 spirit patterns shone endlessly. Buzz! Buzz! Sword chi streaked all around and flashes of blood appeared. A series of cuts appeared on Su Zimo's left hand. However, with the surge of his demonic chi, the cut showed signs of recovery the moment they appeared. Upon seeing that, Han Qiuyu's pupils constricted. What strong regeneration capabilities! The next moment, he discovered something even more frightening. After his startling sword was gripped by Su Zimo's hand, not only did it fail to slice his hand apart, it was even being restricted with its speed slowing down. Finally, it came to a complete halt an inch away from Su Zimo's head. Han Qiuyu channeled his bloodline and his eyes were bloodshot as he circulated spirit energy fanatically. In fact, his dantian was already throbbing in slight pain and his arms were trembling. He was clearly at the limits of his power. As long as he could move an inch more, he could pierce Su Zimo's head. However, the startling sword refused to budge in Su Zimo's palm. Han Qiuyu could clearly see that his startling sword had managed to cut Su Zimo's palm and blood was flowing everywhere. In fact, he could even sense the sluggish motion caused by the blade of the sword digging into Su Zimo's flesh and bone. However, all his effort was wasted because of that inch of difference. As the scarlet demonic chi surged, the sword chi around the blade was no longer as intense and sharp as before as it was slowly restricted and swallowed up. Su Zimo's blood spilled onto the startling sword. The spirit light on the sword gradually dimmed, as though it was being corroded by some sort of power. Pust! Han Qiuyu's eyes were filled with fright when he saw the blood on his startling sword. Nobody could understand the fear he felt at that moment. What sort of bloodline did this man possess such that he was even able to suppress the spirit light of a perfect spirit weapon? What did everything before him imply? It meant that if a perfect spirit weapon was soaked in the man's blood, it would be destroyed before long. There were countless legends in the cultivation world. In the ancient manuals of Sword Sect, there was a statement recorded that a single drop of blood from an immortal was more than enough to crush mountains, tunnel through the voids, and kill ancient mighty figures. Naturally, Han Qiuyu thought nothing of those legends. Even if they were immortals, could their bloodline possess such terrifying and exaggerated power? At this very moment, Han Qiuyu realized that a person's bloodline could truly be cultivated to that level. The person before him was merely at Foundation Establishment realm, and yet, his bloodline was already this powerful. If he were to truly become a mighty figure, patriarch or the immortals of the legends, a single drop of his blood would truly be enough to destroy a group of living beings. Right now, the startling sword was not even in Han Qiuyu's control, let alone capable of crippling that man's palm. After it was tainted by Su Zimo's blood, Han Qiuyu could clearly sense that the connection between him and the startling sword was getting fainter and was at the threat of severing at any moment. Amitabha? Monk Ju Chen wielded his diamond staff and shone with a golden luster. His eyes burned like a torch, and he had already arrived, exuding an inviolable might. Demon! I'm here to purify you. You're not qualified. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as his right hand that was now free turned into a fist once more and welcomed the incoming diamond staff fiercely. Bang! Shaking violently, Monk Ju Chen's palm was split open and his diamond staff was sent flying. Gripping the startling sword with his left hand, Su Zimo took a huge stride with his right leg and leaned in. Before Monk Ju Chen could react, a figure slammed over towards his chest, leaning into him. Ooh! Monk Ju Chen's eyes widened. A terrifying power surged into his body through the other party, and instantly, Monk Ju Chen's mind went blank and he was knocked flying. Bang! Landing heavily on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his gaze dimmed. His protection talisman and the golden barrier that he created through the Diamond Sutra were all shattered as well. A series of cuts appeared densely on his face in a frightening manner. His flesh was ruptured. He didn't die? Su Zimo furrowed his brow slightly. After he took on his demon form and his strength increased exponentially, that lean-in should have been enough to kill 10 Monk Ju Chens. Shifting his gaze, Su Zimo caught sight of the golden kasaya worn by Monk Ju Chen and he understood instantly. That golden kasaya must have been an extremely strong defensive spirit weapon. Otherwise, even his indestructible diamond body would have been smashed into a blood mist. Struggling to stand up, there was no aura left around Monk Ju Chen as he staggered to escape like a pathetic dog. Ha 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 ha! Su Zimo roared in laughter and eyed the wretched back view of Monk Ju Chen escaping while yelling, "You want to purify me with those skills? Go back and cultivate for another 10 years first." When he heard that, Monk Ju Chen's legs buckled and he nearly fell over. As the successor of Diamond Monastery and a paragon of the Buddhist sects, he had never endured such humiliation before. Filled with indignation and utterly humiliated, Monk Ju Chen was so pent up and upset that he spat out yet another mouthful of blood. Ooh! His chest was much relieved after he spat out that mouthful of blood and he lamented deeply. That man is probably invincible among the Foundation Establishment realm. At that moment, everyone realized that after this battle, as long as the successor of Divine Phoenix Island survives, he would be the number one beneath the Golden Core realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 453, Another Dead Paragon. Chapter 453, Another Dead Paragon. The battle was not over yet. While Su Zimo sent Monk Ju Chen flying, he was still gripping the startling sword with his left hand and contending against Han Qiuyu. The remaining 4 paragons attacked at the same time. Snowdrift Valley's Ling Han burst forth with her secret skill. Chaos Essence Sect's Chen Yizi sent his flying sword forward from a distance, not daring to close in. Wisdom Monastery's successor tapped his feet on the ground and closed in, conjuring a series of afterimages with both hands as he released an ultimate secret skill, Wisdom Palm Strike. Wisdom Palm Strike possessed the power to strike an object through a medium. If it landed on one's body, although no injuries would appear on the surface, the person's organs would be ruptured. It was extremely powerful. Even Monk Ju Chen, who cultivated the Diamond Sutra, did not dare to take on Wisdom Palm Strike head-on. Flinging around like a chopper, the palm's shadows were chaotic and it was difficult to identify the real one. Go! Formless Monastery's successor took out a copper arms bowl from his storage bag and injected spirit energy into it. It shone with a bedazzling golden light that was saintly and flawless. The copper arms bowl tilted down and a divine light flowed down toward Su Zimo's head with chanting of scriptures by the successor. The four paragons attacked at the same time, but Su Zimo only had his right hand available. Chaos Essence Sect Chenyaz's flying sword was the first to arrive and Su Zimo grabbed it with his right hand without hesitating. Frost Seal! The voice was icy cold as the surrounding temperature dipped. Su Zimo started freezing up from head to toe, even the scarlet demonic chi that was surrounding him was freezing with a layer of frost. The Frost Seal both spirit energy and blood chi. At the same time, the copper arms bowl arrived above Su Zimo's head and descended slowly with a terrifying might, as though it wanted to restrain him within it. Wisdom Monastery's successor closed in, releasing a series of afterimages from his palm. Su Zimo was gripping the startling sword with his left hand while holding off Chenyaz's flying sword with his right. He had no hands left to spare. Coupled with Snowdrift Valley's secret skill and the descent of Formless Monastery's copper arms bowl, the combined burst power of multiple sources restricted him to his position, unable to move at all. Bang! 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 10 consecutive palm strikes landed on Su Zimo's body. With each palm strike, Su Zimo's body would shudder once as blood oozed from the corner of his lips. All the paragons were shocked upon seeing that. Divine Phoenix Island's successor was finally injured at this point of the battle. Immediately after, Han Qiuyu and the others discovered that even so, the person remained upright and refused to go down. Instead, the coldness in his eyes was intensifying. That isn't even enough to kill him? Wisdom Monastery's successor finally experienced the same fear that Monk Ju Chen and the others felt. That person endured more than 10 wisdom palm strikes just like that. If it was anybody else, their organs would have exploded long ago with the palm strikes. However, this man seemed like he was fine and his gaze was fierce as ever. Among body tempering techniques, even the strongest ones of the human race, one could only swap blood through their marrow at the very most. It was difficult for them to cultivate the organs. However, the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness specialized in cultivating the organs. Su Zimo's organs were even stronger than most pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Otherwise, there was no way he would possess such frightening stamina to battle till now. After enduring more than 10 wisdom palm strikes, Su Zimo's organs were merely shaken, but his foundation was uninjured. Go down! Formless Monastery's successor hollered and shifted his hand and fingers rapidly, conjuring a spirit art that shot beams of spirit lights into the copper arms bowl. The copper arms bowl expanded rapidly and descended. Han Qiuyu had no other choice but to relent his grip and abandon his startling sword. In the blink of an eye, the copper arms bowl that shone with a bedazzling radiance swallowed Su Zimo and locked him to the ground. Was it over? Upon seeing that, the sealers that were rushing over gradually slowed down. Amitabha! Formless Monastery's successor chanted a Buddhist proclamation and walked towards the copper arms bowl that was now as tall as a human, saying in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. All it takes is the time for one incense stick to burn for anyone that enters my copper arms bowl, even pure-blooded ferocious beasts, to melt into a puddle of water and die." The paragons heaved a sigh of relief and their expressions relaxed significantly. Arriving before the copper arms bowl, Formless Monastery's successor lowered his head with a dignified expression while chanting continuously, causing the light around the arms bowl to shine brighter and brighter. Suddenly, a change happened. Boom! A gigantic bang sounded from within the copper arms bowl. Han Qiuyu and the others were shocked. When they looked towards the copper arms bowl, their pupils constricted. A large dent the size of a fist appeared on the walls of the copper arms bowl. What sort of terrifying strength did he possess to be able to create a fist-sized dent on a spirit weapon of the Buddhist sects? The golden light around the copper arms bowl dimmed significantly. Bang! 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 Before everyone could reach, a series of sounds exploded like raindrops as fist-sized dents appeared all around the copper arms bowl one after another. There was a momentary pause. An extremely dangerous aura was being emitted from within the copper arms bowl. Hurry, retreat! The old monk of Formless Monastery hollered. Boom! There was a deafening noise that shook the mountains and earth. The gigantic copper arms bowl before them exploded into shards that flew in all directions with a massive shockwave. A tall and mighty figure appeared before everyone's eyes once more. Shrouded with demonic chi, his devilish eyes shone with a cold glint, and he possessed a torrential aura. The first person to suffer was Formless Monastery's successor, who was the closest to the copper arms bowl. Sent flying by the impact, he was pierced by the shards of the arms bowl and died on the spot. Su Zimo threw the startling sword that was in his hands at an extremely fast speed, and instantly, it arrived before Snowdrift Valley's Ling Han. Condense! Ling Han was shocked and conjured a frost spirit mirror before her that was filled with chilling intent. Boom! The startling sword collided heavily against the frost spirit mirror. After a momentary pause, a series of cracks appeared on the spirit mirror. In the blink of an eye, it spread everywhere and shattered. Ling Han fell to the side, coughing fresh blood endlessly. Although it was just a simple attack, it possessed the terrifying power that Su Zimo produced after taking on his demon form, causing Ling Han to be severely injured. Bang! With a backhand slap, Su Zimo released a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness, the ground-rupturing palm, and collided intensely against the wisdom palm strikes of Wisdom Monastery's successor. The successor's eyes widened in shock. He felt an extremely terrifying ripping force that surged over, threatening to create a ravine through the ground. Cheeing! A blood mist spewed out. The flesh on the Wisdom Monastery's successor's arm was ripped off and his bones were completely broken as he flew off. In the blink of an eye, a paragon died and 2 more had to leave the battle. Su Zimo's gaze shifted towards Chaos Essence Sect's Chen Yizi, throwing the flying sword in his hands towards the latter. The sword streaked through the air and arrived instantly. There was no way Chen Yizi would dare receive the attack as he shifted his footsteps, wanting to dodge to the side. Unexpectedly, Chen Yizi's vision blurred and a tall figure had already arrived in front of him, exuding a terrifying might and endless killing intent. He had arrived almost at the same time as the sword. How fast? Chen Yizi's eyelids twitched crazily. Boom! Arriving before Chen Yizi, Su Zimo released the Plow Heaven Stride and stomped heavily on the ground. Instantly, Chen Yizi's legs buckled and he slowed down. The sword pierced through his body. Chen Yizi's eyes went dim as a stream of blood spurted out from his chest, severing his life. The paragon of Chaos Essence Sect was dead too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 54, Joining Forces to Kill. Chapter for 54, Joining Forces to Kill. A resolute intent flickered through Han Qiuyu's eyes as he turned to flee. Humph! Su Zimo harumphed coldly and caught up to Han Qiuyu with a few huge strides. He extended his right hand and punched heavily towards the latter's back. Boom! A gigantic fist that resembled a large seal descended from the skies. Instantly, spirit chi exploded with a resounding bang in a terrifying manner. Han Qiuyu caught sight of it from the side of his eyes and was terrified. If he was struck by that, he wouldn't survive even if he had 10 lives. Sword escape! Keeping his cool in the situation, Han Qiuyu shouted softly and the sword chi within him surged out rampantly. Like an unsheathed sword, he flashed and turned into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. His speed had already crossed the limits. This was a secret skill of Sword Sect that was similar to Blood Escape but lasted for a shorter time. Naturally, the side effects were much less as well. The gigantic seal above was about to descend. However, Han Qiuyu's sudden speed burst made it such that the seal was about to miss. Han Qiuyu was delighted. He could already see the sealers charging over. As long as he could withstand another few breaths, the situation would change entirely. At that moment, the sound of a bowstring being pulled sounded in Han Qiuyu's ears. Pang! 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 He turned slightly and looked towards his back. However, the sight of what was coming scared him out of his wits. Su Zimo was right behind him, shifting like a shadow as his eyes shone with a demonic glint. With a surging killing intent, the former's bones and tendons sounded and his arm expanded multiple inches under the intense stretching. How was that the arm of a human? It was clearly the trunk of a primordial divine elephant. Tearing through the firmament, it seemed like it could smash the stars and destroy the void as it caught up to Han Qiuyu and slammed down heavily. There was nowhere to escape. In the blink of an eye, Han Qiuyu dug out another shiny silver circlet from his storage bag and twisted his body, pushing it fiercely towards the incoming fist. Boom! A deafening bang that shook the heavens and earth sounded. As though he was struck by lightning, the sounds of bones cracking could be heard coming from Han Qiuyu's entire arm. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, his entire face palely yellow. Although he managed to hang on to his life with the use of a carnate spirit weapon, he fainted on the spot and laid motionlessly on the ground in a bad condition. By now, the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects were dead, injured or have escaped. Demonis G was the only one standing not far away watching everything in astonishment. She finally understood why Su Zimo had to alter his appearance and even transform his body so as to hide his identity. After this battle, there was a high chance that he would offend the entire cultivation world. Disregarding those that were severely injured and crippled, there were 7 paragons who died in his hands. At that moment, Demonis G did not know that with malevolent earth sect Shuiyang who died in the fog valley outside Shenzhen City, there were a total of 8 paragons who died in Su Zimo's hands. Once his identity was exposed, there was a high chance he would be hunted by the experts of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects. Although the world was huge, there wasn't a place where he was absolutely safe. Of course, right now, the most important thing for Su Zimo to consider was how he was going to survive. The sealers had already arrived beneath the human emperor's palace. Among them, Sword Sect and Snowdrift Sect sealers took their respective successors and left the battlefield first to try and heal them. However, 5 sealers filled with killing intents and exuded terrifying auras had already surrounded Su Zimo. They were from Purple Firmament Sect, Clear Wind Temple, Illusion Fiend Cult, Chaos Essence Sect and Formless Monastery. Since their paragons were already dead, they had no other choice but to make a move and kill Su Zimo. Your embarrassment has turned into anger? Su Zimo laughed and surveyed his surroundings with mocking eyes. Since they were no match for me one-on-one, they came at me together. After they were defeated, even their sealers are joining forces. Foo, that's all there is to the 3 great factions. B** starred of Divine Phoenix Island, your provocations mean nothing to us. You are still going to die. Purple Firmament Sect sealer had a calm tone and he was unmoved. Hey! Su Zimo sneered, older Shoal, you think too highly of yourself. I merely wanted to see how shameless cultivators of Purple Firmament Sect were. B** starred, since you're not from our race, you are our common enemy. Clear Wind Temple sealer waved the horsetail whip in his hands and hollered. Amitabha. Formless Monastery sealer said grimly, Patron, you have no one but your stubbornness to blame for your plight today. A tall tree attracts strong winds, that has always been the case throughout history. He? Illusion Fiend Cult sealer laughed sinisterly. You guys from the immortal and Buddhist sects are truly hypocritical, always finding all sorts of excuses for your actions. I'll let you understand today that the reason why we're joining hands is to murder you because you are talented. Murder me? Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and his blood chi exploded. Despite the fact that he was facing 5 sealers, his aura climbed once more as he yelled, let's see if you guys have what it takes. He was looking down on 5 golden cores as a foundation establishment cultivator. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, his words alone were enough to set the cultivators watching from afar in shock with racing hearts. At that moment, all the paragons seemed absolutely inferior. Bang! Boom! Boom! Right then, a sudden sound came from within the human emperor's palace that caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Everyone subconsciously looked up. A gigantic cave appeared at the center of the human emperor's palace. It was pitch black, mysteriously dark and let out waves of terrifying might. The entrance to the human emperor's palace had appeared. This meant that the human Emperor's palace has already silently acknowledged someone as a successor. Attack! The 5 sealers shouted and attacked together with a tacit understanding. None of them could sit by and watch Suzimo enter the human Emperor's palace to receive the inheritance. They had to kill him right here. If Suzimo were to die, the human Emperor's palace would either disappear or pick a new successor. There was no way the human Emperor's palace would leave its inheritance to a corpse. Die! Purple Firmament Sect Sealer roared and waved his sleeves, causing the endless purple chi that surrounded him to condense into a gigantic sword that shot towards Suzimo. The purple sword tore through the air and created a gigantic ravine on the ground, causing the earth to toss over and dust to fly everywhere. Suzimo had already attained lesser mastery of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness's orifice clearing section. He was also at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment realm. Be it his immortal or demonic cultivation, he had not reached their limits, and even in his demon form, his strength was not enough to take on Golden Cause. If he was faced with a single old sealer, he might have a shot at victory. However, there was no way he could win if all 5 of them attacked at the same time. He had to endure through it. At this life and death moment, Suzimo's powers were already channeled to their limits and his bloodline surged while his tendons and bones rang together. Demonic chi rumbled around him, forming menacing demon beasts that were lifelike and filled with killing intent. There was a wild bovine with raised horns, a bear demon that was roaring while standing upright, a coiling anaconda, a demon ape with large arms. Roar! Taking a deep breath of air, Suzimo puffed his chest and paused for a moment before letting out an earth-shaking roar in the direction of Purple Firmament Sect Sealer. The ancient demons surrounding him roared at the same time. The void shook, contorting the entire space itself. Suzimo was like the king of all demons. In the blink of an eye, the world changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 55 of About to Die? Chapter for 55 of About to Die? Even the 5 sealers felt a chill upon sensing the malefic aura let out by Suzimo. This lad must not survive. He was already able to suppress the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment. If he were to obtain the human Emperor's inheritance, it was hard to imagine, and they did not dare to either. The stronger the strength and potential displayed by Suzimo, the more resolved the 5 sealers were to kill him. Scarlet demonic chi rumbled and the lifelike ancient demons charged while howling, biting and slamming towards the incoming purple sword. Bang! 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 The sword tore through the air with endless might and a terrifying sharp edge, defeating the ancient demons that were formed with demonic chi one after another. The purple chi and demonic chi, 2 different powers, collided and corroded one another endlessly. With the dissipation of each demon beast, the scarlet demonic chi surrounding Suzimo would dim slightly. The purple sword's power was also clearly not as intense as it was initially as its light dimmed. Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. The purple sword collided against the last demon beast. All the demon beasts and demonic chi had dispersed and the purple sword turned into streams of purple chi that returned to the world as well. Suzimo managed to defend against the full-powered attack of a sealer. Furthermore, he defended against it without taking any damage. Suzimo panted heavily. This time round, he had expended almost all of his strength. Ever since he arrived, he had been fighting. If not for the fact that he possessed shocking stamina and ferocious blood chi due to his constant cultivation of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, he would have been exhausted long ago. Right now, after defending the sword of Purple Firmament Sect Sealer, Suzimo felt weakness surge into his head and his arms and feet were powerless. He was thoroughly exhausted. If not for the fact that he was constantly surrounded by strong foes, he would have collapsed long ago. After invoking the power of a golden core, there was only a single outcome for a sealer: they would be mercilessly devoured by a dimensional tear in the ancient battlefield. A series of rips appeared behind Purple Firmament Sect Sealer as a sinister wind howled in a mysterious manner. Looking over, Su Zimo sneered with mockery in his eyes. Purple Firmament Sect Sealer grit his teeth in indignance. B****, you don't have to be smug. It won't be long before you'll be joining me. Ha ha ha, gah. It was a tragic cry. His body was shredded into pieces by the dimension, turning into a blood mist as he was devoured cleanly without a corpse left. A moment later, the dimension stabilized and the tear repaired itself. Swash! A silver beam descended from the skies in a frightening manner. Clear Wind Temple Sealer struck with his horsetail whip and 3,000 silver threads extended countlessly, turning into a massive silver rod that slammed down at Su Zimo's head violently. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and reached out with his right hand, grabbing the incoming silver rod. Bang! There was a dull sound of defeat when the rod and hand collided. Although he managed to grip the silver rod tightly, the flesh on his palm had already exploded and a frightening power surged into his body. His organs were ruptured upon receiving the impact and cracks appeared on the surface. Puff! Su Zimo's gaze dimmed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Thankfully, I have this blood-bone palm. Otherwise, my arm would have been destroyed with this sealer's attack. He lamented internally in gratefulness. Ha, naive. Suddenly, Clear Wind Temple Sealer chuckled with a look of ridicule. Su Zimo's expression changed. Suddenly, the silver rod spread open from his palm and the 3,000 threads whipped him on the back viciously. Piak! Flashes of blood appeared, accompanied by the sounds of bones cracking. Su Zimo's face turned pale as his knees buckled, almost kneeling on the ground. The change was extremely sudden. The horsetail whip seemed like it was alive and sentient and shifted between flexibility and toughness instantly. Su Zimo's back was whipped into a mess of flesh and blood, as though countless knives were gliding across. The fabric of his torn clothes stuck onto the surface in a frightening manner. His collarbone was broken and hung out in an exposed manner, looking extremely shocking. At that moment, Su Zimo experienced another terrifying aspect of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Its vitality was shocking. If it was any other cultivator or living being, they would have long died after their organs were ruptured and they suffered such severe impacts. However, at this moment, Su Zimo could still stand upright. He could sense his injuries healing slightly with every single breath, except that it was at an extremely slow speed due to his serious injuries. You're still not dead? Clear Wind Temple Sealer's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Su Zimo, who stood upright slowly. His attack was more than enough to split the body of any Foundation establishment cultivator. However, he did not expect Su Zimo to stand up once more. What a pity, I just need a little more. The sealer sighed indignantly. However, he no longer had a chance. A dimensional tear appeared and devoured him straight, even his horsetail whip was shred into pieces. Buzz! Almost at the same time, the sound of a sword buzzing rang out. Go! Chaos Essence Sect Sealer had attacked, pointing his flying sword towards Su Zimo. A streak of light appeared instantly. It was the simplest as well as the most effective killing move of cultivators. The moment Chaos Essence Sect Sealer struck, Su Zimo sensed a warning in his mind. Without hesitating, in a flash, Su Zimo grit his teeth and dodged to the side. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out. He was still a step too slow. The sword pierced his left chest and shot out of his body. Although it missed his heart, a penetration through his lung was enough to be fatal. Instantly, Su Zimo had difficulty breathing. He coughed endlessly, as though there was a fire burning in his throat, and his body convulsed for a split moment. This time round, the injury was way too severe. This was the first time he had experienced such a serious injury throughout his cultivation journey. Although his regeneration capabilities were strong, there was a limit to them. It was unknown if he could recover from an injury as such. Furthermore, this was in the ancient battlefield and nobody would accord him the chance to do so. Buzz! In midair, the flying sword turned and retraced its path right after penetrating Su Zimo's chest. It was a clear sign of how advanced the Sealer of Chaos Essence Sect was in his sword-handling skills. An unprecedented feeling of death arrived. Even without his spirit perception, Suzumo knew that he was extremely close to death and would definitely die if he could not dodge that sword. Bang! Stomping on the ground, he exerted his final bit of strength and leaped forcefully to the side. Sheeing! A flash of blood appeared and a throbbing pain that struck his marrow surged from his abdomen. The blood drained from Suzumo's face as his knees buckled, almost collapsing onto the ground. By now, he was completely exhausted and was severely injured. It was extremely lucky that he was able to avoid fatal damage. That sword sliced a bloody hole through his abdomen. Suzumo clutched it with his hands immediately to stop his intestines from spilling out. Fresh blood gushed out, seeping through his fingers and flowing down, slowly soaking his clothes with a heavy stench. In the blink of an eye, he was already filled with blood. His head was spinning and he swayed while he felt his vitality leaving his body in an irreversible manner. "Am I about to die?" Suzumo murmured softly. Suddenly, his vision blurred, as if a bloody figure appeared with an unparalleled might. Even after many years, that figure remained etched in his memories. There was no way for him to erase that scene, and it felt clear as though it was yesterday. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 56, Forgive my inability to comply. Chapter for 56, Forgive my inability to comply. Nobody thought that Divine Phoenix Island would have produced a paragon as such. Yet, it's a pity that he has to die beneath the human emperor's palace. He died a worthwhile death trading the lives of 7 other paragons and a couple of sealers. The cultivators watching that blood-stained and swaying figure from afar had complicated expressions as they discussed in hushed whispers with looks of pity. That lone figure looked pitiable and tragic. The cultivators knew the Divine Phoenix Island's successor was about to die and no one could save him. Suzumo was indeed in a disastrous situation. His left chest was punctured with blood gushing out, his collarbone was smashed and broken, while his abdomen had a frightening wound that was so bad his intestines would have spilled out if he wasn't clutching it with his hands. Suzumo could feel his vitality draining from him. Fresh blood was still flowing. His injuries were not showing any signs of healing or recovery. This meant that his injuries had already exceeded the limits of his regeneration capabilities. The sealers of Formless Monastery and Illusion Fiend cult had yet to make their moves. Even if they were to stand by the sidelines and watch idly, before long, he would still run out of blood and die all the same. Suzumo's head was giddy and his vision blurred, as if a familiar blood-colored figure flashed before him. "Miss Dai." Instinctively, he called out softly. There was no response. The figure in front turned slightly and raised her brows, glancing at him with endless worry and pity. A faint fragrance wafted over and Suzumo was momentarily invigorated as he struggled to open his eyes and look over. After a moment of daze, he opened his mouth but failed to say anything. His head slumped down with evident disappointment. It was not Dai Yu. It was Demonis G. He had lost too much blood and his vision was blurry. Coupled with the fact that he had been yearning about her for years, Suzumo mistook Demonis G's pink-colored dress as a blood-red color. She has already left long ago and won't be coming back. I still couldn't catch up to her in the end. There's no more chance left. Highs. Suzumo sighed deeply and his body swayed. His eyelids were heavy and gradually, his consciousness was gone as he fell into the endless abyss. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears, jolting Suzumo's mind and pulling him back from the abyss of death. "Seniors, please let him off." It was Demonis G's voice and she was right in front of him. "Demonis, get lost." Formless Monastery Sealer walked over slowly and hollered with a terrifying aura. "Even if you guys don't attack, he won't be able to survive. What's so bad about leaving him with a complete corpse?" Demonis G did not leave and her voice sounded once more, "The Buddhist sect's advocate kindness, so why are you so bent on killing him? The only way to ensure that nothing goes wrong is to kill him personally." Formless Monastery Sealer was unmoved and he said with a shimmering gaze, "Demonis, if you don't get lost, I'll kill you together with him." A moment later, Demonis G's voice sounded once more. Although it was calm and firm, it was shocking. "Forgive my inability to comply." Those words revealed a determination. It was an unwavering conviction to not back off despite knowing that it would result in death. Su Zimo's expression changed. She was facing a sealer. This was a sealer who was completely enraged and could kill her with a single move. Su Zimo did not expect that given the circumstances, Demonis G would stand forth and defend him with reckless abandon unyieldingly. What a foolish woman! His lips shifted and his voice was as soft and inaudible as a mosquito. "Very well then." Formless Monastery Sealer nodded expressionlessly as killing intent surged in his eyes. "Since you wish to die, I'll fulfill your wishes." Boom! He channeled his golden core and burst forth with his full power. It was an instant attack with a massive rise in aura. Formless Finger. Reaching out with his finger, he tapped in Demonis G's direction. Instantly, heaven and earth shook. How was that a finger? It was clearly a heavenly-piercing pillar that streaked through the void with unbridled might, charging over as though it wanted to crush Demonis G into smithereens. Su Zimo clenched his teeth and wanted to block the move for Demonis G. However, he was too severely injured and he had no strength left to budge. Demonis G blinked her eyes and a ripple appeared in her beautiful eyes, sending forth a bewitching beam that entered the eyes of Formless Monastery Sealer. Removing her veil, Demonis G revealed a flawless face and smiled charmingly. It was a charm that could topple the world. Even the cultivators who were watching from afar were stunned and drooled with agape mouths, let alone Formless Monastery Sealer who was right opposite. She did not merely use the bewitching eye. That was the limit of the pure Maiden Sutra's powers. Although Formless Monastery Sealer was a golden core, he had not cultivated the secret skills of Diamond Monastery and was unable to counter the pure Maiden Sutra perfectly. His heart wavered for a moment and the power of Formless Finger weakened. Go! At the same time, Demonis G sent forth a ribbon that shone with a bright spirit light, colliding against the incoming Formless Finger. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Demonis G's expression changed starkly as her petite figure shuddered, stumbling in retreat repeatedly. With every single step back, she would spit out a mouthful of blood that was extremely striking. Not everyone could endure the full-powered attack of sealers like Su Zimo. If not for the fact that Formless Monastery Sealer was distracted and the power of Formless Finger was diminished, Demonis G would have been torn apart and died. Even so, by the time she staggered backwards to Su Zimo's side, she was already severely injured and on the brink of death. A series of sinister tears appeared behind Formless Monastery Sealer. Humph! With a grim expression, he sneered, "I'll give you guys a large gift before my death so that you two lovebirds can go to hell together." Before his sentence was finished, a stream of fire burst forth from the Formless Monastery Sealer's finger and arrived before the two of them. His flames were fiery red and there was even a shade of gold mixed within, letting off a terrifying aura. True Fire! True Fires came above level 3 Spirit Fires. Only golden cores who possessed fire spirit roots could cultivate true fires that could incinerate all Foundation Establishment cultivators and even burn pure-blooded ferocious beasts at Foundation Establishment realm to ashes. Su Zimo's eyes twitched furiously. He was a weapon refinement master as well and had mastery over flames. Naturally, he knew of how powerful true fires were. Previously, none of the sealers produced true fires because they were not cultivators with fire spirit roots. Heaving a deep breath of air, Su Zimo used all his might to push away Demonis G, who was in front of him while bellowing deeply, "Get away!" Swoosh! The flames landed on Su Zimo and surged, burning his entire body. In the blink of an eye, he was a man engulfed in flames. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 57, Hand of a Divine Spirit. Chapter for 57, Hand of a Divine Spirit. Ah, gah, gah. Su Zimo hunched over with his eyes tightly shut. He was in immeasurable pain as his throat let out a hoarse cry. The true fire burned furiously and his body convulsed. Even his flesh sizzled with crackling sounds as his flesh was burnt black in a terrifying sight. In the fire, Suzumo's face was faintly visible and he was in such deep pain that his features were contorted to an unrecognizable degree. Demoness G's heart ached when she saw the state he was in and her eyes misted. Cough! Her internal injuries acted up and she coughed out another 2 mouthfuls of black blood. There were even pieces of her ruptured organs, and it looked terrifying. To think that I would still end up dying here. Demoness G's eyes dimmed and she sounded wistful. Her organs were severely damaged after receiving the full blow of a sealer, and her vitality was rapidly draining. Unless she was in possession of some supreme methods, she would be dead for sure. However, in the ancient battlefield, Golden Cores were already the mightiest figures. How could anyone save her? How could that be? Suddenly, a soft exclamation filled with disbelief sounded not far away. It was the voice of Illusion Fiend Cult Sealer. Instinctively, Demoness G followed the sealer's gaze and looked towards Suzumo once more. At that moment, the true fire burning him had grown much smaller than before and was even showing signs of extinguishing. Demoness G's mouth was slightly agape and her eyes were filled with shock. Although Suzumo was almost charcoal black by now and was billowing with smoke, the flames surrounding him were indeed getting weaker. Or rather, they were reversing. The fiery flames trembled slightly, as if they were directed towards Suzumo's right hand by some mysterious force, entering his blood-bone palm. Apart from Suzumo, no one else knew or could explain what was happening to him. Initially, his injuries were way too severe that they had exceeded his regeneration capabilities. As such, he could not recover and was bleeding the entire time. If not for the true fire, he would have died of blood lost. However, the flames of the true fire had cauterized his wounds and stopped the bleeding temporarily, saving his life. At the same time, a mysterious change was happening to the blood-bone palm under the burn of the true fire. It was as though a seal had been undone, summoning a hidden power within Suzumo that was devouring the true fire on him without any care. Before the true fire could threaten Suzumo, the blood-bone palm had already consumed a large portion of it. It could be said that through some freak turn of events, the true fire had instead saved Suzumo's life. A terrifying aura was growing, shrouding around the blood-bone palm. Tar! 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 The sound of footsteps filled with killing intent surged over in a suffocating manner. Demoness G's heart sank. Formless Monastery Sealer was already devoured by the Dimensional Tear and Illusion Fiend Cult Sealer was the only one left. The flames on Suzumo's body had yet to extinguish and he stood on the spot like a burnt charcoal, his eyes were shut and his aura was weak. Demoness G grit her teeth and pushed herself up with her trembling arms. After multiple failures, she finally struggled to stand up before staggering in front of Suzumo. Although it was a simple motion, she had expended the final bit of her strength. Her body swayed unsteadily, as if a single gust of wind could knock her over. However, when she raised her head and looked towards Illusion Fiend Cult Sealer who was striding over murderously, her eyes were filled with unprecedented resolve. She knew that her injuries were already beyond the point of no return, but it was not the case for Suzumo. The Human Emperor's Palace. That might be Suzumo's only chance. Multiple signs had already indicated that Suzumo was this generation's successor for the Human Emperor's Palace. As long as he entered it, he might be able to survive. Of course, that was only a possibility. Nobody knew what was inside the Human Emperor's Palace. The strongest and most frightening flames in the universe and can incinerate all living beings. Male phoenixes are called folks while female phoenixes are called huangs. 1. Pure-blooded phoenixes, also known as undying divine phoenixes, are reborn through nirvana each time they incinerate themselves and become even stronger. Therefore, in Tianhuang mainland, be it in the cultivation or mortal world, there's always the saying of a phoenix undergoing nirvana for a rebirth through flames. That saying is an explanation of the capabilities of the divine phoenixes. Another sealer asked, what's the difference between the two? Overlord Palace's sealer replied, the ancient manuals recorded that phoenixes would always leave something behind during each rebirth. When the undying Feng is bathed in flames, he leaves behind a drop of divine phoenix essence blood. When the undying Huang is bathed in flames, she leaves behind a piece of divine phoenix bone. At that point, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. They made the connection between this person from the divine phoenix island and his blood bone palm with the terrifying flame that was burning on it. They were close to the truth. You mean to say that his right hand is actually a piece of the divine phoenix's bone? A sealer exclaimed. If that deduction was correct, that divine phoenix bone would be the greatest treasure throughout Tuanhuang mainland or even the cultivation world and was irreplaceable. In that case, it would naturally explain why the dimensional tear was unable to devour that bone and why the wild currents in the void could not destroy it. It would make sense for the divine phoenix bone to be an immortal object. Even a mighty patriarch would be tempted to get his hands on it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sealers had a tacit understanding and set their sights on Su Zimo's right hand. They could not conceal the greed in their eyes. All of them were golden cores reaching the end of their lifespans. Now that they were sent into the ancient battlefield with the successors of their respective sects, it was partly due to the threat that they would be able to provide. On the other hand, all of them harbored thoughts of seeking out opportunities or treasures to increase their lifespan so that they could continue cultivating and break through to the nascent soul realm. Since the divine phoenix bone was an object left behind by the undying Huang's rebirth through nirvana, it would definitely possess unimaginable divine power, and if they could get their hands on it, they might be able to extend their lives. Although Su Zimo was able to kill illusion fiend cult sealer with the blood bone palm, his internal injuries had yet to heal up and his vitality was still draining, almost completely depleted. Demonis G was in a similar condition. To everyone, Su Zimo and Demonis G were two dead people. All they had to consider was how they were going to get their hands on the divine phoenix bone in the ensuing fight after severing Su Zimo's hand. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the human emperor's palace's entrance, descending upon Su Zimo. A massive power sucked Su Zimo, causing him to rise slowly. Go on. If you manage to survive, I hope you can still remember me. Demonis G tilted her head and leaned in Su Zimo's embrace like a weak girl. Although her eyes were filled with sadness and reluctance, she faked a smile nevertheless. 1. The Chinese name of a phoenix is Feng Huang. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59, Human Emperor's Palace's Compromise. Chapter 59, Human Emperor's Palace's Compromise. Su Zimo did not say anything, but he did not let go. Throughout history, there would only be a single successor chosen for the human emperor's palace's appearance. Right now, as long as Su Zimo let go of Demonis G, he would be able to enter the human emperor's palace rightfully. However, he knew that if he were to let go, she would definitely have no chance of surviving. Su Zimo did not care about the relationship between Demonis G and Ji Yoshue or ponder about what it meant to be her tripod. The only thing he knew was that if Demonis G had not sacrificed herself to buy time for him earlier on, he would have been killed by the sealers of Formless Monastery and Illusion Fiend Cult and would not have lasted till now. He held on to Demonis G obstinately and refused to let go. To the many cultivators, this was a choice that seemed foolish, even stupid. It was precisely because of this reason that the both of them stopped in mid-air during the rise, unable to head up or down. It was an undeniable rule that the human emperor's palace would only select a single successor. Right now, Su Zimo's choice was challenging the rule of the human emperor's palace, challenging the might of the human emperor himself. The sealers were delighted upon seeing that. If Su Zimo were to enter the human emperor's palace successfully, they would miss their chance of seizing the divine phoenix bone. How foolish! He doesn't know what's good for him. A cultivator sneered. Another cultivator shook his head and sighed. To think that Mad Blade would be such a sentimental man. Isn't that right? Not many people would have the courage to make such a choice. If he entered the human emperor's palace, not only would he be able to survive, he would also be able to obtain the human emperor's inheritance. Who could resist such a temptation? Snowdrift Valley's Ling Han bit her lips and looked on with a conflicted expression. What did his choice represent? It meant that at this moment, this man was willing to abandon his life and the human emperor's inheritance in order to save Demonis G. Even if there was only a sliver of hope. As a woman, she felt a tinge of envy towards Demonis G from the bottom of her heart. Let go. Demonis G frowned deeply, her eyelids were so heavy that she could not make out Suzumo's face clearly and her frail voice carried a hint of anxiousness. Don't feel guilty. The reason I saved you is because you saved me before as well. If not for you, I would have been killed by that damned monk long ago. I'm just repaying you right now. There was still no response. Let me go. It was still silent. However, Demonis G could sense him hugging her even closer. The both of them hovered in midair in a stalemate with the human emperor's palace. The remaining few sealers were already on their way. The two of them were already at the end of the road with no strength to fight back. Even without releasing their powers as golden cores, the sealers could kill the two of them with just power at the level of Foundation Establishment realm. Die! The first sealer to arrive was from Sword Sect. Buzz! The sound of a sword buzzing rang out and an unparalleled sword beam flashed. Instead of aiming for Suzumo's vitals, it tried to sever his wrist. Suzumo looked at that sword without moving. Given his current condition, any Chi refinement warrior would be able to kill him, let alone the sealer of Sword Sect. Swash! The sword beam struck the column of light from the human emperor's palace and created a ripple before vanishing instantly. Suzumo was unharmed. The sealers were alarmed when they saw that. All of a sudden, as though it was agitated, that column of light shone brightly in a bedazzling manner. Countless beams of light shot forth and instantly penetrated the body of Sword Sect sealer. Puff! 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 Flashes of blood gushed out continuously. The sealer's body was punctured by the illusionary beams of light, and the next moment, he exploded into a blood mist without a corpse left. Upon seeing that, the remaining few sealers were shocked and terrified. Among them, Heavenly Dipper Sect sealer had already released his secret skill, which struck the column of light. The column of light shook and shot forth countless beams once more, engulfing the sealer of Heavenly Dipper Sect. That person was rather impressive as a glint of determination flickered through his eyes. Roaring, he released his power as a golden core, wanting to fight against the light beams before him. Bang! He turned into a mist of blood and died on the spot. Although it was only a column of light beneath the human emperor's palace, its might could not be challenged and it was enough to suppress everything, killing with a single touch. The others hurriedly stopped in their tracks and escaped, not daring to linger. They only came to a stop outside the boundaries of the human emperor's palace before turning back to look with fear in their hearts. The man and woman were still hovering in midair within that gigantic column of light, hugging together without separating. The sealers looked grim with indignant expressions. There was no way they could get their hands on the divine phoenix bone given the current situation. Let's wait a little more, there might still be a chance. After a moment, Hollow Monastery's sealer composed himself and said slowly with a shimmering gaze. That's right. Overlord Palace's sealer said in a dark tone, he's only a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator and yet he dares to challenge the human emperor's palace. He's bound to fail. If this carries on, the both of them will definitely die. The few sealers nodded in agreement. If the two of them were dead, the human emperor's palace would either disappear or select a new successor. No matter the outcome, the successor of Divine Phoenix Island would lose the protection of the human emperor's palace. At that time, they would have the chance to sever his wrist and fight for the Divine Phoenix bone. Right now, all the sealers had to do was wait. Demonis G leaned in Suzumo's embrace motionlessly, and it was unable to tell if she was dead. Suzumo's aura was also getting increasingly weaker. Raising his head, he looked at the mysterious entrance of the human emperor's palace and narrowed his gaze with a resolute expression. It was as though he would never relent nor compromise. A long, long time later. Just as Suzumo was gradually losing his consciousness, a change happened in midair. The two of them started rising slowly, as though they were pulled by something. In the blink of an eye, both of them entered the human emperor's palace and disappeared. There was a deathly silence. Upon seeing that, everyone was dumbfounded and even forgot to breathe. How is that possible? A long time later, Hollow Monastery Sealer murmured to himself with widened eyes and a lost expression. The human Emperor's palace actually came to a compromise? Overlord Palace Sealer chuckled bitterly. Since the human Emperor's palace was sentient, it naturally possessed the intent of the human Emperor. Throughout history, the human Emperor had been the strongest emperor and was unparalleled. Since the human Emperor's palace represented him, how could it bow down and relent? Furthermore, how could it do so for the sake of a mere foundation establishment cultivator? If everyone had not seen it for themselves, none of them would have believed it. Was it pity, or was there some other reason? Nobody knew. The entrance of the human Emperor's palace closed. Bang! Boom! Boom! The ancient palace shook and dust fell endlessly as it rose into the air slowly, disappearing beyond the horizons of the heavens. The clouds dissipated and the thunderstorm subsided, spilling warm sunlight everywhere. The skies were clear once again. Yet, there was a murky fog in the hearts of all the sealers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 60, Historic Monster Incarnate. Chapter for 60, Historic Monster Incarnate. The human Emperor's palace had long disappeared. However, the Paragons who managed to survive and the sealers of the super sects looked in its direction for the longest time with conflicted expressions in silence. They felt an inexplicable sense of repression. That man should be dead, right? A long time later, Heavenly Dipper Sect's Paragon asked hesitantly. Overlord Palace's Pang Yu nodded. He should be. After a moment, as though he was trying to convince himself, Pang Yu repeated with conviction, he must be. That's right, he's definitely dead. He's already so badly injured. Unless there's some divine method to resurrect the dead and regrow flesh, he's definitely dead for sure. That's right. The human Emperor's palace only contains its inheritance, how could there be anything to save his life? Almost at the same time, the remaining Paragons heaved a sigh of relief, as if a burden was lifted off their shoulders. All of them looked at ease and smiled gently. The sealers present were expressionless as they exchanged glances, all of them could tell of the worry in the other's eyes. To old people like themselves who had lived for hundreds of years, the reactions and deductions of their juniors felt more like lies to make themselves feel better. Even they were unsure if the successor of Divine Phoenix Island was still alive. That was because nobody knew what was inside the human Emperor's palace. It would be fine if the Divine Phoenix Island successor died in the human Emperor's palace. If he survived and was reborn. Everything else aside, none of the Paragons who had entered the ancient battlefield this time round, Hang Qiuyu, Pang Yu, Monk Ju Chen and the others included, would be a match for that man. That was because all of those Paragons would be fearful. Subconsciously, all of them were hoping that the successor of Divine Phoenix Island would die instead, wishing for his survival so that they could fight him once more. In this battle, the Paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects were defeated so badly that their confidence was destroyed. Clear Heart Nunnery Sealer murmured, the fact that they're able to produce such a Paragon is a clear sign that the light of Providence is shining on them. Could this generation be the rise of Divine Phoenix Island once more? It's probably unsuitable to refer to him as a Paragon anymore. That's right. Given his potential, bearing, guts and methods, he can be called a monster incarnate. Not just that, he's a rare monster incarnate throughout history. The few sealers were clear about how much of a stir it would cause once news of this spread to Qianhuang mainland. The entire cultivation world might be moved because of this. It's all right. Hollow Monastery Sealer said calmly, no matter how strong that lad is, he's only at Foundation Establishment realm. His future is still unknown. Given the firm foundations of our sects, we have rare monster incarnates as well. That's true. If he meets against the legacy disciples of our sects, he shouldn't have much of a chance of winning. Everyone conversed for a little more before separating. The battlefield was left with nothing but a pile of corpses, as though telling a tale of how tragic that battle was. A month later. Shentian City. The arrival of a piece of news caused a huge uproar. A monster incarnate of divine Phoenix Island and this generation's pure maiden of the fiend sects entered the human emperor's palace, and their fates are unknown. Where did you get that news from? It's fake, right? Throughout history, the human emperor's palace has only allowed a single person in. How can both of them enter together? It's absolutely true. A senior brother of mine witnessed it personally. It's said that the corpses beneath the human emperor's palace can form a mountain, and there are rivers of blood. More than half of the paragons from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects are dead, and some were crippled on the spot. How can that be? Aren't there sealers? The sealers died as well. I heard that at the end of it all, a few sealers tried joining hands to fight the monster incarnate of divine Phoenix Island and were even killed in return. Wow! What's the name of that person? Mad Blade. In a small little mansion with 2 stories within Elixir Yang sect, Tang Yu stood in front of a window. Her hands were behind her back and she frowned slightly in deep thought. The news of the human emperor's palace was truly shocking indeed. However, what she was more worried about was Su Zimo's situation. The strangest thing was that although she tried scouting for news from multiple sources, nothing returned, as though Su Zimo had vanished into thin air as nobody caught sight of him at all. At the side, Uncle Liang could read Tang Yu's mind and said with a smile, "Young master, you don't have to worry. Given Su Zimo's methods, even if he can't win, he can definitely escape alive." Yes. Tang Yu nodded. I'm not worried about him, but I'm confused. Given his personality, since he chose to fight for the human emperor's palace's inheritance, how come there is no news at all? For certain people, their glamours can never be contained. Ever since he entered Shenzhen City, Su Zimo caused an earth-shaking change to the state of the entire place. The 4 mounted bandits were the first to be removed, followed by Poison Sect. Even powerful super sects with formidable foundations such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were swept away by him. How could there be no news of a cultivator that was so aggressive and domineering? Uncle Liang, when I heard that the name of monster incarnate of divine Phoenix Island was called Mad Blade, I even suspected that his Su Zimo. Tang Yu said coldly, both of them make use of sabers and have knowledge of the Sea Calming Manual. Furthermore, they are both at the Tsunami Blood Realm and are at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. That's impossible. Uncle Liang shook his head. Although both of them use sabers, Su Zimo has his perfect grade blood quencher, while this monster incarnate of divine Phoenix Island merely used a supreme grade spirit saber. Moreover, it's said that this person is extremely tall and bulky and is a burly man with a rough appearance. The two of them differ too much in terms of appearances. Tang Yu nodded. There was truly no way to explain it. Although they had their similarities, their differences were even more. Uncle Liang continued, also, although Su Zimo is strong, he isn't at the state where he's able to take down the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects, let alone a couple of sealers as well. Back then, in the Elixir Pool sect ruins, Su Zimo had to take a long time before baiting the sealer of Glass Palace to death. In terms of actual combat strength, Su Zimo was clearly far inferior. However, the monster incarnate of divine Phoenix Island fought against a couple of sealers and even killed them in return. The difference between them was too great. Tang Yu nodded. No matter what, I hope that fellow Daoisu can return safely. At the entrance of the mansion, Su Xiaoning hugged her knees and sat on a stone step with a worried expression. There was a pitch-black demon beast beside her. A cold glint shimmered between its half-opened eyes. It was Night Spirit who was guarding Xiaoning. Highs. Sighing gently, Xiaoning murmured, all the cultivators in the city are discussing that monster incarnate of divine Phoenix Island and Mad Blade, but there's still no news of brother. I don't even know how he's doing right now. Growl. Night Spirit opened its eyes and yawned listlessly. Xiaoning frowned and asked, you're saying that brother is fine? How do you know that, brother? You've been with me the entire time and you haven't received any news either. Sitting up, Night Spirit extended its paw and gestured in a human-like manner while crying out repeatedly. Xiaoning's eyes widened. While others may not have understood, Xiaoning did. Her heart skipped a beat as she exclaimed, "You mean to say that mad blade is?" Night Spirit gestured with a shushing hand sign. Understanding, Xiaoning clutched her cherry lips immediately. Instantly, the worry on her face disappeared and she grinned, causing her eyes to look like crescent moons in a painting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461, Resurrection and Regrowth of Flesh. Chapter 461, Resurrection and Regrowth of Flesh. Hugging the unconscious Demonis G into the human emperor's palace, Su Zimo could no longer hold on either and was fainting. He was too badly injured and had lost too much blood. His flesh and skin were burnt to a crisp and his organs were failing. He had already gone beyond his body's regeneration capabilities. If he hadn't cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and possessed shocking vitality, he would have long been dead. In his daze, Su Zimo suddenly felt his hands get lighter. A long time later, he finally snapped out of his stupor. Enduring the immense pain, he turned to his side with extreme difficulty. Demonis G, who was initially lying in his embrace, had disappeared. Bang! Before he had time to think, his body shuddered and he collapsed onto the cold, hard ground with a throbbing headache. Su Zimo struggled to sit up, wanting to look for Demonis G. However, he caught sight of a hazy fog that was approaching him from not far away. The fog billowed and surged over. Just as it was about to arrive before him, the grey fog condensed into a hazy figure. Although the person's face was old, he was energetic and his eyes had a wise, deep look, as if he had seen through everything in the world. Su Zimo was stunned on the spot. He had not imagined that there would be a living being within this ancient palace. The human emperor's palace was a relic of the ancient era and had been through countless years in the sands of time where endless supreme and mighty figures have been buried. Time was the scariest thing which even emperors could not defend against. Who was that old man? Was he a character from the ancient era, or was he a cultivator who had entered the human emperor's palace later on but was trapped here? Or perhaps, was this old man the legendary human emperor? Su Zimo did not have the energy to contemplate those questions, and neither could he hang on any longer as he collapsed. Gazing at the ceiling, he found his vision blurring. The old man approached him and suddenly reached out. Between his fingers was an elixir the size of a longan. It gave off a faint smell of blood. For some reason, the aura the elixir gave off felt extremely familiar to Su Zimo. The old man peeled open Su Zimo's mouth and put the elixir inside. Su Zimo had no strength to resist and the elixir melted in his mouth, sending a spicy warmth down his throat. Upon entering his stomach, it lingered for a moment before suddenly letting out a terrifying burst of energy. The energy felt like a tidal wave as it surged and cruised through his limbs. An intense blood chi shot forth, wrapping Su Zimo in it as an extremely rich aura of vitality spewed out. One after another, beams of rainbow light shot out in a divine manner, nourishing every single bit of his flesh. His body that was initially defeated was reignited with vitality. His injuries healed internally and externally as his charcoal black flesh peeled away. Pieces of flesh started regenerating on his bones with endless vitality. It was a regrowth of his flesh. This was a miracle almost akin to resurrection. A numbing sensation prickled through Su Zimo's nerves, almost causing him to go insane. Ah! Su Zimo could not help but let out a long bellow. The power within the elixir nourished his broken body like the way dew healed barren land. His dried flesh regrew and the tears on his organs closed, returning to normal. Su Zimo's vitality was regenerating continuously. With the help of that energy, his physique's strong regeneration capabilities were awakened once more as his blood chi ran rampant within his body. Flesh could be seen growing at a visible speed near the wound on his abdomen, forming in pieces before combining together, merely leaving a faint scar. It was the same for the injury on his left chest. Although his collarbone was snapped earlier on, it was now piecing back together rapidly. Some time later, cracks appeared on Su Zimo's charred skin and his scabs fell one after another, revealing jade-smooth skin beneath. In the blink of an eye, all of his scabs had fallen off without any scars left behind as he emitted a massive wave of vitality. All his injuries were healed. That was not all the changes brought about by the elixir. Not only did the elixir possess a massive vitality essence, it also contained terrifying blood qi and pure spirit energy. Initially, the spirit sea in Su Zimo's dantian had already dried up. Right now, spirit energy was gushing in endlessly, forming a sea with massive waves that was even fiercer than before. Su Zimo's cultivation realm was rising swiftly, and he was at the peak of 7 Meridian Foundation establishment before long. He did not even need to guide it. The spirit sea surged, and a series of pure, rich spirit energy pushed against his body's 8th spirit meridian. Bang! 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 There were a series of loud bangs, and almost no time was wasted as the momentum brought him through. He had unlocked his 8th spirit meridian. Throughout history, there may have been no other cultivator who managed to unlock their 8th spirit meridian as easily as Su Zimo without the need to even consume a meridian unlocking elixir. Even after unlocking his 8th spirit meridian, his spirit sea did not calm down and was still roaring furiously. His cultivation realm was still climbing. A long time later, it finally came to a stop when he was at the peak of 8 Meridian Foundation establishment. At that moment, Su Zimo was finally certain. After the 8th spirit meridian, there was definitely a 9th spirit meridian, the legendary Extreme Foundation establishment. He was still in possession of a meridian unlocking elixir. Su Zimo planned to attempt to unlock his 9th spirit meridian after stabilizing down at this current cultivation realm so as to become the second person to reach the Extreme Foundation establishment realm after the Human Emperor. At the same time, the terrifying blood qi in the elixir restructured Su Zimo's body as well. Crack! 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 A series of crackling sounds echoed from within his body as his tendons and bones rang together. His blood qi climbed, and he was surrounded by a thick demonic qi, causing multiple ancient demons to form. A mysterious glow shone from his 7 orifices, turning brighter and brighter. A moment later, Su Zimo's body shuddered and his 7 orifices shone brightly. His power of blood qi exploded in his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, organs, and orifices synergized with one another, forming a major heavenly cycle. He had attained greater mastery of the orifice-clearing section. All of a sudden, his eyes jolted wide open and a beam of light that tore through the night shot forth in a bedazzling manner. Rising upright, Su Zimo felt his blood qi rumble like a tsunami as a rainbow light shone from his organs. His major tendons were firm, his bones were lively, and his flesh was flawless. Upon closer inspection, he could even see a mysterious luster cruising through them. It was as though he had attained a perfect body. Su Zimo could clearly sense that his body was different and his 5 senses were even more keen. Without even opening his eyes, he could hear the sounds of fishes playing in a pond nearby as the image was visualized in his mind. Meek as a virgin with the burst power of a rabbit, his body was even more coordinated with the fusion of toughness and flexibility. With every single motion of his arm, he could produce limitless power with a rampant might. At this point of your cultivation, you would have perfected your technique and cultivated universal sight and hearing. With the help of the spirit perception, you will be able to avoid danger without seeing or smelling it. Be it whether you're moving, sitting, or lying down, your heart will be able to sense, and you will be able to defeat your enemies within 10 feet with your bare hands. Su Zimo could not help but recall the words that Dai Yu left him with as he murmured to himself, "I'm here now." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 62, Mysterious Old Man. Chapter for 62, Mysterious Old Man. Looking at his brand new body, Su Zimo lamented to himself as he experienced the power surging within him. The human emperor's palace is truly an ancient mythical object. To think that a single elixir from it would possess such wondrous effects. At that moment, Su Zimo's appearance had already returned to normal after being washed by the energy of the elixir. With his elegant features, he wore a set of green robes once more. There was no one else around other than that mysterious old man who had disappeared. Since his disguise methods were most probably child's play that would be seen through instantly in the eyes of the old man, Suzumo had no intention of continuing with it. He looked around and saw that the place was extremely spacious and boundless. Rather than a palace, it seemed like they were in another world. The air was refreshing, and the spirit chi was richer. The environment was even better than the ancient battlefield. Concerned about Demonis G's safety, he sped forward with his spirit wings. Life was vibrant in that spacious land, and it was filled with greenery. Far away, at the side of a gigantic lake, a white deer was drinking water. It had a pair of wings on its back, and its eyes darted around with spirit. Raising its head, the white deer was not afraid in the slightest bit when it caught sight of Suzumo. Its ears twitched slightly, as if it was curious. Suzumo sped across the surface of the lake. Thud! Thud! Gigantic scarlet fishes leaped out of the lake, as if they were startled. Each of them was around 8 feet long, and was shaped like a carp with a pair of tiny horns on its head. Each of them looked like they weighed a few kilograms. When they twitched and fell back into the lake, ripples were formed. Those are... Suddenly, Suzumo's heart stirred when he caught sight of those gigantic scarlet fishes, as he exclaimed, "Hangone fishes!" Hangone fishes had succulent flesh and were extremely shiny. Containing extremely few bones, they possessed a massive amount of energy, and it was a great tonic to strengthen one's tendons and bones when consumed. That was definitely a pure-blooded living being of the primordial era and had long gone extinct on Chenhuang mainland. Screech! In the skies far away, a clear cry could be heard. A gigantic bird streaked through the skies. The left half of its body was green and the right half of its body was red. Focusing his gaze, Suzumo's was shocked and nearly fell from mid-air. That wasn't a gigantic bird, it was a pair of birds. The ancient manuals back in the sect had a few short sentences describing a bird of the primordial era. The being bird only had a single eye and wing, and the males were green while the females were red. Together, the couple must fly in tandem. Back when he saw that description, Suzumo even shook his head and laughed to himself, thinking that it was impossible. How could there be a type of bird in the world that could fly with only a single eye and wing? Now that he was seeing it for himself, Suzumo truly experienced how incredible the universe was. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind as he spun around and looked at the white deer with wings beside the lake. Leaping, the white deer spread its wings and flew into the skies. It came to Suzumo's side and lowered its head, brushing against his arm intimately before flying off. Baizhi! That was an auspicious mythological beast of the primordial era, Baizhi. Legend has it that the Baizhi was snow-white with wings and could speak in human tongue. It understood the emotions of all living beings and could distinguish between all the beings in the world, be it ghosts, gods or any other living beings. This was an auspicious beast that could change one's luck for the better. The legends are real. Suzumo muttered softly. Taking a deep breath of air, he soared into the skies and looked around before shuddering uncontrollably. He stood rooted to the spot as shock filled his eyes. Countless mythical and different beasts roamed this vast land. There was a 3-legged brutish beast with flames on its leg, a purple chicken with eyes under its wings, a rat that was 100 kilograms and filled with raging flames, a 3-legged golden toad with scales. The beasts were so incredible that Suzumo had never heard of them before. He couldn't even name them. In fact, he even suspected if he had reversed through time and returned to the primordial era. All of a sudden, his heart skipped a beat and his gaze froze. Not far away, an old man stood with his hands behind his back. That was the mysterious old man who fed him the elixir. Without thinking twice, Suzumo arrived before the mysterious old man in a flash. Bowing deeply, he said with sincerity, "Thank you for rescuing me, Senior. I'm truly immensely grateful." The mysterious old man merely nodded and stared at Suzumo with scrutinizing eyes. At that moment, Suzumo had countless questions on his mind. Who was the old man before him? What was that elixir? Was this the human emperor's palace? Why were there so many incredible beasts? However, those questions merely fluttered through his mind as he asked, "Senior, may I ask where the girl who entered the human emperor's palace together with me is? Expressionlessly, the mysterious old man replied, she's not here. Not here? Suzimo's heart clenched up as he asked hurriedly, where is she? We entered the human emperor's palace together. How can she not be here? What are you getting anxious about? The mysterious old man rolled his eyes and harumphed gently. I was merely saying that the lass is not in the same stone chamber as you. Stone chamber? Suzimo was confused. Pointing at his feet, the mysterious old man remarked casually, the world we are in right now is merely a single stone chamber in the human emperor's palace. Gradually, Suzimo's mouth fell open, he was dumbfounded and shock filled his eyes. This world with skies and stars, possessing boundless land with mountains, lush greenery, and countless incredible beasts, was actually just a stone chamber within the human emperor's palace. What sort of powers were these? The mysterious old man's next sentence gave Suzimo an even bigger shock, such that he could not snap out of it for a long time. There's billions of such stone chambers in the human emperor's palace, the mysterious old man said casually with a calm expression. Suzimo. A long time later, still worried about Demonis G, he asked, how is that girl in pink? Don't worry, she won't die. She'll follow her own destiny, the mysterious old man replied. Suzimo only heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that. Hey! Suddenly, the mysterious old man sneered, young man, you're truly brazen to challenge the rules set by my master. If it wasn't because my mistress was kind enough to speak up for you seeing how pitiful that girl is, she would have died long ago. Master, mistress. Suzimo blinked and asked in a testing manner, Senior, the master you're referring to is. Can you get any dumber? Frowning, the mysterious old man glared at Suzimo and said in a deep tone, since this is the human emperor's palace, my master is definitely the human emperor. Suzimo was shocked. Needless to say, the mistress should be the human emperor's Dao companion. The mysterious old man glanced at Suzimo from the side of his eyes and sized up the latter while muttering, this young man seems dumb. Could master have made a wrong judgment? Actually, Suzimo was not entirely to blame. Everything that he had seen and experienced after entering the human emperor's palace was way beyond his imagination. There were things that he could not dare to believe even if he had guessed it. Furthermore, even now, he wasn't clear of the identity of the old man before him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 63, Inheritance. Chapter for 63, Inheritance. The mysterious old man's statement revealed another important message. The human emperor was alive. He was an emperor of the ancient era after all. Through the endless years, countless emperors have already died. To think that the emperor who was lauded as the strongest and most domineering throughout history was still alive. Could it be that after endless cultivation and breakthroughs, living beings are truly able to extend their lifespans and age with the universe or even reach the realm of eternal indestructibility? Since the human emperor was still alive, what cultivation realm was he at right now? Senior human emperor, he's still on Chenhuang mainland? A moment later, Suzimo composed himself before asking. Of course not. The mysterious old man waved it off. Master isn't here either. You don't have to dream about getting to meet him either, you're not qualified yet. Suzimo was not ashamed upon hearing that and merely took it in his stride and smiled. Right after, Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he recalled that before she left, Daiyu said with a chuckle that she was about to return to her world. Was that the same world as the human emperor? Since there had never been any signs of immortals found on Chenhuang mainland, did it mean that after attaining immortality, cultivators could pass through the void and travel to another world? Could that world be filled with countless immortals like Daiyu and the human emperor? What sort of a vast and vibrant place was that? Instantly, countless thoughts filled Suzimo's mind and he developed a longing interest towards that foreign world. Before you, a total of 7 people entered the human emperor's palace and each of them received a different inheritance. The inheritance you're about to receive is different from theirs. It can be considered as the true legacy of the human emperor. At that point, the mysterious old man looked deeply at Suzumo before waving his sleeves gently, causing two objects to float in midair. It was a piece of paper and a gigantic seal. The paper was written with endless tiny words. Suzumo merely swept his eyes across and felt them prickle slightly. The gigantic seal was squarish and golden throughout. On it, a divine dragon was etched, coiling around it in a lifelike manner. The gigantic golden seal hovered in midair, emanating waves of powerful might, as though it could crush the stars and suppress the entire world. The mysterious old man remarked, "This is the coiling dragon seal. It's a carnate spirit weapon, keep it well." A carnate spirit weapon? Suzumo was shocked. Prior to this, Suzumo witnessed how terrifying carnate spirit weapons were in that battle beneath the human emperor's palace. The shimmering silver circlet that Han Qiuyu brought out shattered his supreme-grade spirit weapon instantly. That was also the reason why Han Qiuyu managed to survive with a sliver of health after receiving Suzumo's punch. Furthermore, Foundation establishment cultivators were unable to unleash the full might of carnate spirit weapons. The terrifying burst power of carnate spirit weapons could only be released in the hands of golden cores. "Thank you, Senior." Suzumo did not reject and took over the coiling dragon seal, injecting spirit energy into it. Whoosh! A bright light shone on the coiling dragon seal, and Suzumo seemed like he was holding a blazing sun with an intimidating might. Suddenly, Suzumo's expression changed and he shuddered as his wrist sank. It was heavy. After it was injected with spirit energy, the coiling dragon seal almost caused Suzumo to embarrass himself as it weighed down on him. Now that Suzumo had attained greater mastery of the orifice clearing section, his physique had the strength to suppress all other 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators without even taking on his demon form. However, despite that, his body experienced pressure from the coiling dragon seal. The mysterious old man nodded to himself. He thought that Suzumo would definitely embarrass himself since he was unprepared and would be squashed by the coiling dragon seal. The fact that the lad could remain standing without moving had exceeded his expectations. Clearing away his spirit energy, Suzumo put the coiling dragon seal away in his storage bag. That was a great treasure. Delighted, Suzumo's gaze shifted towards the page of sutra at the side expectantly. The mysterious old man pointed to the page and remarked indifferently, "This is a secret skill created by my master in the past. If you manage to master it, you can already fight against golden cores at Foundation Establishment Realm. In fact, you can even challenge golden core phenomenons." Pust! Suzumo's expression changed slightly. The difference between cultivation realms were divided into minor and major realms. For example, in Foundation Establishment, early stage, mid-stage, late stage and perfected were minor realms, whereas it was a major realm between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core realm. There was an insurmountable gap between major realms. It symbolized one breaking free of the restrictions of the universe and extending their lifespans. The difference in strength was even worlds apart. But right now, the human emperor's secret skill could allow Suzumo to challenge the strength of golden cores even at Foundation Establishment realm. The mysterious old man's final statement was even more shocking. In fact, you can even challenge golden core phenomenons. Every single cultivator knew that golden core phenomenons were the extremes of spirit arts, and there were extremely few people who could cultivate them. The reason why many Foundation Establishment paragons wanted to enter the ancient battlefield so that they could progress in their Foundation Establishment realm was because they wanted to be able to cultivate the strongest golden core phenomenons when they formed their cores. Without further description, the mysterious old man's simple statement had already revealed how terrifying that secret skill was. Sighing gently, the mysterious old man continued, "The conditions required to cultivate this skill are extremely stringent, and after my master created it, nobody else managed to learn it. I hope that you'll be able to succeed." Even though he said that, it was clear that the mysterious old man did not bear much hope through his tone. Suzumo received the page of sutra and focused his attention. There were 3 tiny golden words in the middle of the first row, Ancient Dragonification Manual. Those 3 simple words caused a terrifying pressure that was shuddering. For some reason, Su Zimo felt his body heating up. It was as though an inexplicable power was surging within him. The mysterious old man's voice sounded once more. Although you won't be able to transform into a divine dragon after attaining greater mastery of the ancient Dragonification Manual, you'll be able to conjure the phantom of a divine dragon that possesses the true might of the dragons. Humans are weak and have ordinary bloodlines. They can't be compared against the dragons, who are extremely powerful from birth. If you want to cultivate the ancient Dragonification Manual, you will have to steal the blood chi of the dragon race. The elixir you consumed earlier was a blood-flesh elixir made from the flesh of a young dragon. Instantly, Su Zimo had a look of realization. That was the reason why he had a sense of familiarity towards the aura given off by the elixir. Su Zimo's eyes flickered and he frowned in deep thought. According to the mysterious old man's words, one could only succeed in cultivating the ancient Dragonification Manual after consuming the blood chi of the dragon race. He was in a rather unique situation. A couple of years ago, he had consumed half a dragon. Although it was not formed yet, that was the egg of a divine dragon after all. He. The mysterious old man chuckled coldly. Don't look down on the fact that it's a young dragon. You were able to receive such immense benefits just by consuming an elixir made from the flesh of a young dragon. If it was an adult divine dragon, the power of a single drop of its blood would be enough to destroy you, let alone its flesh. Su Zimo did not doubt that statement at all. Back then, after he and Night Spirit consumed that dragon egg, their bodies almost gorged to the point of explosion, and it took them a full 3 years to digest it completely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 64, 2 Utmost Treasures. Chapter for 64, 2 Utmost Treasures. The conditions required to cultivate the ancient Dragonification Manual are extremely stringent, and obtaining the blood chi of the dragon race is merely the beginning. Among the 7 people who entered the human emperor's palace before you, there were also some of them with potentials comparable to you. However, they were merely slightly inferior. The mysterious old man said with a trace of pity, TSK. That Lei kid was rather decent as well. However, it was a pity that he couldn't unlock his 9th spirit meridian, causing him to miss this great opportunity to get the ancient Dragonification Manual. At that point, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Uncle Liang's words. Legend has it that the secret to the Extreme Foundation establishment is hidden within the human emperor's palace. He asked hurriedly, Senior, may I ask, how does one unlock the 9th spirit meridian and cultivate to the point of Extreme Foundation establishment? Foundation establishment was an extremely important step in one's path of cultivation, and how stable their roots were would decide their future accomplishments. The mysterious old man replied, 9 represents the extreme, and if one wants to unlock their 9th spirit meridian, their spirit energy would have to be extremely pure without the slightest bit of impurity. I've checked through your spirit energy. It's very pure, and that's quite seldom. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo remarked, Senior, up to this point of my cultivation, I've rarely consumed any elixirs, and even for those that I consume, they were at perfect grade. I think it should have something to do with that. Apart from perfect grade elixirs, every other grade of elixir possessed impurities. Long-term consumption would result in consolidation of those impurities. Although they would not have a significant impact on a cultivator's combat strength, it would impede the possibility of them unlocking their 9th spirit meridian. Elixirs are only part of the equation. The mysterious old man shook his head. In Qianhuang mainland, there are many sects and factions with rich heritage and immense foundations. It's not rare for them to provide perfect grade elixirs for the paragons in their sects with the most potentials. However, even while cultivating and absorbing spirit chi, there's no way to avoid the existence of impurities. While cultivating? Su Zimo frowned slightly. The mysterious old man explained, mortals consume food which would turn into feces upon digestion, creating impure chi and filth. Therefore, at a certain point of cultivation, there's a saying of Inedia. Su Zimo nodded. He had heard about Inedia before. It was said that after entering nascent soul realm and cultivating an essence spirit, cultivators could live without consuming food and merely take in dew and the essence of the universe to survive, soaring through the skies and riding the clouds. In fact, they could even scour the world and explore the four oceans and ate desolate with a single thought. The mysterious old man continued, similar to mortal food, spirit qi would inevitably contain impurities upon absorption to one's dantian. That is, unless the person was in possession of an utmost treasure that could help them purify the spirit qi. At that point, he gave a meaningful look at Su Zimo's right hand. Suddenly, Su Zimo gave off a gradual look of realization as he recalled how qi entered his body while he was cultivating his qi condensation manual. Back then, spirit qi entered his body through his right hand. Before entering the human emperor's palace, the few sealers said that his right hand was a divine phoenix bone. If that was true, it would explain many things. Entering his right hand, spirit qi would be purified by the divine phoenix bone, incinerating all impurities and allowing him to only take in the purest spirit qi. Back then, he had just mastered qi condensation and was able to release a level 3 spirit fire with his right hand immediately. Now that he thought about it, that was not a true level 3 spirit fire, he merely managed to possess the might and heat of a level 3 spirit fire because of the divine phoenix bone. Of course, from the beginning till now, Su Zimo had never released the true powers of the divine phoenix bone. At the battle beneath the human emperor's palace, the terror of the divine phoenix bone had only revealed itself for a brief moment after absorbing the golden core's true fire before returning to normal. The mysterious old man said with a hint of lament, "This divine phoenix bone is one of the rare few utmost treasures in Tianhuang mainland. The person who changed your fate by attaching your wrist with this divine phoenix bone must have exerted a lot of effort." At this point, Su Zimo was finally certain that his blood bone palm was the legendary divine phoenix bone. Previously, he was severely injured after killing the joyful sect cultivators in Kanglang mountain range and his right hand was battered. By the time he woke up, his right hand was already perfectly fine. In other words, during the few days he fainted, Dai Yu had not only helped him to plant a spirit root, she had even reattached his wrist with the divine phoenix bone. If you are smart, you should have realized that you must not reveal the divine phoenix bone again after leaving this place. Otherwise, you are definitely bound to die. The mysterious old man said with a stern expression, even the mighty figures and patriarchs of the human race would be tempted to make a move for the divine phoenix bone. Su Zimo nodded. Thankfully, he changed his appearance and hid his identity beneath the human emperor's palace. Otherwise, he would definitely be hunted upon re-entering Tianhuang mainland. A man's talent would often arouse the greed of others. There is also an extremely strict requirement for one's spirit root if they want to reach the extreme foundation establishment realm. Regarding that, you have no issue as well. After a brief pause, the mysterious old man looked at Su Zimo deeply once more. There are only that few types of utmost treasures in Tianhuang mainland. Someone has really spared no expenses in trying to pave your path forward by leaving you with 2 of them. Ah! Su Zimo was shocked. Before Dai Yu left, she had left him 3 gifts. One of them was his spirit root and now, he knew that the divine phoenix bone was another. There was still one more unknown gift. Through the mysterious old man's words, it seemed like the second utmost treasure had something to do with his spirit root. Su Zimo could not help but ask, "What's the second utmost treasure?" "Even if I explain it to you, it's no use for you because your cultivation realm isn't there yet. Perhaps one day in the future, you might be able to see it for yourself." The mysterious old man shook his head. Su Zimo did not press on, feeling slightly disappointed. The mysterious old man continued, "The ancient Dragonification manual expends a lot of one's spirit energy and it can only be released with an extreme foundation establishment. Not only that, the ancient Dragonification manual requires a lot from the physique of a cultivator. Although you're only conjuring the phantom of a divine dragon, it still possesses the true might of a dragon. Extremely terrifying, it overrides over all living beings. An ordinary body wouldn't be able to withstand the might of the dragon and even ancient remnant beasts would explode into a blood mist. Since you're someone who does immortality and demonic cultivation together, your physique is alarming and is enough to withstand the ancient Dragonification manual." Suzimo was not surprised that the mysterious old man could read his background like a book. However, what surprised Suzimo was the mysterious old man's attitude towards the matter. If the various major sects of Chenhuang mainland were to know that he was doing immortality and demonic cultivation at the same time, they would definitely regard him as a despicable outcast and kill him. However, the mysterious old man was indifferent towards the issue. Waving it off with his hand, the mysterious old man said, "There's less than half a year left. Stay here and cultivate for now. You don't have to force yourself even if you don't succeed." "All right." Suzimo nodded and strode to the lakeside without hesitation, sitting down to glance through the page of sutra. Every single word on the sutra possessed a mysterious might. Even with Suzimo's powerful eyes, he had to take a rest every now and then. He could only continue reading after closing his eyes for a short break. When he was thirsty, Suzimo would drink from the lake. When he was hungry, he would catch a hangong fish for food. Other than that, the rest of his time was spent on cultivating the ancient Dragonification manual. Just like that, 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. This day, as it was close to the end of the year in the ancient battlefield, the mysterious old man appeared and was about to inform Suzimo who was at the lakeside. All of a sudden, a change happened to Suzimo's aura. A terrifying might descended at the lakeside, shocking the masses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65, True Dragon? Chapter 65, True Dragon? Sensing something, the mysterious old man looked towards Suzimo. Beside the lake, Suzimo assumed a lotus position with an upright back. His eyes were closed as his black hair swayed without any wind. A terrifying aura was coming forth from within his body, climbing rapidly. It was as though an ancient power was being awakened. An extremely long living being appeared in midair, coiling several rounds around Suzimo upwards. Finally, it stopped in midair, and its gigantic head stared in the direction of the mysterious old man. Dragon race. Compared to adult dragons which can be thousands of feet long, this could only be considered as a young dragon. Although it was only a phantom of a young dragon, the aura that it produced was shuddering, as if it could conquer all living beings. Gradually, green scales appeared on the young dragon's body one after another, shimmering with a cold glint. The bone spikes on its back and its sharp claws were bared while its horns stood gloriously. The phantom of the green dragon was actually turning corporeal. Even the scales, bones, and claws were condensed with flesh, lifelike and no different from a true dragon. Pust! The mysterious old man gasped and his expression changed. Disbelief filled his eyes as he exclaimed, "How is that possible?" The ancient Dragonification manual was meant to conjure the phantom of a divine dragon by using the blood chi of the dragon race. The shape of a divine dragon could only be made out faintly. That alone was heaven-defying. However, Suzimo had conjured an actual true dragon. Even the human emperor who created this secret skill was unable to reach this point. How did this Foundation establishment cultivator manage it? Could this young man have achieved a new comprehension of the ancient Dragonification manual within a mere 6 months? All of a sudden, Suzimo's eyes burst wide open with a lightning gaze. At the same time, the coiling dragon above him opened its eyes as well. Cold and mighty, it could not be ignored. The man and dragon opened their eyes at the same time. The moment the dragon opened its eyes, it was as though it had awakened and possessed actual life as it surveyed its surroundings with an overwhelming might. Given the mysterious old man's cultivation realm, he was composed and felt nothing much as the dragon's eyes swept past him. However, the incredible beasts in the surroundings sprawled onto the ground motionlessly. The fishes in the lake went silent, not daring to swim, and the birds in the skies fell one after another fearfully. Against the dragon's might, all the living beings felt a sense that came from the depths of their souls. The dragons were one of the strongest living beings back in the primordial era where the thousands of races reigned. It had once ruled over the world above all the thousands of races. Although Suzimo was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator, with the protection of the dragon, he exuded a dominance that looked down on the world. It was peerless, as though he had control over all divine beings in the universe. Bang! Su Zimo swayed a little and the dragon coiling around him dissipated before disappearing gradually. The immense pressure vanished. Once again, the incredible beasts went back to play and everything returned to normalcy. Heaving a sigh of relief, the mysterious old man came before Su Zimo and said, "Since you forcibly released the ancient Dragonification manual without your cultivation realm being high enough, you won't be able to sustain it for long. Once you're at Extreme Foundation Establishment, you'll be able to release the secret skill and use it against your foes." Su Zimo nodded. He had summoned that small dragon for a couple of seconds, but the spirit energy within his body was thoroughly expended and his spirit sea was almost dry. Right now, he was at the peak of 8 Meridian Foundation Establishment. The fact that he was still unable to release the ancient Dragonification manual given his immense spirit energy was proof of how terrifying that secret skill was. The mysterious old man's gaze lingered around Su Zimo, sizing him continuously. It was only until Su Zimo's hair stood on end that the mysterious old man asked, "How did you manage to conjure an actual true dragon?" Hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo shook his head. "I don't know either." He had a guess in his heart, but he wasn't certain. The fact that he was able to conjure a true dragon might have a lot to do with his consumption of half a dragon egg. The elixir that the mysterious old man fed him was merely a blood-flesh elixir made from the flesh of a dragon. However, he had devoured half of an actual dragon a couple of years ago. After entering his stomach, the essence and vitality of the dragon race filled every single part of his body. Cultivating the ancient Dragonification manual caused that power within his body to awaken, causing yet another unaccounted change. Master truly has good judgment. The mysterious old man did not press on and merely lamented. A moment later, he said, "The year is almost up and the last that entered together with you has left first. It's about time for you to do so as well." Su Zimo was relieved when he heard that Demonis G was fine. Bowing deeply to the mysterious old man, he said, "Thank you for your life-saving grace and the guidance for the past half year, Senior." He had truly benefited way too much this time round. He had attained greater mastery of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and was only a step away from forming an inner core. In terms of cultivation, he was already at the peak of 8 Meridian Foundation Establishment. As long as he consumed the Meridian Unlocking Elixir and continued cultivating, he would have a chance of unlocking the 9th Spirit Meridian. He would be able to cultivate to the legendary Extreme Foundation Establishment realm. At that point, even without taking on his demon form, he would be able to fight against Golden Cores with the might of the ancient Dragonification manual. The mysterious old man waved it off. "You don't have to thank me. If you're truly able to reach my master's level one day, thank him personally face to face. Where do you want to descend? I can send you there." After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, "Shenqian City." Upon re-entering the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the place seemed to have gotten more unstable. It meant that the year was almost up. Shenqian City was a little empty and quiet without the bustle from before. Most of the cultivators have already left and only a few remained. They traveled through the city with hurried expressions. It was clear that they were also preparing to leave. There was already no one at the territory of Elixir Yang sect. Su Zimo went straight to Xiaoning's room and caught sight of her handwriting etched on a stone table after looking around. "Brother, Elixir Yang sect is located in the middle continent of Tianhuang mainland. Because their teleportation spot is extremely far from Shenqian City, I'll have to make a move with Sister Tang Yu first. Once I cultivate the longevity elixir, I'll return to Yang country to look for Big Brother. Both Night Spirit and I are fine, don't miss us. Regards, Xiaoning." The writing was scribbled a little hurriedly. It was obvious that Xiaoning truly had no time at the end and had to leave. Smiling to himself, Su Zimo reached out and gave a simple swipe. Even though it was a casual move, an entire layer of the stone table's surface was wiped off and the words disappeared completely. Before leaving Shenqian City, Su Zimo had already instructed Night Spirit to stay by Xiaoning's side and head to Elixir Yang sect with her. He had to return to the Great Zhou dynasty and was unable to stay by Xiaoning's side. As such, the only way he would feel relieved was if Night Spirit was with her. Now that he knew that Xiaoning was fine, Su Zimo was at ease. And did not linger further in the city, he headed straight for the cave abode that Ji Yoshue and the rest were cultivating in. Previously, he promised her that he would return for her. Suddenly, Su Zimo could not help but frown when he recalled a person. Jun Hao. Previously, he suspected that there was something wrong with that person, but he had no proof. Before leaving, he even reminded Ji Yoshue to keep something up her sleeve to guard against that guy. I hope Yoshue's fine. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with a cold glint and a massive pair of wings spread out behind him. Blood Chi burst forth and he sped forward at full speed. His speed was already at its limits. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 66, Fallout. Chapter for 66, Fallout. A steep mountain stood at the borders of the ancient battlefield. Halfway on the mountain, a man stood in front of the cave abode with his hands behind his back. He was handsome and had a noble aura, but his expression was grim and his eyes flashed with coldness occasionally. Azure Frostsex Jun Hao was the prince of the Great Xia dynasty. The reason why he courted Ji Yoshue painstakingly previously was because he knew about her identity as the princess long ago. If the two of them could develop further, he could make use of the opportunity and her identity to understand the background of the Great Zhou dynasty fully. However, it was a pity that Ji Yoshue maintained a neutral attitude towards him all these years, similar to how she would treat all the other senior and junior brothers in the sect. Although Jun Hao was a little frustrated, he was extremely scheming and was in no hurry. The path of cultivation was long and there were many chances for them to interact since they were in the same sect. However, it was a pity that a monstrous cultivator appeared in the sect competition, giving him a sense of threat. When Ji Yoshue wore that long pale yellow dress and circled around that man, smiling with a bedazzling wink, that scene stabbed Jun Hao's heart like a thorn. Su Zimo. He gripped his fist slowly and narrowed his gaze. Ji Yoshue's attitude towards that man was clearly different from others, even the way she looked at him was enough to make Jun Hao jealous. After entering the ancient battlefield, his plans were further destroyed when Su Zimo unleashed terrifying methods and suppressed all enemies domineeringly. Almost all the Great Xia cultivators that entered the ancient battlefield were killed. The scariest thing was that Su Zimo had already begun suspecting him. In that period of time, Jun Hao lived his days on thin ice, hiding carefully, afraid to let out a single mistake. During normal times, that man looked like a scholar with a friendly appearance and calm gaze. However, Jun Hao knew in his heart that this was a man who was decisive to kill. As long as he revealed a single mistake, that man would definitely kill him without giving him a chance to explain. Finally, that day, Su Zimo left. It was only then that Jun Hao heaved a sigh of relief and felt relaxed. However, it did not take long for him to be frustrated once more. In fact, he was even seething with hatred. There were 5 stone chambers in the cave abode. Before leaving, Su Zimo had actually set up a formation outside the 5th stone chamber. Ever since that day, Ji Yoshue had not stepped out from that stone chamber at all. No matter how Jun Hao tried to invite her, she would always have excuses to push him away. At the same time, she did not allow anyone in, including the remaining 2 guards of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yoshue, have you started suspecting me as well? Jun Hao's gaze flickered. Slowly his expression turned cold as he murmured, since that's the case, don't blame me for falling out with you. He withdrew a spirit crane from his storage bag and wrote a few words on it. After injecting spirit energy to it, it spread its wings and flew, disappearing into the void instantly. Turning around, Jun Hao entered the cave abode and walked towards the 5th stone chamber. He did not walk far when Sai Yutang of Iridescent Cloud's palace approached him. The latter greeted with a smile. Brother Jun Hao, the year is almost up. When are we leaving? After consuming the Meridian Unlocking Elixir, Sai Yutang cultivated to 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment. Jun Hao was at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment right now. With a fake smile, Junhao replied, I'm about to look for junior sister Yoshue to discuss this. Come along. All right. Sai Yutang agreed readily without suspicion. After passing the long tunnel, they arrived before the fifth stone chamber where the remaining two guards of the Great Zhou dynasty stood on each side. Both of them were also at the peak of 6 Meridian Foundation establishment. Most of the cultivators at the center of the ancient battlefield were at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, and the paragons of super sects were even at 8 Meridian Foundation establishment. However, in reality, most of the cultivators in the ancient battlefield were only at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The two guards greeted with cupped fists. Since there were only 5 of them here, all of them were long familiar with one another. Junhao's gaze was fixated on the stone door as he said loudly with a smile, Junior Sister Yoshue, the year is almost up. Let's move today and return to the teleportation spot. A moment later, an unhurried voice sounded from within the stone chamber. Senior Brother Jun, there's no need to hurry. Zimo promised me that he will return. There's no difference waiting for a couple more days. Junhao's expression froze when he heard that. Lowering his head slightly, his gaze was ghastly and his face was frighteningly dark. Wait for him? Sai Yutang sneered, that person didn't know what's good for him and ventured deep into the ancient battlefield. Since there's been no news of him for so long, he's definitely dead. Ji Yoshue replied indifferently, I believe that he won't die and will definitely return. Fu. Sai Yutang stifled a chuckle and shook his head. He was absolutely sure that Su Zimo was dead after venturing into the depths of the ancient battlefield. Junhao took a deep breath of air. By the time he looked up, he had a smile once more. Junior sister, there's only 10 odd days left. If that man wanted to return, he would have done so long ago. We only need 2 days to reach the teleportation spot from here. We can still make it even if we move a couple of days later, Ji Yoshue replied firmly. Brother Junhao, since you won't leave, let's leave. Sai Yutang sneered once more, we can definitely return to the teleportation spot safely given our current cultivation realms. The smile on Junhao's face had vanished as he said slowly with a cold expression, Yoshue, I've already given you your last chance. Since you didn't cherish it, don't blame me for not showing mercy on account of us being in the same sect. The moment he said that, the atmosphere turned strange. The two guards frowned and looked at Junhao in confusion. Sai Yutang was stumped as well. Things were fine earlier on, why did he suddenly have a change in attitude? What did it mean by last chance and not showing mercy? With a cold gaze, Junhao glared at the stone door, as though he could see the woman inside, and said word by word, Yoshue, you'll be leaving today whether you want to or not. The choice isn't yours. Junhao, what do you mean by that? Sensing Junhao's hostility, one of the guards hollered warily. Inside the stone chamber, Ji Yoshue sighed. You still couldn't hide it after all. Since you've already begun to suspect me, there's no need for me to pretend any longer. Junhao admitted readily. I was initially skeptical when Zimo reminded me at the start. Ji Yoshue shook her head. However, you've been too anxious for the past half a year, trying to find excuses to either enter or to get me out. At that time, I knew that Zimo's guess was right. Indeed, he was the one who spoiled my plans. Junhao cursed and pointed at the stone chamber, sneering, Yoshue, do you think that a few layers of formations laid down by a dead man would be able to protect you? Zimo mentioned that even an 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator would have to take a few days to dispel this formation. Ji Yoshue replied, however, it's a pity that you're at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Given your strength, there's no way you'll be able to dispel this formation. Junhao, give it up. Even if it's something that Zimo left behind, you won't be able to deal with it either. Junhao was furious upon hearing Yoshue's words and lost control of his emotions. He snarled as an ugly expression showed on his face and green veins popped from his neck. Yoshue, once I break through this stone chamber, I'll let you enjoy for a long time beneath my crotch. A series of dull, heavy footsteps sounded, approaching from afar in the tunnel. Bang! 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 The entire cave abode was shaking as dust fell endlessly. Instantly, an aura of death gushed over with a suffocating stench. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 67, Monster. Chapter for 67, Monster. Although she was behind a formation in the stone chamber, Yeshua could still sense the repressive pressure that was arriving. It was as though a supreme monster was rapidly approaching. Junhao's expression was dark and his gaze was cold. I can't deal with something that Suzumo left behind? Yeshua, do you really think that he's the only one with an ace up his sleeve? Following Junhao's fallout, both parties were on the brink of fighting. The two great Ju guards looked serious and withdrew their spirit weapons one after another, ready to fight. Sai Yutang's eyes were filled with shock. He retreated slowly upon realizing that something was amiss with the situation, wanting to stay out of things and find a chance to escape. On the one hand, it was the third princess of the great Ju dynasty, he did not dare to offend her. On the other hand, although it seemed like the other party was a cultivator of Azure Frost sect, his background did not seem simple. More importantly, Junhao was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, Sai Yutang did not dare offend him. How unlucky! He cursed internally. Junhao's gaze shifted toward Sai Yutang as he asked murderously with a cold glint in his eyes, Sai Yutang, whose side are you on? He was straightforward, leaving Sai Yutang with nowhere out at all. If Sai Yutang chose to be on Junhao's side, once this matter was exposed, he would definitely be hunted down in the territory of the great Ju dynasty and would be in dire straits. However, if he chose to be on Ji Yoshua's side, he would be faced with a fierce battle right away. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they were all at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, they had little chance of winning against Junhao who was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Right then, a cultivator walked over from the tunnel, his feet did not touch the ground and he was like a ghost. Sai Yutang was scared out of his wits. Wearing white robes, that person's face was frightfully pale and his skin was pale. Reeking of death, those listless eyes that resembled dead fishes bulged out in a bloodshot manner, looking extremely terrifying. Bang! 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 Heavy footsteps approached. A tall and mighty figure followed right after and arrived. A full 10 feet tall, he was silent and wore black robes with a hood that covered his body tightly. This was like a guardian of hell. The expressions of the two great Ju guards changed slightly as they subconsciously gulped, trying hard to compose themselves. Against the black-robed cultivator, the two of them seemed like children. Both of them turned their attention over. Most of the black-robed cultivator's face was covered by the hood, revealing only his chin such that it was hard to catch his appearance. Initially, Sai Yutang was still hesitant. However, he made up his mind after the black-robed cultivator appeared and suddenly said, "Senior brother Jun, I'm definitely on your side." Junhao's eyes flickered with a mocking expression as he nodded. "Very good, at least you can read the situation." Sai Yutang heaved a sigh of relief. The reason for his decision was because he could sense danger exuding from the black-robed cultivator. By standing on Junhao's side, he was exposing himself to the danger of being hunted by the great Ju dynasty. However, he would have to die right away if he chose to stand on Ji Yushua's side. Junhao had already composed himself. Arriving before the white-robed cultivator, he bowed deeply and respectfully. "Thank you for rushing over, Senior Brother Li. I'm afraid I'll have to depend on you to dispel this formation." "Yes." The white-robed cultivator raised his head slightly. Sai Yutang's gaze shimmered and he frowned to himself. He noticed something odd. Junhao merely greeted the white-robed cultivator and was oblivious to the tall black-robed cultivator at the back. However, Sai Yutang could clearly feel that the black-robed cultivator was scarier. How could that be? Turning around, Junhao could not conceal the killing intent in his eyes as he glared at the two great Ju guards and said coldly, "Sai Yutang, it's time for you to shine." "All right." With no other way out, Sai Yutang could only abide by Jun Hao. Go! Slapping his storage bag, Sai Yutang hollered softly and summoned a supreme-grade flying sword. A resplendent glow filled the sword in a bedazzling manner. The two great Ju guards retaliated as well, churning their spirit energies with all their might. 6 spirit meridians appeared as they summoned their flying swords to fight against Sai Yutang. Cling! Clang! The 3 of their flying swords collided repeatedly in midair, causing sparks to fly. The guards who were qualified to enter the ancient battlefield were carefully selected from the capital of Great Ju. Since the 3 of them were at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, Sai Yutang did not have any advantage against the 2 guards and was instead losing slowly. Humph! Waving his robes, Jun Hao sent forth a green azure chi that condensed into a gigantic palm in midair. The temperature on the battlefield dipped instantly. The 2 great Ju guards were shocked. Both of them could not deal with the full might of a spirit art released by a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Azure Frost Palm? Right then, a cold laugh sounded from within the stone chamber. The stone door opened and Ji Yaoshue strode out. Waving her robes in the same manner, she conjured hand seals and let out an azure frost chi, creating a massive palm. The 2 palms collided in midair. Boom! Spirit chi dissipated evenly. Him's 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Jun Hao's eyes lit up and he could not help but clap his hands in laughter. Well, well! To think that you've also unlocked your 7th Spirit Meridian, Yaoshue. It's no wonder why you're my junior sister. Ji Yaoshue was wearing the long pale yellow dress. Although she was merely standing there, she exuded an air of nobility that was filled with dominance. Princess, hurry back! It's dangerous here. One of the great Ju guards urged after seeing Ji Yaoshue leave the stone chamber. Yaoshue, you're finally willing to come out. Jun Hao whipped out a flying sword from his storage bag and shook his head. However, since you walked out of that stone chamber, you don't have to return anymore. Go! The sword tore through the air, turning into a streak of light that arrived instantly. Ji Yaoshue did not panic at all as she circulated the spirit sea in her dantian with her full might. Her 7 Meridian spirit energy surged wildly as she similarly brought out a flying sword and fought against Jun Hao. Since they were both at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment and had cultivated in Azure Frost Sect before, they were rather familiar with one another's moves. In a short period of time, neither could overpower the other. On the other hand, although the 2 great Ju guards had the advantage against Sai Yutang, they could not kill the latter right away either. The fight between the 5 of them carried on in that stalemate. Spirit chi surged furiously on the battlefield and sword chi was merciless, but no victor could be decided. Jun Hao became increasingly frustrated. Distracted momentarily, his arm was cut by Ji Yaoshue's flying sword and blood flowed out. A bunch of trash. The white-robed cultivator that was initially standing at the side was finally getting impatient. Waving his hand gently, he said in a cold manner, "Go and kill those 2 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators and capture that woman alive." The black-robed cultivator that was originally standing motionlessly behind him walked forward. Bang! 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 With each step taken, the cave abode would quake violently in a terrifying manner. Roar! Charging in the direction of the battlefield, the black-robed cultivator suddenly let out a deafening roar. Sheeing! His black robes were ripped apart, turning into countless pieces of cloth that danced in the air. The black-robed cultivator revealed his true appearance. Apart from the white-robed cultivator, everyone else present was shocked and their pupils constricted, their scalps prickled as they felt their hairs stand on ends. What's that monster? One of the great Ju guards asked with a trembling voice. His limbs had gone cold. Even though Jun Hao knew what the black-robed cultivator was right from the start, he was still shocked when he caught sight of his true appearance and nearly lost control of his flying sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 68, Wow! So amazing? Chapter 468. Wow. So amazing? That was no cultivator. To be precise, that wasn't a living being. The monster reeked of a rotting stench and his skin was black. Muscles bulged from his body in distinct pieces, looking as though they were washed with steel liquid. Long fingernails as sharp as knives shone with a ghastly green color. They were clearly carrying poison. There were no pupils in his eyes, and they were completely white, looking extremely frightening. When the monster roared, green veins popped up on its neck and face, akin to small little snakes that were crawling on the surface of its skin. It bared a pair of blooded fangs, and its face was shuddering and menacing. This was a living corpse. None of them present had witnessed such methods before. Not only was the corpse resurrected, it was controlled by someone and let out such a terrifying aura. Even though she was the princess of Great Ju, Ji Yaoshue was also greatly shocked and her face was pale. Bang! 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 The corpse strode in huge steps towards the battlefield. Sensing that the situation was bad, Junhao and Sai Yutang had already withdrawn themselves from the battle long ago, afraid that they would be implicated. Go! One of the Great Ju guards summoned his flying sword while the other conjured hand seals, producing blazing fireballs that shot at the corpse. As though it did not see them, the corpse did not slow down at all. The two Great Ju guards were slightly relieved when they saw that, thinking to themselves, at the end of the day, it's just a walking corpse with no brains that doesn't know how to dodge at all. Clang! Before they could finish their thoughts, the flying sword had already pierced the corpse's chest. However, the sound of metal clashing echoed. The flying sword was repelled. The fireball landed on the corpse and lasted for 2 breaths before extinguishing. In the billowing smoke, not only was the corpse fine, it turned even more violent. The two of them were dumbfounded and their eyes widened. At the same time, Ji Yoshue's flying sword descended. Shining with 4 bedazzling spirit patterns, its sword chi was cold and it pierced the corpse's head with its sharpness. Clang! Another crisp sound rang out accompanied by a chain of sparks. The flying sword was repelled as well. A faint white scar merely appeared on the corpse's glabella, its skin was not even scratched. Ji Yushue was gravely shocked. She was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment and she possessed a supreme-grade flying sword. Yet, she could not even scratch the skin of the corpse with her full power. How was she going to fight this corpse that weapons could not pierce and fire and water could not damage? Before she could finish her thoughts, the corpse arrived in front of the 2 Great Ju guards within a few strides. Reaching out, it crushed both of their heads instantly. The 2 guards did not get a second chance to attack at all. Swash! Ji Yashue summoned her flying sword once more and this time round, they were aimed for the corpse's eyes. She believed that everything had their weaknesses no matter how strong they were. Suddenly, the corpse glared at the incoming sword and reached out. He grabbed it and placed it in front of his mouth before spitting a ball of oily green smoke at it. The moment the smoke touched the blade, the spirit light of the supreme-grade flying sword dimmed. Ji Yoshue's expression changed as she lost her connection to the supreme-grade flying sword. Not good, she thought to herself. Turning around to retreat back to the stone chamber, a black shadow had already arrived before her. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind burst forth, suffocating her. Ji Yashue merely felt her chest turn stuffy and her head spin. The corpse was filled with poison from head to toe and gave off a rotting stench. Any cultivator that breathed in that rotting stench without any precautions would definitely be affected. The corpse reached out with its massive hands, aiming at Ji Yashue's shoulders to capture her alive. All of a sudden, the pale yellow dress that she was wearing shone with 4 bright spirit patterns. With the obstruction, the corpse failed to grab Ji Yashue's shoulder right away. She jolted to her senses and hurriedly retreated a couple of steps back, entering the stone chamber in a flash before shutting its stone doors. Roar! The corpse was enraged and roared, slamming violently at the stone doors. Boom! While the stone doors shook violently, they did not open. Buzz! At the same time, as though it sensed something, a series of formation lights appeared on the ground of the entrance of the stone chamber. Another formation was activated at the entrance of the stone chamber, engulfing the corpse within. Sword chi buzzed incessantly. Sharp sword chi shot forth from within the formation and stabbed the corpse repeatedly from all directions in a resplendent dazzle. Trapped in the formation, the corpse flung its arms and collided against the sword chi from all around, roaring in endless rage. Not long after, the skin of the black corpse was already torn against the relentless attacks of the sword chi, and it was injured all over, leaking with gooey, sticky blood that was extremely pungent. What a terrifying killing formation! Junhao felt a sense of fear and broke out in cold sweat upon seeing that. That was clearly a trump card left behind by Su Zimo. Apart from the defense formation, there was a killing formation around the stone chamber. Previously, if Junhao had attacked forcibly, he would have been caught in the killing formation and would most likely have died after being pierced by the countless swords. Su Zimo, you're savage! Junhao grit her teeth and endless hatred flooded his eyes. Although the white-robed cultivator felt a little pained looking at the corpse's skin getting damaged by the sword chi, he did not appear to be worried. While the might of the killing formation was terrifying and might even be able to kill an 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, it did not manage to hurt the corpse fundamentally, and those were merely superficial wounds. As the filthy blood of the corpse flowed onto the ground, the formation patterns were gradually tainted. The might of the killing formation was diminishing. The formation light was also dimming gradually. Before long, the killing formation was dispelled entirely and the corpse broke free. By now, it had descended into a complete frenzy as it charged at the stone chamber. Bang! 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 The light of the defensive formation shone repeatedly, withstanding the attacks of the corpse one after another. With nowhere else to retreat to within the stone chamber, Ji Yaoxue found herself calming down instead. In her heart, she knew that the power produced by the corpse was not weaker than an 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Coupled with its corrosive aura, poison, and blood, the formation would not be able to hold out for much longer. If the formation was dispelled, she would commit suicide right here. A princess of Great Ju would definitely not allow herself to be humiliated by others. As though it did not know the meaning of fatigue, the corpse fought for an entire day and night without stopping. The light of the formation had dimmed considerably. The defensive formation could be broken through at any moment. The situation was determined and Ji Yaoxue was on the brink of calamity with nowhere to escape. Sai Yutang walked to Junhao's side and let out a fawning smile. Sweeping his gaze past the white-robed cultivator, he asked, "Senior brother Jun, what's the name of that fellow Daoist?" "You're not qualified to know." Junhao replied, "All you have to know is that he hails from one of Tianhuang mainland's super sects and is the strongest paragon of the Foundation establishment realm." Why yes. Sai Yutang nodded repeatedly with a fearful expression. Senior brother Li's combat strength is unparalleled and he's practically invincible amongst all Foundation establishment cultivators. He can suppress all enemies in Tianhuang mainland, and even if the ancient emperors were at Foundation establishment realm, they might not be a match for senior brother Li. Junhao spilled out songs of praises without any shame or embarrassment. Although he could tell that Junhao was sucking up to him, the white-robed cultivator enjoyed it nevertheless. After a momentary pause, the white-robed cultivator said, "That's not for sure. The human emperor's palace appeared some time back and the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island appeared. That man is not to be underestimated." Junhao hurriedly remarked, "You don't have to be humble, senior brother Li. I still believe nobody in the Foundation establishment realm is your match in a one-on-one battle." "Yes." Nodding, the white-robed cultivator declared with pride, "I don't even have to do it myself if it's a one-on-one battle. This steel corpse that I cultivated is more than enough to kill that monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island." "Wow, so amazing?" Suddenly, a voice sounded in everyone's ears, carrying a hint of sarcasm and mockery. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter for 69, Test it with your life. Chapter for 69, Test it with your life. Both Jun Hao and Sai Yutang frowned in confusion. Although that voice sounded rather familiar, the two of them were not certain. Rather, that person should have been dead. Could he have ventured into the depths of the ancient battlefield and yet returned alive? Who's there? The white-robed cultivator's slightly bulged eyes shifted and his expression turned grim with killing intent. Right after, his eyes flashed with confusion as well. That voice did not come from the cave abode. From the sound of it, it seemed like it came from 5 kilometers away. That was the confusing portion. If he was 5 kilometers away, how could he hear their conversation in the cave abode? Was his hearing that powerful? Could omnipresent hearing truly exist in the world? All of a sudden, the sound of clothes fluttering sounded, approaching from afar at an extremely fast speed. It was as though it arrived at the cave abode's entrance in the blink of an eye. What a swift movement technique! The white-robed cultivator's heart skipped a beat as he turned to glare at the tunnel. It was the same for Jun Hao and Sai Yutang. Both of them wanted to know if it was that man who had arrived. Before long, a green figure appeared in the tunnel, striding over with steady footsteps. Although he looked calm, there was an indescribable aura around him. The intruder had elegant features, looking like a scholar. It was Su Zimo who had rushed over from Shenzhen City. Jun Hao's eyes narrowed with cold killing intent as he declared hatefully, "It's truly you. You're not dead?" Sai Yutang's mouth was slightly agape as he uttered in disbelief. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he swept his gaze past the two of them without pausing. Right after, he looked at the mighty corpse that was ramming against the stone chamber and his eyes flashed. Raising his brow, he seemed to have recalled something. He paused for a brief moment before fixing his gaze on the white-robed cultivator. After entering the cave abode, Su Zimo did not say anything and merely surveyed his surroundings. However, for some unknown reason, that simple action of his caused the white-robed cultivator to feel an unprecedented sense of pressure. Su Zimo's eyes were bright and deep. His gaze was nonchalant and it seemed like he could control everything with a single look. Even without saying anything, he was exuding a dominance that surpassed everything. It was an aura that could not be faked. This was something that was created through the corpses and blood of countless paragons and was revealed subconsciously. The white-robed cultivator was expressionless, but he felt uneasy. Suddenly, he retreated a couple of steps back and shouted softly, "Come back!" The corpse came to a sudden halt and paused for a moment before taking huge strides towards the white-robed cultivator. It stood beside the latter and glared at Su Zimo murderously. By now, the wounds inflicted by the killing formation had already formed scabs and were no longer bleeding. "Senior Brother Li, this is Su Zimo." Jun Hao commented hurriedly, "He's the one who injured your battle corpse." The killing formation outside the stone chamber was also set up by him. The white-robed cultivator did not say anything and merely glared at Su Zimo with a grim expression. Indifferently, Su Zimo said, "One of the 5 heretical doctrines, corpse refinement cult." After entering the depths of the ancient battlefield, he gained a good understanding of the various factions on Tianhuang mainland thanks to Tang Yu and the others. As such, he recognized the white-robed cultivator's background instantly. Corpse refinement cult cultivators were extremely recognizable as they would always bring along a battle corpse that they refined using their sect's secret skills to fight for them. Looking at the white-robed cultivator, Su Zimo asked with a fake smile, "Since you were bragging about how strong you were earlier on, why didn't you go take on the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island beneath the human emperor's palace?" The white-robed cultivator's expression turned terrible. Naturally, he wanted to fight for the human emperor's inheritance when the human emperor's palace appeared as well. His battle corpse was invincible against weapons and could not be damaged by water or fire. In terms of strength, it was no weaker than 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. However, corpse refinement cult cultivators had a fatal weakness. Compared to their mighty battle corpses, they were not strong. If they lost the protection of their battle corpse, they would most definitely die against 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Paragons from all over the place were gathered beneath the human emperor's palace. Needless to think, it would definitely be an unprecedented battle royal. There was no way his battle corps would be able to protect him entirely in that sort of battle royal, and it would be hard for him to survive. After hesitating for a long time, the white-robed cultivator decided to give up on the human emperor's palace. Later on, it was proven that his decision was the right one as well. It was said that almost half the paragons who fought in that blooded battle beneath the human emperor's palace were dead, and most of them were crippled. It was extremely tragic. The white-robed cultivator harumphed coldly. It was a battle royal beneath the human emperor's palace. If it was a one-on-one battle, the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island might not be my match.
Oh?
Su Zimo raised his brow.
Who are you? What sect are you from?
The white-robed cultivator asked instead.
Jun Hao explained hurriedly, "Don't worry, Senior Brother Li, this is merely a disciple of a small sect in the Great Zhou dynasty. He has no backing, and he was merely at Fur Meridian Foundation establishment half a year ago. Compared to factions such as super sects and the 5 heretical doctrines, Ethereal Peak could truly only be considered as a small sect." The white-robed cultivator frowned slightly when he heard Jun Hao's words. If this guy was at Fur Meridian Foundation establishment half a year ago, even if he had heavenly-defying cultivation speed and made use of the Meridian unlocking elixir, he would only be at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment at best. In the worst-case scenario, even if he was at 8 Meridian Foundation establishment, so what? This was someone from a small sect without any backing. The foundations of small sects were not strong, and they had limited secret skills. How strong could this guy be? Could he have judged wrongly? Gradually, the white-robed cultivator's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. "Go, check out the skills of this fellow Daoist." The corpse acknowledged by roaring with a torrential aura before chairing over in huge strides. Compared to the tall and mighty corpse, Su Zimo could be considered as a thin weakling. It seemed as though he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single push of the corpse's finger. However, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged, and he merely smiled against the incoming corpse. Clang! Unknowingly, a blood-colored saber had already appeared in his hands. The saber trembled with a torrential blood chi. "Test my skills?" With a razor-sharp gaze, Su Zimo said coolly, "Test it with your life." Boom! Before his words were finished, Su Zimo had already made a huge stride. The moment his stride landed, a series of dense cracks appeared on the ground beneath him. In a split second, the entire place shook and the cave abode quaked violently. Dust filled the place continuously, and it seemed like the cave could topple at any moment. Everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat. Su Zimo channeled his spirit energy, and instantly, the spirit sea in his dantian surged and created terrifying waves. One after another, spirit meridians shone brightly beneath his green robes as spirit energy surged rampantly. 8 Meridian Foundation establishment! Jun Hao and Sai Yutan were astonished as they exclaimed. Swoosh! Su Zimo slashed out and a blood beam expanded, landing on the head of the corpse like a blazing blood sun. The corpse could not dodge in time and could only tilt its head slightly. Phut! Blood Quencher sliced down along the corpse's shoulder and cut downwards heavily. Its blade let out a jarring sound as it sliced through the muscles and bones, as though it was cutting a metallic object. Gooey, filthy blood gushed out. That slash almost cut the corpse into 2 halves. Blood Quencher only slowed down in its tracks after cutting into the corpse's chest. After it was blocked by Blood Quencher, the corpse could barely advance. Although Su Zimo seemed frail and skinny, a casual slash from him was enough to send forth a shuddering power that even the corpse that was invulnerable against weapons, water, and fire could not withstand. The white-robed cultivator's expression turned paler as his figure swayed for a moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470 Hermite Sludge. Chapter 470 Hermite Sludge. In Chenhuang mainland, be it the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects or 6 Buddhist sects, there were extremely few sects that managed to pass on their legacies and remain standing from the ancient era till now. Among them, countless top factions were drowned in the sands of time, leaving behind nothing but ruins and legends. Corpse Refinement Cult was one of the rare few super sects that managed to survive from the ancient era till now. Legend in the cultivation world even has it that the roots of Corpse Refinement Cult can be traced back to the primordial era, the brutish period of time where the thousands of races reigned and humans were weak and enslaved. There were countless secret skills in Corpse Refinement Cult, and within them, there was even an ancient supreme sutra called the Corpse Classic. The Corpse Classic contained many secret skills, even the descriptions for the method of cultivating a battle corpse alone were plenty. Battle corpses were also graded by levels: Iron Corpse, Bronze Corpse, Silver Corpse, Golden Corpse. For Foundation Establishment cultivators and Golden Cores of Corpse Refinement Cult, they could only refine Iron Corpses. Bronze Corpses required Corpse Refinement Cult cultivators to be of nascent soul realm and to cultivate an essence spirit before they could be refined. For each battle corpses, the deeper the color, the more power they possessed and the stronger they were. The power of the white-robed cultivator's battle corpse was enough to fight against 8 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators. Furthermore, the battle corpse was not only invulnerable to weapons, water and fire, it even possessed poison. Even 8 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators won't be able to injure the core of the battle corpse. There was no way the white-robed cultivator would have expected a seemingly delicate cultivator to nearly slice his battle corpse into half with a single casual slash. How terrifying was that strength? A trace of panic flickered through the white-robed cultivator's slightly bulged eyes. Immediately, as though he made some sort of a resolve, the white-robed cultivator conjured hand seals and channeled a secret skill of his sect. Biting his tongue gently, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood that spilled onto the battle corpse's wounds. "Heal!" The white-robed cultivator shouted softly. Instantly, the frightening injury on the battle corpse started healing at a visible speed as greenish-black meat grew and intertwined together. The battle corpse roared with immense ferocity. At the same time, the aura of the white-robed cultivator turned extremely weak and his gaze dimmed. Swaying to one side, he seemed like he could collapse at any moment. He slapped his storage bag and took out an elixir before swallowing it. It was only then that he recovered some vitality. It was clearly a secret skill similar to blood escape. By sacrificing his body's vitality, he repaired the battle corpse's wounds and triggered it to produce even greater combat strength. The battle corpse reached out with its hands and grabbed Blood Quencher's blade. Blood Quencher was drowned by the endless filthy blood as it was stuck in the battle corpse's body. Gradually, the light on its blade dimmed. Harumphing coldly, Suzimo withdrew his saber with strength. The battle corpse chose to let the blade slice its palms than to relinquish its grip. Furthermore, it even lunged forward with the momentum, spitting out a ball of oily green smoke that was extremely nauseating. "Watch out!" Ji Yaoshue warned from within the stone chamber. Earlier on, the corpse's smoke had already destroyed her supreme-grade flying sword. Not only that, the corpse even opened its mouth and bared its bloody fangs, biting towards Suzimo's neck like a wild beast. Suzimo frowned and released his Blood Quencher before retreating. It wasn't because he was afraid of the smoke and those fangs, the corpse was truly way too disgusting that Suzimo did not wish to touch it with his hands. Suzimo's retreat revealed an opening in the tunnel momentarily. The eyes of the white-robed cultivator lit up. In truth, he had already thought of retreating the moment Suzimo attacked with the slash earlier on. While it was meant for the corpse, he knew that he wouldn't be able to survive that attack even if he had 10 lives. When he saw Suzimo dodge to the side, the white-robed cultivator moved in a flash and sped towards the tunnel since he was unwilling to battle. Suzimo's eyes flashed with mockery when he saw that. Swiping his storage bag, a huge squarish golden seal appeared in his palms. The Carnate Spirit Weapon, Coiling Dragon Seal. It was extremely easy for Suzimo to kill this Corpse Refinement Cult cultivator. As long as he channeled his bloodline and made use of his spirit wings together with Divine Steed Fleeting, he would be able to wrap around the battle corpse and strike that person to death. However, earlier on, Suzimo had a thought and recalled this treasure he had just obtained. He was also curious as to how powerful the legendary Carnate Spirit weapons were, let alone one that was given to him by the human emperor. "Go!" Tossing the coiling dragon seal upwards, he pointed, and a stream of spirit energy was injected into it from his finger. The coiling dragon seal expanded rapidly and shone with a golden radiance. Hovering in mid-air like a blazing sun, it was bedazzling and let out a shuddering aura, exuding endless might. The feral battle corpse suddenly seemed as pathetic as an ant against the coiling dragon seal. The coiling dragon seal descended rapidly. Boom! A loud bang sounded when it rammed against the battle corpse's head. Crack! 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 Right after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The coiling dragon seal merely paused for a brief moment before continuing down. With a thud, the battle corpse that was a full 10 feet tall was crushed into a pile of foul-smelling meat sludge by the coiling dragon seal, spreading all over the ground without any body left. The white-robed cultivator was about to rush into the tunnel when a blindingly bright seal crashed down, blocking the exit. He spun around hurriedly and a pile of meat sludge splattered onto his pale face. The white-robed cultivator's eyes were widened and his mind went blank, almost shocked silly. In the cultivation world, anyone who wanted to defeat corpse refinement cultivators had to try their best to avoid the battle corpse while attacking the actual cultivator. That was because the battle corpses were the indestructible weapons of corpse refinement cultivators. Nobody within the same cultivation realm could defeat their battle corpses. If anyone was embroiled in a battle against their battle corpses and could not get out, they would either end up being killed or exhausted to their deaths. That was because battle corpses did not know fatigue. Even if they were completely injured, their strength would not diminish. However, it was different for cultivators. Humans had a limit to their stamina. The white-robed cultivator had cultivated for dozens of years and had been through endless battles against various paragons. However, he had never come across anyone that fought as fiercely as Suzumo. Notwithstanding the fact that Suzumo was fighting the corpse itself, he even almost managed to slice it into two with the first attack. Right after, he even turned the battle corpse into a pile of meat sludge with the second attack. Things had ended just like that. The white-robed cultivator was stunned at the moment. A deathly silence filled the air. Initially, Junhao and Sai Yutang wanted to attack Suzumo together with the battle corpse. But now, they were rooted silly to the spot, the corners of their eyes twitching and their bodies trembling slightly. That was a carnate spirit weapon. The two of them could clearly see that the huge golden seal that Suzumo summoned at the end shone with 6 spirit patterns. It was obvious that it was a carnate spirit weapon. The deadly poison chi within the battle corpse's flesh was filthy and could destroy weapons and Dharma treasures. Even Ji Yoshua's supreme-grade flying sword could not escape the fate of being destroyed. But now, the light on the golden seal did not diminish at all even when it was tainted by the battle corpse's blood and flesh. In fact, it shone more intensely, exuding the dominance of an emperor that looked down on the world. A deep look of envy filled Junhao's eyes. I can be as domineering as that if I get my hands on that treasure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471, All Dead. Chapter 471, All Dead. Suzumo's expression changed slightly. The might of the coiling dragon seal had exceeded his expectations. The power that was released was enough to threaten an early-stage golden core. More importantly, an Foundation establishment cultivator's Dantian was still in the form of a spirit sea and had yet to form a core. Only golden cores could release the true might of carnate spirit weapons. Suzumo was looking forward to how amazing the coiling dragon seal would be at that time. There was a squeaking sound. The stone doors opened and Ji Yaoshue came forth. Their eyes met. Suzumo smiled and nodded, reassuring her. Instantly, Ji Yaoshue blushed and pursed a smile in return. Suzumo beckoned gently and the coiling dragon seal shrank into a small, intricate seal before turning into a streak of light that returned to his storage bag. Walking slowly to the exit of the tunnel, he pushed down with his ankle and his blood quencher returned to his palm. Throughout the entire process, the white-robed cultivator, Junhao and Sai Yutang did not dare to move at all and kept quiet out of fear. Every single action and gaze of Su Zimo caused the three of them to feel immense pressure. Their hearts raced fiercely, as if they could die at any moment. This was an almost invincible aura. Their gazes flickered and their minds were bothered by the same thought. How should they escape? The coiling dragon seal did not merely suppress a battle corpse, but also the final bit of determination in the three of them to want to retaliate. The white-robed cultivator was the first to speak. A rare smile was squeezed out of his dreadfully glum face as he cupped his fists. "Fellow Daoist, you are truly strong. I'm very impressed. I'm nothing compared to you. You're someone who can even suppress the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island." Su Zimo looked at the white-robed cultivator with a fake smile. Bearing an awkward expression, the white-robed cultivator forced a chuckle. "You're joking, fellow Daoist. You're the one who's able to suppress the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island with your skills. I'm far inferior." Su Zimo did not reply and waved his saber. Instantly, Blood Quencher shot forth with a murderous blood beam once more. Blood Quencher was a perfect spirit weapon that was infused with Su Zimo's blood after all. Although it was tainted by the battle corpse's filthy blood, its sharpness could not be hidden. Sensing Su Zimo's killing intent, the white-robed cultivator's heart skipped a beat as he remarked hurriedly, "You can't kill me." "Oh?" Su Zimo uttered without raising his head. Composing himself, the white-robed cultivator said in a deep voice, "You should know the status of corpse refinement cult in Qianhuang mainland. If you kill me, you'll be hunted down by the sect." "Huh? Even if I kill you, who would know?" Su Zimo smiled gently. The white-robed cultivator was speechless. On the other hand, Jun Hao and Sai Yutang felt a chilling intent. In other words, what Su Zimo meant was that he was going to kill them all. After killing the three of them, news of this would never ever be spread. There was something else that Su Zimo kept to himself. "Corpse refinement cult? I've even killed quite a few paragons from the Immortal, Fiend, and Buddhist sects. You're just one of them." Clang! The blade shuddered and a startling blood beam flashed. When Su Zimo attacked once more, the gigantic blade seemed extremely agile in his hands. His slash forward caused ripples in the void. The white-robed cultivator's expression changed starkly. While that slash did not seem fast, there was an inescapable feeling to it. For corpse refinement cult cultivators, losing their battle corpses was as good as losing half of their combat strength. He could not deal with the terrifying saber technique of the Saber Emperor's Sea Calming Manual. A single moment of distraction and he felt his throat go cold, followed by a ripping pain. A red scar appeared on his throat, turning bigger and more defined. The next moment, a blood mist spewed out. "Ee!" A strange sound came from the depths of the white-robed cultivator's throat as he let out an indignant expression. Collapsing stiffly forward, the light in his eyes dimmed without any life. His throat was slit with a single slash. After killing the corpse refinement cult cultivator, Su Zimo turned around and walked towards Jun Hao and Sai Yutang without hesitation. It was the idea of Jun Hao and the others. I had no choice as well. That's why I chose the wrong path. When he saw that the situation was amiss, Sai Yutang knelt on the ground with a thud. His hand was placed seemingly casually on his storage bag as he bawled without a single shred of dignity as a cultivator. Wiping his snot, Sai Yutang said with a quivering voice, "Fellow Daoisu, please give me a chance." Sai Yutang did not have any bit of pity at all towards a fence-sitter like Sai Yutang. Today, this man could kneel down and cry before him in order to survive. Tomorrow, this man could stab him in the back instead. Arriving before Sai Yutang, Su Zimo looked down and replied indifferently, "At times, once you choose the wrong path, there's no way back." Sai Yutang's final hope was dashed after hearing Su Zimo's reply. His hand was still on his storage bag. But now, a dagger with a cold glint had suddenly appeared in his palms. Sai Yutang's sobs came to a stop as his expression darkened. With a venomous gaze, he said coldly, "Since you won't allow me to live, I'll kill you first." Grabbing his dagger, Sai Yutang stabbed towards Su Zimo's chest. This was a complete ambush. However, his thoughts could not escape from Su Zimo's spirit perception. The moment Sai Yutang stood up, Su Zimo's palm descended from above and landed heavily on the former's head. Piak! As though it was tofu, Sai Yutang's head was splattered and he died on the spot without a single word. The moment Sai Yutang attacked, Jun Hao made up his mind and channeled his spirit energy with all his might as well. In a flash, 7 spirit meridians lit up as he charged towards Ji Yaoxue, who was at the entrance of the stone chamber. Right now, she was his only shot at living. As long as he could hold her hostage, he could talk terms with Su Zimo. As Jun Hao charged, he realized that Ji Yaoxue was motionless and merely looked at him quietly. There was a trace of mockery and pity in her eyes. All of a sudden, from the side of his eyes, Jun Hao caught sight of a bloodlight shooting towards him at lightning speed. It crackled and was shuddering. The moment Sai Yutang attacked, Su Zimo flung out his blood quencher. Jun Hao did not have time to react and merely caught sight of the scarlet flash. Right after, an immense pain came from beneath his ribs as he was sent flying by a powerful impact. Clang! Su Zimo's blood quencher cut through Jun Hao and pinned the latter tightly against the stone walls. The impact was immensely strong and the saber was still shaking after embedding itself in the stone walls. Jun Hao's eyes and mouth were widened as fresh blood gushed out uncontrollably. The saber had not only penetrated his body, but also destroyed his organs and cut off his life. You? Raising his arm with much struggle, Jun Hao pointed at Su Zimo, as if he wanted to say something. After a momentary pause, his head tilted to the side and he died with opened eyes. In less than 10 minutes, all 3 of them were dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 72, Stir on Tianhuang Mainland. Chapter for 72, Stir on Tianhuang Mainland. Zimo, you've saved me once more. Ji Yaoxue beamed brightly and quipped, I won't be able to clear my debt to you in this lifetime. Su Zimo smiled as well. There's no need to speak of such things between us. 8 Meridian Foundation Establishment. Seems like you've gotten quite a bit of opportunities in the depths of the ancient battlefield. Indeed, I've gotten some. It had to be said that Su Zimo had truly benefited way too much in this ancient battlefield expedition. Notwithstanding the inheritances and treasures, his cultivation realm gained through this 1 year in the ancient battlefield was already enough to make up for dozens of years of cultivation on Tianhuang mainland. Suddenly, Ji Yaoxue's expression changed as she asked, Xiaoning and the others. Su Zimo's group had 6 people when they left. Now that he was the only one who returned, Ji Yaoxue had a bad feeling about things. Don't worry. Su Zimo waved his hand. All of them received their own opportunities and joined some older and more powerful sects. In fact, some of them might have already left the Tianhuang North region. Xiaoning's Elixir Yang sect was located far away in the middle continent. Tianhuang mainland was boundless and vast. If a foundation establishment cultivator wanted to travel from the North region to the middle continent, they would have to be on the road day and night for dozens of years even without resting. That was also without taking into account the possible dangers they might encounter along the way. In reality, it was something that was difficult even for Golden Cause too. Only nascent souls could protect themselves well enough to attempt to travel out from the North region and roam everywhere. It was likely impossible for the siblings to meet one another in the near future after this separation. That was the reason why Su Zimo wanted Night Spirit to stay by Xiaoning's side and look after her. As for Little Fatty, Lung Ru, Ji Chengqian and Shi Jian, they were worlds apart as well. It was unknown if he would still have the chance to meet them in this lifetime. At that thought, Su Zimo could not help but feel slightly emotional and wistful. Zimo, you're still worried about Blood Crow Palace taking revenge, right? Ji Yaoxue was extremely smart and after slight contemplation, she understood why everyone went their separate ways. Su Zimo had killed the young master of the Blood Crow Palace and even nearly caused the palace lord himself to die in the primordial ruins. The feud between him and them was already irreconcilable. That day, in the palace, right under the nose of the Emperor of Great Jew, the Blood Crow King declared that all the disciples of Ethereal Peak would be buried along with the young master. It was obvious how arrogant he was and the amount of backing he had. While it might be a huge calamity for Su Zimo personally, it was also one for Ethereal Peak. Everyone else of Ethereal Peak could leave, but not him. To turn his back and leave after creating such a mess, leaving Ethereal Peak and his eldest brother, Su Hong, in the territory of the Great Jew dynasty without any care. That was something that Su Zimo's heart would not allow. Zimo, don't worry. I'll help you plead for mercy with father. Worried that Su Zimo might not take her words for real, Ji Yaoshue continued, if the Blood Crow Palace truly dares to do anything outrageous, the Great Jew dynasty will definitely not sit by idly and watch. Yes. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. In reality, he knew and could read the situation clearer than anyone. The attitude of the Emperor of Great Jew towards the Blood Crow King at the sect competition had already made many things clear. Even the Great Jew dynasty was wary of the Blood Crow Palace's lord. Or rather, it was cautious of the witch race behind it, one of the primordial 9 races. It was almost hopeless to think that the Great Jew dynasty would interfere in the matter. Yaoshue, prepare yourself. We'll head to the teleportation spot and return to the Great Jew dynasty. All right. With the year in the ancient battlefield about to end, many cultivators were returning to Qianhuang mainland. Some were ecstatic while some were worried. Some cultivators even had a surreal feeling of escaping a great calamity. They could only heal the trauma in their hearts gradually after returning to their sects in Qianhuang mainland. Right after, heavy news started spreading through the super sects of the cultivation world, akin to gigantic boulders tossed into the middle of lakes and creating massive waves. After 1,000 years, the Saber Emperor's inheritance was obtained by a cultivator and the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea vanished. Right, more than 100 cultivators of Poison Sect were killed by a single person and even Malevolent Earth Sect and Glass Palace were implicated. How savage! Who is he? What sect or faction is he from? I got no idea. He didn't wear a sect badge. Some say that he's a meek scholar while others say that he looks menacing. Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect received the news almost instantly and their sect masters were enraged. Both sects sent out multiple cultivators to scout out news of that cultivator's background and location. Before the various sects managed to digest that news, an even more shocking piece of news was spread, causing a shock for the super sects and sending a wave across the entire cultivation world. The Human Emperor's Palace appeared. The successor of Divine Phoenix Island appeared at the Human Emperor's Palace and fought against all the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects together. The paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects worked together. Fufu, Divine Phoenix Island's successor, sure is unlucky. He must have died without even a corpse left. Who managed to obtain the Human Emperor's inheritance in the end? That's where you're wrong. He suppressed all the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sect single-handedly, and it was an extremely tragic and shocking battle. What? What did you say? The paragons of Azura Sect, Heaven Azura Sect, Purple Firmament Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, Clear Wind Temple, Illusion Fiend Cult and Formless Monastery are all dead. While the paragons of the other sects managed to survive and escape, some of them had their arms and roots crippled and it would be tough for them to shine in the future. The elders of the various sects received the news at almost the same time and were in shock and disbelief. What about the sealers? There were more than 10 sealers from the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects together. Are they all trashes? As Golden Cause, can't any of them kill a single Foundation establishment cultivator? Even when 5 sealers joined forces, they failed and died with regrets. Pust! Even sealers failed despite working together? The right hand of Divine Phoenix Island's successor is made from a Divine Phoenix bone and possess an immense might. He was severely injured together with the Fiend sect's Pure Maiden and they entered the Human Emperor's Palace at the same time. Their fates are currently unknown. The elders went silent when they heard that. A long time later, someone sighed deeply. It's a monster incarnate. I don't think it's exaggerated to claim that he's the #1 monster incarnate ever since the ancient times. At the same time, in an unknown location in the middle continent, an ancient-looking palace stood erected. A rosy-cheeked old man with a white crown and long robe stood in front of the palace entrance, with one hand behind his back. His other hand was in front of him and his fingers were twitching. There was a grey fog that veiled his eyes, making him seem extremely mysterious. "Old man, have you divined anything?" Behind the old man was a grey-robed man who was slightly plump and had a pale, beardless fan. Holding a folding fan, he asked anxiously. If Su Zimo was here, he would have recognized that this was Lin Xuanji, whom he had encountered by chance at the primordial ruins. The old man in front was the storyteller back in the capital of Great Ju. A long time later, the haze disappeared from the old man's eyes as he frowned while shaking his head. It's true that the human emperor's palace appeared. However, I didn't manage to divine any news of that lad. Strange. Does Divine Phoenix Island truly have such a monster incarnate? The two of them exchanged glances, feeling that there was something odd about this. Sucking his lips, the old man replied, "No matter what, the appearance of the human emperor's palace proves that this is going to be a golden era with countless paragons and monster incarnates created. It's very likely that we'll have a situation similar to the ancient era with multiple emperors arising. Of course, with that, there will also be unimaginable trouble. Let's just wait and see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 473, Arrival of the Storm. Chapter 473, Arrival of the Storm. Deep in the night, in the Great Ju dynasty. With a bang, a bedazzling column of light lit up in the depths of the palace. Bursting into the skies, it filled the night skies with a resplendent luminescence, attracting countless glares. The geniuses who entered the ancient battlefield have returned. That's right. I wonder how many of the 50 managed to survive. There should be a third of them at the very least. The geniuses selected by the 5 major sects aren't weak. Ethereal peaks Xianyi and Liu Hui, iridescent clouds palaces perfected being Kenglang, and many other golden cores stood around the column of light expectantly, preparing to await their returning disciples. If nothing went wrong, these cultivators that returned alive from the ancient battlefield would end up being the supports of their sects in the future. The Emperor of Great Ju stood right at the front with a grim expression. A flicker of worry would appear in the depths of his eyes from time to time. Gradually, 2 figures appeared in the middle of the column of light. As time passed by, the 2 figures became increasingly clear. It was Su Zimo and Ji Yaoxue who had returned. The Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. He was relieved as long as Ji Yaoxue was fine. But immediately after, he frowned and thought to himself, there's only the 2 of them? Although the ancient battlefield was a dangerous place, at least 7 people or so managed to return in previous worst-case scenarios. Now that only 2 of them returned, it was not hard to guess that something big must have happened in the ancient battlefield. Xianyi and Liu Hui did not have smiles on their faces when they saw that Su Zimo was fine. On the one hand, it was because they were worried about the safety of Ji Chengqian and the others. On the other hand, while it was a good thing that Su Zimo was alive, it may not have been the best choice for him to return to the Great Ju dynasty. Apart from Ethereal Peak, the golden cores of the other sects looked extremely grim as they strode forward with huge frowns. Perfected being Yunshan of Southern Mountain sect cupped his fists slightly. "Mr. Mo, my disciple, Shijian, is a little foolish and isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Did he meet with any accidents?" "No, he was selected by one of the 5 heretical doctrines, Puppet Sect, and left together with them." Su Zimo shook his head. It's good that he's all right. It's his opportunity to be selected by one of the super sects. How rare, how rare. Perfected being Yunshan nodded his head in gratification. For the sects of the Great Ju dynasty, super sects such as the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, and for unorthodox groups, were insurmountable mountains. If a disciple of their sect managed to join them, it would be an enormous feat and those sects could not be any happier. For example, with their connection to Shijian, Southern Mountain sect would most likely have the massive backing of Puppet Sect in the future. What happened in there? Why are you two the only ones who have returned? Where are the others? Liang Mao is my personal disciple and he was the number 2 of the talisman ranking. His strength is decent and he has a careful nature, there's no way he could have died. Mr. Mo, did my disciple manage to obtain any opportunities? Many golden cores glared at Su Zimo, asking repeatedly with threatening gazes. Su Zimo frowned with a look of impatience. Everyone, please be silent. Ji Yaoxue stood forward and gestured for silence with both hands. Although she was only a princess, her gesture already possessed the dignity of the royal family. The crowd instantly went silent. In an unhurried manner, Ji Yaoxue recounted the events in the ancient battlefield, including Jun Hao's true identity, Jiang Yu's betrayal and Sai Yutang's choice. Everyone was startled and speechless. Nobody expected that this ancient battlefield expedition would have met with such immense dangers. Perfected being Kang Lang's expression was grim as he narrowed his gaze and sneered, "This is only your side of the story. Who knows if you had conspired with Su Zimo to kill my disciple, Sai Yutang? Kang Lang, are you suspecting my daughter?" The emperor turned slightly and glared at Perfected being Kang Lang expressionlessly. I wouldn't dare to." Chuckling, Perfected being Kang Lang looked at Su Zimo deeply and said in a cold voice, "Lad, don't think that you've got the rights to stand shoulder to shoulder with me just because you know how to refine weapons. The grudges between us will have to be settled sooner or later, wait and see." With that, Perfected being Kang Lang laughed sinisterly and left the hall. The other cultivators gradually as well after seeing that they wouldn't be able to obtain any news from the two of them. "Take care." Su Zimo bid farewell to Ji Yaoxue. "You too." Ji Yaoxue's head was slightly lowered and her eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. Su Zimo left the palace together with Liu Hui and Xian Yi. Along with Nian Qi of Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop, they boarded a spirit vessel and sped in the direction of Ethereal Peak. A long time after Su Zimo left, Ji Yaoxue was still standing on the spot gazing in the direction he left in, unwilling to leave. The emperor said softly, "Shui, although that man is a rare paragon, it's best for you to not have any contact with him." Ji Yaoxue's heart sank when she heard the emperor's tone. Be it Ethereal Peak or Su Zimo, they are most likely doomed against the impending calamity. After traveling for more than half a month, the four of them finally returned to Ethereal Peak. Ever since that battle at Dongling Valley, Su Zimo had left the sect for many years. Now that he had returned once more, he felt deeply emotional. Nian Qi was curious and surveyed the place intently. The four of them stopped instinctively as they arrived at the tall peak in front of the mountain. Back then, this was where Wen Xian and Xian Yi accepted Su Zimo into Ethereal Peak. The memories were fresh as yesterday. Liu Hui remarked, "It's a pity that Wen Xian couldn't wait till you've returned." "No matter. If Wen Xian knows of your current achievements in the afterlife, he'll definitely feel comforted as well." Xian Yi patted Su Zimo on the shoulder encouragingly with a smile. "All right, go take a look around the sect and catch up with everyone. Thereafter, go into seclusion as soon as you can." Xian Yi gazed at the distance with a grim expression as he murmured softly, "I've got a premonition that a storm is about to arrive." Upon returning to Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo visited the disheveled old man first. Thereafter, he visited the sect master and recounted some of the events of the ancient battlefield. In that period of time, Little Crane came over and chirped repeatedly with extreme joy. After not seeing one another for many years, the man and beast were not distant at all and got along like before. Monkey and the spirit tiger had not returned still and their locations and fates were unknown. Senior Crane had already been in seclusion for a year and nothing had happened still. She was the true pillar of support for Ethereal Peak, and if anything happened to her, Ethereal Peak would be destroyed by the impending storm. Su Zimo took a spin around the sect before heading to seclusion. Right now, he was already at the peak of 8 Meridian Foundation establishment. His aim of entering seclusion was to unlock his 9th Spirit Meridian and become a 9 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. This was an extremely important step that would affect his cultivation path in the future. The firmer his foundation, the better the quality of his condensed golden core, and the stronger the golden core phenomenon he would be able to comprehend and obtain. At Extreme Foundation Establishment Realm, Su Zimo's combat strength would also increase in folds. Similarly, he could sense the incoming danger. The only way to tide through the impending storm was by trying his best to raise his cultivation realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 474, Crisis. Chapter 474, Crisis. Northwest corner of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Black Crow Mountain. Deep in the forest, in a sinisterly dark area, a blood-stained palace was erected. This day, a piece of news arrived. Master Su Zimo has returned from the ancient battlefield and has arrived at Ethereal Peak. All right. A blood-robed middle-aged man opened his eyes. They shone with a sinister faint green hue as he said coldly, "I want nothing in the radius of 50 kilometers around Ethereal Peak to remain alive." His voice was extremely chilling and spread to every single corner of Black Crow Mountain. Countless blood crows flew out from Black Crow Mountain, shrieking as they swarmed the skies with their sheer numbers and flew towards Ethereal Peak. 2 days later, Iridescent Cloud's Palace. An order was sent forth that mobilized the sect. Wage war against Ethereal Peak. Throughout the years, all the sects in the territory of Great Zhou had harbored coveting thoughts towards Ethereal Peak, Iridescent Cloud's Palace included. Everyone knew that the arrival of the order meant that Iridescent Cloud's Palace was absolutely confident. It was extremely likely that for this battle, a Void Reversion Dao being, Iridescent Cloud's Palace's founder master, would appear. Perfected being Keng Lang could not help but roar in laughter. Su Zimo, oh, Su Zimo. Even if you manage to cultivate and join Ethereal Peak, so what? At the end of the day, you still can't escape death. Almost at the same time, news spread within True Fire Sect that the sect master was leading an army to wage war against Ethereal Peak. True Fire Sect's elder, Sima Ji, clenched his fists tightly. He laughed endlessly in a cold manner and sneered, "I finally waited for this day. Su Zimo, you killed my disciple and shamed me at the sect competition. I'm going to turn you into ashes." Not long after, many cultivators of Southern Mountain Sect were mobilized. Azure Frost Sect. A few golden cores stood together. Among them was Ji Yaoshua's previous master, perfected being Yi Ning, who had appeared at the sect competition. She sighed after hearing the news of everything outside. Actually, this was a situation that everyone had predicted long ago. Ever since the death of Ethereal Peak's founder master, they were already weakened and their only support was an aging demon beast. The foundation of Ethereal Peak was stronger than the other 4 major sects and they had been established for a long time. Everyone was coveting the countless treasures and secret skills in their sect. Prior to this, the reason why the other sects did not dare to act recklessly was because they were wary of the old immortal crane that was at Void Reversion Realm. Each of the 5 major sects had a Void Reversion expert holding the fort and maintaining the balance. However, all the golden cores and nascent souls of the sects knew that once the old immortal crane was at the end of her lifespan, the balance would be broken and that would be the moment of Ethereal Peak's annihilation. Normally speaking, the other major sects would wait for dozens of years more. But now, with Blood Crow Palace leading the fight, apart from Iridescent Cloud's Palace, True Fire Sect and Southern Mountain Sect, there would be other sects and cultivators coming forth to Ethereal Peak to take advantage of the situation. It was most likely the same for perfected being Yi Ning's Azure Frost Sect. Everyone kicks a man who is down. She sighed gently. She could not help but feel regret when she recalled the scholarly green-robed cultivator at the sect competition. Within 10 days, all the sects within the territory of Great Zhou heard about this and moved one after another. Their target was Ethereal Peak. So what if you're the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou? At the end of the day, you're just doing it for all of us. Notwithstanding the secret skills of Ethereal Peak, there are countless high-grade spirit weapons in Mr. Mo's possession alone. Instantly, the world was moving. Ethereal Peak. Hundreds of golden cores stood in Ethereal Palace, most of them discussing in hushed whispers with grim expressions. Sect Master Ling Yun sat in the middle of everyone, his eyes were closed and he was expressionless.
Reporting in, Sect Master.
A golden core strode hastily into the hall and said deeply, some blood-eyed crows have suddenly appeared in the forest outside the sect and more are gathering.
Got it.
Sect Master Ling Yun replied indifferently, he did not open his eyes still. The hearts of many golden cores skipped a beat as they thought to themselves, it's coming. At the end of the day, they could not avoid this crisis still. Initially, this crisis would take another dozens of years to arrive with the backing of the old immortal Crane. However, nobody expected that something would change in this period of time. By some freak accident, Su Zimo was embroiled in an irreconcilable feud with Blood Crow Palace's lord, and that resulted in the situation today. It's all Su Zimo's fault. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have made enemies with a sect as strong as Blood Crow Palace. Finally, a golden core could not help but bark with a grim expression.
That's right.
Someone else declared, Sect Master, let's just hand over Su Zimo. Perhaps it might help to quell the anger of Blood Crow Palace.
That's correct.
Why should Ethereal Peak die together for Su Zimo's feud? The voices of dissent were growing louder in the hall and many golden cores were moved.
Bullsh*T.
The disheveled old man could not help but curse as he blew at his beard with widened eyes. Pointing at the golden cores who spoke, he shouted, how dare you have the cheek to speak of such words? Do you think that we wouldn't have a feud with Blood Crow Palace if Su Zimo wasn't here? Who was the one who killed so many cultivators of our sect in the battle at Dongling Valley?
Who was the one who killed Peak Master Wen Xian?
The disheveled old man's question caused everyone to go silent. The few golden cores who spoke at the start were quiet as well. Loudly, the disheveled old man hollered, everything else aside, if not for Su Zimo, all our disciples at Dongling Valley would have died in the battle. Instead, you guys are talking about his great deed like it was a mistake. Have your consciences been eaten up by dogs? The disheveled old man's angry scolding reverberated in the hall deafeningly. Chen Yi stood up and said grimly, additionally, back at the sect competition, if Su Zimo hadn't held the fort, Ethereal Peak would have been thoroughly shamed and turned into a joke of the cultivation world of Great Jew. Countless people would be disheartened if we hand over a disciple as such. That's enough. Opening his eyes, Sect Master Ling Yun said calmly, even if Su Zimo did not contribute as he did and was merely an ordinary disciple of Ethereal Peak, there's no way we will cast him out. Ethereal Peak wouldn't have survived till this day if we sacrificed our disciples for the sake of survival. At the same time, I'm not able to do something like that either. Everyone has their ambitions, and those who want to leave the sect, do it now. I won't stop you. Sect Master Ling Yun swept his gaze across the crowd. Some cultivators cut their fists and left one after another, but even more chose to stay. Among the crowd, an outstanding girl with withered, yellow hair stood. She smiled gently upon seeing everything unfold and her eyes were bright and moving. Previously, Nian Qi accompanied Su Zimo back to Ethereal Peak and had been listening and observing in secret ever since. She wandered everywhere and had no home since she was young. As such, it was hard for her to trust people. Towards such a foreign environment and these new people, she was conflicted and resistant. However, she did not dare to bother Su Zimo since he was in seclusion. Yet, as time passed by, her impression of this sect gradually changed. There was a group of lovely cultivators within, and there were also righteous people. At that moment, after she heard the words of Sect Master Ling Yun, Nian Qi made up her mind that she was going to stay in Ethereal Peak from now on, never forsaking it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 475, Ignition of the Great Battle. Chapter 475, Ignition of the Great Battle. There were more blood crows gathered at the forest outside, circling above Ethereal Peak in an orderly manner. They formed a gigantic black vortex that covered the skies, like thunderclouds that flickered with scarlet glints. It was extremely pressuring. Darkness fell on Ethereal Peak and it has been 3 days since they saw sunlight. This day, dust billowed from far away followed by a torrential killing intent. the army of cultivators from Blood Crow Palace had arrived. For the past few years, Blood Crow Palace's influence had been expanding, and they took over all the sects in the vicinity and grew at a rapid pace. By now, they were as good as a sixth major sect. Coupled with the cruel methods of Blood Crow Palace's lord and his heavenly-defying combat strength, many itinerant cultivators submitted to him one after another. Blood Crow Palace's current strength had already surpassed the 5 major sects. Leaping into the skies, Ethereal Peak's master, Ling Yun, gazed over with a grim expression. The army from Blood Crow Palace was densely packed, and there were 10,000 cultivators. Among them, there were 100 nascent souls alone, and many of them were notorious itinerant cultivators in the cultivation world of Great Jew. There were more than 1,000 golden cores. The rest of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators, and there were no Chi Refinement warriors. Chi Refinement warriors were almost useless in a clash of this level. Any single flying sword, spirit art, or even the shockwave of the ensuing fight was more than enough to kill a Chi Refinement warrior. A blood-robed middle-aged man stood at the front of Blood Crow Palace's massive army, looking cold with a faint green hue in his eyes. It was Blood Crow Palace's lord. The palace lord waved his hand and declared icily, "Kill everyone and spare no one." At the same time, Ethereal Peak's master, Ling Yun, waved his arm and yelled, "The sect is on the brink of its extinction. People, fight with all your strength and protect the final sanctuary of our sect." Everyone from Ethereal Peak knew that there was no other way out for them. Bang! 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 In the back mountain, stone doors were pushed apart by tremendous forces one after another as dozens of terrifying auras appeared. Ethereal Peak's nascent souls who were in seclusion had appeared one after another as well. Under the lead of Sect Master Ling Yun, 100 nascent souls and nearly 1,000 golden cores were mobilized. In terms of numbers, they were comparable to Blood Crow Palace. Their formidable foundation was thoroughly shown. However, due to the stringent requirement process of Ethereal Peak, there were not many Foundation Establishment cultivators, and they amounted to slightly more than 2,000. Once the Great Battle was invoked, their Foundation Establishment cultivators would definitely be disadvantaged. Of course, the final outcome of the battle was not decided from the Foundation Establishment battlefield, nor was it decided from the Golden Core and Nascent Soul battlefields. The ultimate challenge was between the Void Reversion experts. Core! Core! The countless blood crows let out ear-piercing cries, charging towards the Ethereal Peak cultivators like a swarm of locusts. It was startling. All of a sudden, a might aura burst forth from within Ethereal Peak, followed by a deafening cry. A figure broke out of seclusion, bearing a head of red hair and exuding a terrifying demonic aura. Although she had an insane might and a sharp gaze, this was a beauty. Senior Crane! Senior Crane has come forth from seclusion! A series of cheers sounded from Ethereal Peak, and the masses were overjoyed. The old immortal Crane looked at the countless incoming blood crows, and her eyes shone brightly. A mysterious shockwave spread out from her glabella as she suddenly opened her mouth and shot out a fiery stream of flames. Swoosh! The stream of flames spread out and was hundreds of feet tall, incinerating half the skies. Countless blood crows were turned into ashes without being able to make a single sound. Humph! Blood Crow Palace's lord harumphed coldly and soared into the air. With a single thought, a blood-colored bone staff appeared in his hands with a skull at its tip, emanating a sinister aura. Blood Pattern Curse! Waving his blood-bone staff, the palace lord chanted an unidentifiable incantation, and the void surged with a terrifying energy feedback. 2 streams of blood light shot forth from the sockets of the skull. As though it was alive, the skull opened its mouth and shot out a green streak of light. The blood and green light fused into a drop of fresh blood. When the drop of blood arrived above the old immortal Crane's head, it suddenly exploded and spread into a series of mysterious patterns. Descending slowly, it engulfed the old immortal Crane. Buzz! Buzz! The blood patterns formed a blood-colored circle of light that caused smoke to form each time it made contact with the old immortal Crane's body. Eventually, it corroded the old immortal Crane's shirt, and a series of burn marks appeared on its fair skin beneath. Core! the old immortal crane cried, and its blood chi burst forth. Instantly, its body and flesh expanded while its bones changed structures as it transformed. Right in front of everyone, it turned into a massive ferocious bird that was dozens of feet in width, ready to fly with its wings at any moment. Resembling an immortal crane, the ferocious bird had a smudge of red on its head and its body was green. A thin, dense layer of flame burned on its body, emitting a scorching heat, and its beak was red and a full 10 feet long. The Blood Crow Palace's lord's expression changed as he murmured softly, "So, your true form is actually a pure-blooded ferocious bird." The old immortal crane soared into the skies, and the flames on its body burned brightly, purging away the power of the blood curse. Rising into the clouds with its gigantic body, it looked down at the palace lord on the ground with a murderous intent. "Fufu, you might have been a threat to me at your peak. But now, you're nothing but a beast at the end of your lifespan, and is nothing to be feared." The palace lord sneered and leaped up. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared above the 9 heavens into the clouds. That was a height that even nascent souls could not reach. Although golden cores could soar into the skies without the use of any external objects, the truth was that there was a limit to the height they could reach, and it was merely about 100 feet. There was an incredibly strong dharmic power between the heaven and earth that restricted cultivators and all living beings immensely. The higher cultivators flew, the greater the pressure they would have to endure. With their essence spirits, nascent souls could greatly resist the restrictions on their bodies set by the heaven and earth and could soar to heights a couple thousand feet high. More than that, one would be in the clouds and their vision and hearing would suffer. At that place where even nascent souls could not reach, only void reversions could fight there. The great battle was invoked beneath Ethereal Peak. Blood Crow Palace's lord and the old immortal crane clashed as well, producing shuddering power shockwaves that attracted the attention of a few void reversions nearby. Those void reversions came from Iridescent Cloud's Palace, True Fire Sect, Southern Mountains Sect and Azure Frost Sect. The armies of the 4 major sects were speeding towards Ethereal Peak under the lead of their void reversion experts. That old beast has sure hidden herself well. To think that she's a ferocious beast of the ancient era, a Bai Fang. The Bai Fang was a pure-blooded ferocious beast that did not need to consume food and specialized in the Tao of Fire. Legend has it that the Bai Fang carried the bloodline of the Phoenix race and was extremely ferocious. While the Bai Fang looked extremely similar to immortal cranes, their difference was that their head was a full feet wide. It's lucky that the Blood Crow Palace's lord is around. Otherwise, the 4 of us might have been destroyed by that old beast instead. Yes, the Bai Fang is old now. Furthermore, I heard that the Blood Crow Palace's lord belongs to one of the 9 primordial races. Even if the Bai Fang was at its peak, it might not be a match for this guy. Let's go. Let's head over there first to help the Blood Crow Palace's lord kill that old beast as soon as possible. After conversing, the 4 void reversions soared into the skies and vanished in the blink of an eye. It wouldn't be long before the armies of the other 4 major sects arrived at Ethereal Peak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 476, Fatal Blow. Chapter 476, Fatal Blow. With the fight between the void reversions taking place, nascent souls from both factions soared into the skies one after another to a height of a few thousand feet tall before breaking out into a battle. At that height, the fight between the nascent souls would not affect the Golden Cores and Foundation Establishment cultivators. Every single attack of a nascent soul possessed the might of the heaven and earth, and it was something that Golden Cores couldn't defend against. As for Golden Cores, they left the ground and flew 100 feet into the skies before they started fighting. Countless spirit arts and flying swords streaked, and there were even Golden Core phenomenons. On the ground, Foundation Establishment cultivators collided intensely like 2 massive torrents. Blood Crow Palace did not have the advantage in numbers when it came to nascent souls and Golden Cores. However, they had multiple times the number of Foundation Establishment cultivators of Ethereal Peak. The moment the fight began, Ethereal Peak showed signs of defeat on the Foundation Establishment battlefield. In recent years, most of Ethereal Peak's paragons of the Foundation establishment realm died in Dongling Valley. The rest, such as Ji Chengtian, Lang Ru, and the others, obtained their own opportunities and left the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect had no leader, and the strongest among them was only at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment, with a few others at 4. As for the 9,000-odd Foundation establishment cultivators on Blood Crow Palace's side, there were 2 of them at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment and dozens at 5. In the ancient battlefield, especially at the core regions where battles were plenty, 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were common sight, and only 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators could protect themselves. However, in the territory of Great Zhou, the environment was not as favorable as the ancient battlefield, and it was almost the limit for any cultivator to unlock 6 spirit meridians. Bang! 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 The moment the battle began, Ethereal Peak Foundation establishment cultivators were already showing signs of defeat. There was nothing to compensate for the difference in numbers and strength. The most eye-catching cultivator on the side of Ethereal Peak was an outstanding young girl. This outstanding young girl was not old, and her features were intricate with a straight nose bridge. Her eyes shimmered like diamonds, but her hair was withered, yellow and messy without any luster. This young girl was none other than Nian Qi. After cultivating for less than 2 years, she was already at the peak of Foundation establishment and had already unlocked 3 spirit meridians. It was also because of Nian Qi's presence that the Ethereal Peak Foundation establishment cultivators were not instantly overwhelmed and defeated. Controlling her flying sword with one hand, she wielded a saber in the other and charged into the Blood Crow Palace crowd, cleaving left and right. Initially, back when Nian Qi did not have any spirit qi in her body, she was already able to lift the mystic gold silk armor which weighed a ton. It could be said that she had an innate godly strength. Now that she had entered the path of cultivation, her strength had grown even more, and she was like a tiger who had obtained wings. Although she was only at 3 Meridian Foundation establishment, she could kill for Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators and even face off against 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Swinging her saber widely, Nian Qi was completely following Su Zimo's previous style without any complicated movements. He was overwhelming everything with brute force. Phut! Unable to defend against her, a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was cut into 2. Gradually, the 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators of Blood Crow Palace surrounding Nian Qi increased, and even 2 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators had targeted her. Let's join forces and kill that girl first. A 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator yelled. Bang! 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 Swoosh! 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 At least 10 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators attacked Nian Qi at the same time. 2 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators released their spirit arts and flying swords as well, unleashing a flurry of attacks at Nian Qi. Instantly, Nian Qi descended into danger. She had already charged into the depths of the Blood Crow Palace faction a long time ago and was far away from the Ethereal Peak faction. Right now, she was like a helpless leaf floating in a raging sea. Nian Qi did not wish to die. She wanted to continue staying in Ethereal Peak and following her young master. However, she knew that in such a situation where everyone could barely fend for themselves, no one could save her. The only way she could survive was if she fought for herself. Against the attacks that came from all directions, Nian Qi shivered and channeled blood qi with all her might. Gradually, her eyes turned into a mysterious shade of blue, akin to the color of the deep ocean. A terrifying aura exuded from within her. It was as though an ancient power had been awakened. Ah! Roaring into the skies, Nian Qi let out an ear-piercing shriek. Her initially wrinkly hair turned silky smooth, swaying on its own and giving off a bright luster. Although she had nothing beneath her feet, she rose slowly into the air and stood upright. It was like a godly being of the universe with a pair of azure blue eyes and golden dancing hair. Her magnificence was outstanding and blinding. That scene did not cause much of a stir to the golden cores and nascent souls. No matter what, Nian Qi was just a Foundation establishment cultivator. While the aura that she suddenly gave off was terrifying and even shuddering, it was not strong enough to threaten the Golden Cause. However, thousands of feet above the clouds, the expression of Blood Crow Palace's lord, who was embroiled in a battle, currently changed. His gaze penetrated the voids and landed on Nian Qi. Could it be? The palace lord's eyes shimmered, as if he had recalled something. On the battlefield, just as Nian Qi was about to be drowned by the countless spirit arts and weapons, a burst of energy shot forth from within her. Buzz! The spirit weapons that were arriving from all directions froze in midair. Even the spirit arts shook violently before dissipating. All the Foundation establishment cultivators present were shocked when they saw that. A 3-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator had managed to defend against the full-powered attacks of 10 5-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators and 2 6-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. That scene had already surpassed everyone's knowledge. It was a 3-level gap right there. After a momentary pause, all the spirit weapons flew back in reverse and Nian Qi's gaze gradually dimmed. She turned extremely weak and fell from midair, as though she had lost all her strength. Caw! Caw! The sound of a crane echoed out as a green streak of light shot by, carrying Nian Qi before retreating at an even faster speed. The one that saved Nian Qi was none other than Little Crane. Hava hava! Right then, a series of laughter broke out from the horizons far away. I'm Dao Being Jingming of Iridescent Cloud's Palace. Greetings, Blood Crow Palace's lord. I'm Dao Being Liao Yuan of True Fire Sect, here to assist the Palace Lord. I'm Dao Being Lao Yong of Southern Mountain Sect. I'm Dao Being Hanming of Azure Frost Sect, here to help the Palace Lord kill that old beast. For terrifying aura surged over and climbed thousands of feet into the clouds instantly, surrounding the old immortal crane. The ethereal peak cultivators felt their hearts sink. The immortal crane was old and it did not have a clear advantage against Blood Crow Palace's lord. But now, there were 4 more void reversion experts. Spirit vessels sped over from the horizon with a murderous intent. Not long after, cultivators of the other 4 sects arrived. There were a full 200 nascent souls and 2,000 golden cores combined from the other 4 sects. Together, there were more than 10,000 Foundation establishment cultivators. The insertion of such a massive amount of power into the battlefield was almost a fatal blow for Ethereal Peak. Initially, Ethereal Peak was holding its ground on the Nascent Soul and Golden Core battlefields. But now, all 4 battlefields of Ethereal Peak had fallen into an encirclement and could collapse at any moment to be entirely annihilated. Almost at the same time, a deafening bang sounded from a cave abode within Ethereal Peak. A figure had broken out of seclusion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477, Desperate Situation. Chapter 477, Desperate Situation. With the addition of the other 4 major sects, the situation of the battle changed. The old immortal crane was fighting 1 against 5 and spread its wings, causing gusts of wind to howl and the clouds to shift endlessly. Dharmic powers filled the skies as it roared in anger, fighting with its fullest strength. Although the old immortal crane was aged, it still had the remaining dominance as a pure-blooded ferocious bird. Pshoo! 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 It released a shocking demonic skill and tens of thousands of feathered wings shot forth from its body. Burning with scarlet flames, each feathered wing was like an apocalyptic spear. Shooting forward fiercely, they tore through the voids and left countless holes. Let a blood curse mirror be formed with my blood. The Blood Crow Palace's lord bit his fingertip and flicked out a drop of fresh blood. Waving his bone staff, he guided that drop of blood and drew an obscure arc in midair. Chanting an incantation, he created a mirror of blood water swiftly before him. The flurry of red feathered wings shot over and created blood waves as they collided against the surface of the mirror before their flames were extinguished. The other 4 void reversions did not dare to be careless and defended with all their might. Instantly, dharmic powers surged and runes appeared, shaking the world as endless light burst forth. The void was illuminated, and it seemed as though the firmaments were collapsing. That demonic technique had expended almost all of the old immortal Crane's remaining life essence. Its gaze dimmed slightly, no longer as sharp as before. Not far away from Ethereal Peak, an army of cultivators clad in armor appeared in the void. All of them stood upright in mid, wielding long spears, looking stoic. It was an army of golden cores. A carriage was escorted in the middle of the army. In front of the carriage stood two people, a man and a woman. The middle-aged man wore yellow robes and frowned deeply. Looking at the great battle above the clouds, he shook his head and sighed. "Swear, as you wished, I've brought you here. You can see for yourself now that it's going to be tough for Ethereal Peak to avoid this calamity." The man and woman were the Emperor of Great Ju and Ji Yushue. Ji Yushue could not help but ask, "Father, why do you refuse to lend them a hand? Our Great Ju dynasty clearly has more than one void reversion to back us up." The Emperor shook his head in silence. Ji Yushue continued, "Furthermore, I heard that there's a patriarch in Great Ju who is still alive, and he is a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord." The Dharma characteristic realm came after the void reversion realm. Those that are in the void reversion realm gain the title of Tao Being, while those in the Dharma characteristic realm gain the title of Tao Lord. After a moment of silence, the Emperor said softly, "Swear, actually, the Patriarch was the one who made the decision to not interfere." "Why?" Ji Yushue was in disbelief as she questioned, "As a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, can't the Patriarch beat a void reversion Tao Being? What are you guys scared of?" "Highs." The Emperor gave a deep sigh. If the Patriarch comes forth, he can naturally suppress the Blood Crow Palace's Lord. However, the thing is that this guy's background is extremely touchy. He is one of the primordial 9 races. So what if he's one of the primordial 9 races? Weren't they defeated by the ancient emperors of the human race in the primordial era all the same? Ji Yushue could not understand. As though he recalled something, a hint of fear flickered through the depths of the Emperor's eyes as he shook his head. The might of the primordial 9 races is far beyond what you can imagine. If we really anger the experts of the primordial 9 races, notwithstanding the Great Ju dynasty, even the entire north region of Chenhuang mainland would experience a catastrophe. Back then, the Patriarch witnessed and had been through a similar catastrophe personally. Pausing for a moment, the Emperor did not continue on that topic. "Let's hope that Suzimo has already left Ethereal Peak." On the other side, 2 outstanding women with voluptuous figures stood within the ancient forest. One of them was older, but there were no signs of aging on her face. Instead, she gave off a mature and charming aura from head to toe. The other was dressed in a long pink dress and wore a veil, looking like she was a young girl. "Auntie Gu, since Suzimo hasn't shown himself yet, I suppose he must have already left and is no longer at Ethereal Peak," the girl in pink said with joy. The 2 of them were the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Ji Yushi, and the pure maiden of the Fiend sects, Demonis Ji. That had better be the case. Given the circumstances, he would die for sure if he appeared. Ji Yushi's expression was unchanged. The Blood Crow Palace's Lord is someone from the witch race, and they are one of the primordial 9 races. The impact left on the cultivation world after that catastrophe 10,000 years ago was way too deep. Let alone the Patriarch of the Great Ju dynasty, even those of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects would be cautious and not want to provoke the primordial 9 races. Demonis Ji shook her head. "That's not for sure. That senior of the Fiend sect definitely fears nothing." Pausing for a moment, Demonis Ji tugged at Ji Yushi's sleeves and asked, "Auntie Gu, haven't you sent the message yet?" "What did that senior say?" "What can he say?" Ji Yushi pouted her lips. "He is cold and merciless. When he heard my message, he didn't even have any reaction mentally. Don't pin your hopes on him." At Ethereal Peak, the battle was intensifying. On the Nascent Soul battlefield, Sect Master Ling Yun was already at perfected Nascent Soul realm and was a step away from Void Reversion realm. With his terrifying combat strength, he fought at the front and held on bitterly. It was a complete defeat for the Golden Core and Foundation establishment battlefields. Nian Qi was exhausted and frightfully pale. Lying on Little Crane, it was difficult for her to recover in a short period of time. The Foundation establishment cultivators of Blood Crow Palace and the other four major sects charged over like a relentless torrent, rushing at the Ethereal Peak Foundation establishment faction repeatedly. During this period of time, some of the smaller sects and itinerant cultivators of Great Dew seized the opportunity to take part in the battlefield, ready to take advantage of the situation as well. Without Nian Qi, the Ethereal Peak Foundation establishment cultivators were retreating repeatedly, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Blood flowed like a river, and it was extremely tragic. The situation on the Golden Core battlefield was even more pressing. Golden Cores of Ethereal Peak were dying repeatedly. True Fire Sect Sima Ji controlled for flaming flying swords that streaked through the crowd endlessly, leaving streams of scorching sword chi. "Where's that little B** starred, Su Zimo? Are you still going to continue hiding?" Now that the outcome was set, Sima Ji roared in laughter gleefully. Perfected Being Keng Lang controlled his flying sword and his long, narrow eye shone with a cold glint. The entire Ethereal Peak will have to die together just for the sake of a Foundation establishment cultivator, Su Zimo. His remark caused the Ethereal Peak faction, which was already getting defeated steadily, to turn even messier. "To hell with you!" The disheveled old man had a fiery temper and cursed. However, immediately after, his slight distraction caused him to suffer a gash on the wound from Perfected Being Keng Lang, and blood flowed like a stream. Xian Yi summoned his hexagonal sword formation and had to give it his best before he could rescue the disheveled old man. "Fufu, open your eyes properly and take a look." Perfected Being Keng Lang pointed at the Foundation establishment battlefield beneath their feet and sneered, "Ethereal Peak's Foundation establishment cultivators are almost completely dead." Xian Yi and the disheveled old man's heart skipped a beat. On the ground, Nian Qi's group retreated step after step and were already at the base of the mountain. Of the 2,000 Foundation establishment cultivators, there were only a few hundred left battling bitterly right now. All of the disciples carried injuries and panted heavily. They were almost at their limits. Swoosh! 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 Right then, 10 streaks of dark light shot forward from the back of the mountain, sending forth a shuddering impact. As the 10 dark lights streaked through, a terrifying air current surged and smashed the tiles on the ground. The mud was overturned and 10 long ravines were formed. Fast as lightning, a green-robed cultivator surged over with a murderous intent. Flapping his spirit wings furiously, he wielded a gigantic moon-colored bow and exuded a torrential aura. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 478, Extreme Foundation Establishment, the Second Human Emperor. Chapter 478, Extreme Foundation Establishment, the Second Human Emperor. The 10 dark lights arrived instantly and shot into the crowd viciously. Puff! 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 Flashes of blood appeared. The 10 dark lights were so strong that their momentums were still ferocious even after penetrating the bodies of more than 10 cultivators. They were unstoppable. The terrifying power of the dark lights even surged through some of the cultivators after passing through them, causing them to explode with their limbs flying everywhere. All the Ethereal Peak cultivators witnessed the massive torrent formed by more than 20,000 Foundation establishment cultivators stop just because of 10 dark lights that were streaking through. Within the torrent, there were 10 lines filled with countless corpses and endless blood. The cultivators of Blood Crow Palace, the other 4 major sects and multiple small sects had swarmed over. Coupled with itinerant cultivators from all over the place, they were way too densely packed. The 10 dark lights were extremely lethal. There were at least a few hundred Foundation establishment cultivators who died on the spot. With more than 20,000 cultivators on the Blood Crow Palace's faction, the few hundred dead Foundation establishment cultivators could not be considered as a great amount of damage. However, it created a trauma within everyone's hearts. Su Zimo! Someone with a keen eye exclaimed upon recognizing the identity of the green-robed cultivator. No wonder the dark lights were so terrifyingly lethal. Hurry, look! The bow in his hand is a perfect spirit weapon. Indeed. Many Foundation establishment cultivators were jealous and were raring to give it a shot. They had heard long ago that Su Zimo was the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Jew, and the lousiest weapons in his storage bag were supreme-grade spirit weapons. In fact, he even possessed perfect spirit weapons. The rumors were true. Many Golden Cores turned to look from the Golden Core battlefield. On the sect competition, Su Zimo had made a name for himself, and how could anyone not know or have not heard of the title of the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Jew? True Fire Sect Sima Ji's eyes lit up as he roared in laughter. Good, good. Su Zimo, you've got guts to appear. I'll have you pay for my disciple's death. Perfected being Kang Lang's long, narrow eyes were locked on Su Zimo. Looking down from above, he sneered, Su Zimo, so what if you manage to join Ethereal Peak? You still can't escape death. A few years ago, back in Pingyang Town, I should have killed you together with that beast. No matter how you struggle, you can't fight against the cycle of your fate. Su Zimo's gaze was indifferent as he stood on midair and surveyed the surroundings. His gaze seemed to contain an enormous might that could overwhelm and overpower everything. The Foundation establishment cultivators on the side of Blood Crow Palace felt their hearts clench when they met with Su Zimo's eyes. That person gave off a frightening aura. That was an aura that was built from endless bloodshed and countless corpses. In the ancient battlefield, even many paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend cultivation sects died in his hands. Since the strongest cultivators here were only at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment at best, none of them could withstand Su Zimo's aura. When he saw the corpses of Ethereal Peak disciples on the ground, Su Zimo's killing intent spewed out of his eyes. Die! Putting away his moon concealment bow, Su Zimo's sleeves waved and 18 supreme-grade flying swords appeared. However, all 18 of them disappeared in the blink of an eye, forming ripples in the void, as though fishes were gliding through water. Not good. That's Ethereal Peak's secret skill. Everyone, watch out! Ah! Someone screamed tragically. Sword light flashed and a few 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators died on the spot without any chance to fight back at all. Condense! A 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator crushed multiple protection talismans and released High Sect's secret skill. Right after, he took out a supreme-grade defensive shield, used it to block in front of him. Clang! The flying sword did not pause at all upon colliding with his supreme-grade shield, causing the latter to explode immediately. Puff! 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 Against Su Zimo's flying sword, his secret skills and protection talismans were akin to paper and were disintegrated instantly. A flash of blood appeared and a gigantic head fell down neatly. A 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was dead. The Blood Crow Palace faction was in chaos and the expressions of many cultivators changed. How could that be? They were both supreme-grade spirit weapons, but why did the other party's flying sword destroy the shield immediately? Unless... Many cultivators turned over instinctively. Pust! In midair, underneath Su Zimo's green robes, Spirit Meridian shone one after another in a bedazzling matter, wrapping around his body like metal chains. 1, 2, 3. 9 Spirit Meridians. Was it a hallucination? Many cultivators rubbed their eyes and looked again before gasping. Pust! There were a full 9 Spirit Meridians. Even 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators would be able to barbarically suppress the entire Foundation establishment battlefield, let alone a 9 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. As Su Zimo stood on midair, his Dantian spirit sea churned rapidly and rich spirit energy surged through his 9 spirit meridians. He was like a god of the universe with a mighty aura. Many cultivators were aghast. The Foundation establishment cultivators were not the only ones, even the Golden Cores and Nascent Souls were shocked when they saw what was going on. In the territory of Great Jew, it has been 1,000 years since there was even an 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. As for 9 Meridian Foundation establishment, ever since the ancient era, there had never been a second person to reach that realm apart from the human emperor. The legends are true. The 9th Spirit Meridian can truly be unlocked. Extreme Foundation establishment, the second human emperor. A wary look flashed through perfected being Keng Lang's eyes, followed by a feeling of trepidation. It was lucky that Ethereal Peak was on the brink of annihilation and Su Zimo wouldn't be able to escape death. Otherwise, if that lad were to grow further, who in the territory of Great Ju would be able to stop him? He is the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Ju, and now, he's even at the Extreme Foundation establishment realm. Once he forms a core, he would definitely develop a phenomenon as well. Sect Master Ling Yun sighed internally. Such was the cruelty of fate. They could only blame the sect for being unlucky. If they had not met with such a calamity, with talents such as Ji Chengtian, Lung Ru, and the others, they would definitely rise to be the #1 sect of the Great Ju dynasty. As for Su Zimo, his accomplishments would even be more limitless. In fact, he might even be able to lead Ethereal Peak to become one of the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. Alas! The Blood Crow Palace's lord narrowed his eyes, and his killing intent deepened. His personal feud with Su Zimo aside, the fact that this lad was at Extreme Foundation establishment meant that he had to be killed. A second human emperor must not be allowed to appear on Tianhuang mainland. The 18 supreme-grade flying swords streaked through the crowd, and none of the Foundation establishment cultivators could defend at all. It was a complete massacre. The massive flood formed by more than 20,000 Foundation establishment cultivators was punctured and pushed back by Su Zimo single-handedly. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was reinvigorated. At that moment, Su Zimo flapped his spirit wings and rose into the air. He was actually arriving at the Golden Core battlefield 100 feet high. "Zimo, hurry back down!" The disheveled old man shouted hurriedly when he saw that. The fight between Foundation establishment cultivators would only take place on the ground, and no one would soar into the skies 100 feet high. Given the chaotic battlefield, the flying swords and spirit arts of Golden Cores carried an absolutely destructive power against Foundation establishment cultivators. To everyone, Su Zimo's move was complete suicide. "Hava hava!" Composing himself, Sima Ji roared into laughter. "Even if you're at Extreme Foundation establishment, you're still just a Foundation establishment cultivator. Everything is futile before you form a core, and you'll never ever be able to experience the power of being at Golden Core realm. It's been a long time since I've experienced the feeling of murdering a talent." Perfected being Keng Lang smiled gently and said coldly, "Su Zimo, thank you for granting me that feeling today. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 479, Ancient Dragonification Manual. Chapter 479, Ancient Dragonification Manual. Swoosh! Many Foundation establishment cultivators and Golden Cores unleashed their attacks towards Su Zimo, who was standing in midair. Instantly, hundreds and thousands of spirit weapons and art swarmed forward, the void quaked and the entire world dimmed instantly. The Golden Cores of Ethereal Peak were disadvantaged in numbers after all. By this point of the battle, Shen Yi and the others were thoroughly exhausted, and he could not even conjure a sword formation. Embroiled in battle with hundreds of Golden Cores, Shen Yi and the others could not pull themselves out to assist Su Zimo at all. Furthermore, even if they could, all of them would most likely die against such intense and terrifying attacks. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's black hair swayed without any wind, and his eyes shone with a deep glint. Suddenly, a shuddering aura burst forth from within his body. It was an ancient and vicissitude aura that was awakened. When the spirit weapons and arts arrived in Su Zimo's vicinity, they slowed down as though they had entered a swamp, until finally, they could not advance at all. Stopped! The flurry of spirit weapons that shone resplendently as well as the shimmering spirit arts hovered in midair motionlessly. Many cultivators were shocked. How could that be? The next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared that caused chills to run down everyone's hearts. An extremely long illusory figure of a living being appeared around Suzumo, hovering in midair. Gradually, it materialized as flesh started forming. The living being was filled with green scales that shimmered coldly. One after another, sharp spikes protruded from its back and its fangs and claws were extremely sharp, while its horns stood proudly. Its eyes were extremely cold and domineering. What's going on? Is that a true dragon? Against the gaze of the Azure Dragon, everyone felt like they were as insignificant as ants. The Foundation establishment cultivators on the ground broke out in sweat and suffocated. Unable to withstand that sort of might, they shuddered and almost knelt on the ground to kowtow. Even the golden cores in midair were stricken and frightfully pale. What is that? The 6 void reversions above the clouds were shocked. The ancient Dragonification manual was a secret skill unique to the human emperor. Ever since the ancient era, Suzumo was the second person to cultivate it successfully, and by now, almost no one recognized that secret skill. Even the gaze of Blood Crow Palace's lord was a little lost. That Azure Dragon looked familiar, but it was much smaller, like a young dragon. Even so, the palace lord felt a sense of trepidation as he recalled that terrifying encounter back in the primordial ruins, and a hint of fear flashed past his eyes. Crack! 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 A series of ear-piercing shrieks rang. Against the immense pressure, cracks started appearing on the countless spirit weapons that were initially hovering in midair. Suddenly, they shattered, scattering onto the ground like scrap metal. Only superior and supreme-grade flying swords were able to remain intact. Countless spirit arts dissipated as well. The crowd was in an uproar. How terrifying did his power have to be such that spirit weapons couldn't endure it and shattered on the spot? The Azure Dragon was lifelike with intact flesh and coiled around Suzumo's body, spiraling upwards like a variant beast that was guarding him. As Suzumo surveyed his surroundings, the gaze of the Azure Dragon above him shifted as well. The man and dragon moved in tandem. Nobody dared to meet with their gazes at all. Suzumo's eyes were like lightning, and he suddenly took a deep breath, puffing his chest. The Azure Dragon coiling around him took a deep breath as well, and its body expanded extensively. Raising its chest, a tremendous air current surged and formed a series of cyclone in midair. There was a slight pause. Both of them opened their mouths and let out a deafening roar that could break metal and rocks. Roar! Suzumo was also letting off a dragon roar. In that instant, the entire world shook and the weather changed. Puff! 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 The Foundation establishment cultivators closest to Suzumo were unable to defend, and their bodies ruptured, turning into blood mists without corpses. He was roared to death. The Foundation establishment cultivators that were slightly further also bled from all 7 orifices. Their gazes dimmed and they collapsed to the ground, dead. Right away, thousands of Foundation establishment cultivators died. Right now, Suzumo was at extreme Foundation establishment, and he had already attained greater mastery of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness's orifice clearing section. His organs and orifices possessed shocking strength. After releasing the ancient Dragonification manual together with Thunderclap Kill, he instantly created an incomparably lethal impact. There was no way Foundation establishment cultivators could endure it, as they were shocked to death on the spot. After the dragon roar, silence ensued. Corpses were strewn all over the Foundation establishment battlefield as their blood formed rivers. It was like a scene from hell. That single dragon roar crushed the hearts of many Foundation establishment cultivators present. The cultivators that wanted to take advantage of the situation initially fled far away, not daring to turn back. Although there were still more than 10,000 Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace and the other 4 major sects, none of them dared to advance and retreated instinctively. Everyone was trying their best to keep their distance from Suzumo, and they shivered with fear in their eyes. He killed thousands of Foundation establishment cultivators with a single roar. Even the golden cores and nascent souls present had never witnessed such methods, let alone the Foundation establishment cultivators present. The dragon roar even caused some of the golden cores that were facing Suzumo directly to clutch their ears in pain. Their bodies swayed and they nearly fell from midair. With a murderous intent, Su Zimo glared at perfected being Keng Lang and said coldly, "You guys actually think you can kill me with your standards? Go!" Su Zimo pointed forward. The azure dragon coiling around him soared into the air and let out a torrential aura. Baring its fangs and claws, it rammed 3 golden cores that stood at the front instantly, crushing their bodies entirely. Golden cores were dead. Furthermore, they died in the hands of a Foundation establishment cultivator. In the cultivation world, it was still rather common for cultivators to kill enemies that were minor realms above their levels. However, it was almost impossible for them to do that to enemies who were major realms above their levels. But right now, everyone witnessed it with their very eyes. At Extreme Foundation establishment together with the ancient Dragonification manual, Su Zimo now possessed the capabilities to kill golden cores. Another few golden cores attacked and released powerful spirit arts, conjuring pairs of heavenly encompassing palms that wanted to grab the young azure dragon. Roar! The azure dragon's body shone brightly and it roared. Charging before the few of them, it opened its gigantic mouth and devoured them. It took a couple of chomps and blood streamed down from the side of its mouth. "Evil dragon, how dare you act so brazenly?" Dozens of golden cores attacked at the same time. Their terrifying spirit energies created a series of chains that restricted the azure dragon. The azure dragon struggled and its body let out shocking strength, crushing the spirit energy chains of the golden cores. When it soared into the skies once more, it charged in front of perfected being Keng Lang. Bang! Perfected being Keng Lang was expressionless and a sky spread out behind him. Filled with resplendent light, it was bedazzling and shot forth countless spirit lights with an alarming aura. It was a golden core phenomenon. Bang! 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 The azure dragon charged at perfected being Keng Lang's golden core phenomenon repeatedly, letting out shuddering echoes. A moment later, the azure dragon dissipated alongside perfected being Keng Lang's golden core phenomenon. The crowd was shocked. A secret skill released by a Foundation establishment cultivator was able to go against a golden core phenomenon. If Su Zimo was at golden core realm, that azure dragon would be even more terrifying and could very likely devour perfected being Keng Lang in a single mouthful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 80, Fighting Golden Cores. Chapter for 80, Fighting Golden Cores. Perfected being Keng Lang broke out in cold sweat. He was at late-stage golden core and yet, even after releasing his golden core phenomenon, he merely matched a single secret skill released by Su Zimo. This was the first time that perfected being Keng Lang realized that the inexperienced and arrogant scholar of the yesteryears had surpassed his control and expectations. Back then at the sect competition, Su Zimo merely took advantage of the situation to suppress and shame him using his identity as the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Jew. But now, this scholar was standing toe-to-toe with him in a battle. The difference between the two of them was almost an entire major realm. In the past, perfected being Keng Lang cultivated to 6 Meridian Foundation establishment before forming his core. He managed to succeed while forming a golden core phenomenon of his own. At that point, he felt that his potential was not inferior to others and at the very least, he was among one of the top few golden cores within the territory of Great Jew. But right now, in front of Su Zimo, all his achievements dimmed in comparison. Perfected being Keng Lang could not help but admit he made a wrong judgment in that small town back then. Time could not be reversed and there were no medicine for regrets in the world. Right now, the only way out for him was to use everything he had to try and kill Su Zimo. He must not be allowed to continue to grow. That was the only thought remaining in perfected being Keng Lang's mind. Suddenly, True Fire Sect Sima Ji raised his voice. This lad has just released his secret skill and it must have taken a toll on his spirit energy. He won't be able to release it a second time. An Azure Frost Sect Golden Core yelled, "That's right. Everyone, don't panic. There's nothing to fear about this lad." Before that person could complete his sentence, his vision turned dark, as though an enormous mountain was shrouding over his head, covering the skies. With a frightening aura, it suddenly collapsed. More than 10 golden cores stood beneath the mountain, and they attacked one after another, wanting to destroy that mountain peak. Clang! 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 One after another, the spirit weapons were repelled. Countless spirit arts clashed against the mountain peak and let out ringing sounds. Yet, they were still unable to slow the speed of its crash. The golden cores were frightfully pale as they tried to flee hurriedly. However, it was a pity that it was too late by then. Boom! A deafening noise echoed. The void shook endlessly. On the spot, more than 10 golden cores were crushed and turned into meat sludge, seeping into the mud beneath and could not be differentiated. That is a Khanate spirit weapon. He actually has a Khanate spirit weapon. A series of exclamations sounded and everyone's gazes landed on that shining golden seal. That gigantic seal was squarish and golden with a divine dragon etched onto it in a lifelike manner. That was the coiling dragon seal that Suzumo obtained in the human emperor's palace. Suzumo beckoned gently and the coiling dragon seal shrank, returning to his palm. Perfected being Kenglang, Sima Ji, and all the other golden cores were red with envy. They glared at the small golden seal in Sima Ji's palm and their breathings got heavier. After entering nascent soul realm, cultivators would be able to make use of dharmic weapons. In other words, for golden cores, Khanate spirit weapons were the best weapons they could make use of. Their combat strength would double at the very least if they had a Khanate spirit weapon, and it would be extremely for them to kill enemies above their levels. However, Khanate spirit weapons were way too rare and nobody ever sold those in the free market. In the territory of Great Ju, treasures such as Khanate spirit weapons had not appeared for hundreds of years. Seems like you've benefited plenty in the ancient battlefield. Perfected being Kenglang said coldly, that's good as well. I'll wait to get my hands on your treasures and secret skills after killing you. The treasures are right in my hands. We'll just have to see if you've got the life to use them. Suzumo sneered and propped up the coiling dragon seal with his left hand. It shone with 6 spirit patterns in a dazzling manner, as though he was carrying a blazing sun. He swiped his storage bag with his right hand and a gigantic blood-colored saber appeared in his palm. Its blade quivered and 5 blood patterns shone. A blood beam expanded followed by the spreading of a nauseating stench of blood. It was the perfect spirit weapon, Blood Quencher. Kenglang, prepare to die. Suzumo's gaze burned like a torch and he yelled. Propping the seal with his left hand while wielding his saber with his right, he strode widely towards perfected being Kenglang with a murderous aura. In the face of hundreds of golden cores, Suzumo was advancing instead of retreating. Shen Yi and the others exchanged glances as they charged forward together with invigorated expressions, trying to relieve as much of Suzumo's burden as possible. You must have a death wish. A southern mountain sect cultivator wielded a long rod and burst forth with his blood chi, aiming for Suzumo's head. Splash! Suzumo channeled his bloodline and the sound of a tsunami tide echoed. Swoosh! He did not even look at the incoming rod and slashed in reverse, meeting the attack with another attack as he released his incomparable countercurrent stance. The pupils of the southern mountain sect cultivator constricted and his heart skipped a beat in shock. His motion slowed down for a moment due to the effect on his mental state by the saber force. Phut! Flashes of blood appeared. That man was cut into 2 from the middle and his organs and intestines spilled out, giving off a nauseating stench. Pshoo! A streak of light burst through the void and arrived instantly. Without turning to look, Suzumo raised his gigantic seal and repelled the incoming flying sword. At the same time, he shuddered and slowed down. Although Shen Yi and the others held back a portion of the golden cores, there were still more than 100 golden cores who attacked Suzumo at the same time, causing flying swords, spirit arts and talismans to fill the skies with resplendent lights. Clang! 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 Spinning the gigantic seal with his left hand, Suzumo released the sea-calming 5 stances right his right and took on the incoming flying swords and spirit arts. Thud! 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 He retreated repeatedly and his organs were immensely shaken, almost shifted out of position even. Phut! Suzumo spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Saimaji roared in laughter. Suzumo, you're nothing without that secret skill from earlier. Fufu. Perfected being Kang Lang sneered, even if you can kill early or mid-stage golden cores with your carnate spirit weapon, you are still a Foundation establishment cultivator after all. There's no way you can withstand the might of late-stage or perfected golden cores. You really think you can kill me with those skills of yours? Perfected being Kang Lang continued laughing coldly. Suzumo was unmoved. Perfected being Kang Lang was not wrong. Even if he was at extreme Foundation establishment and had the support of the Coiling Dragon Seal, in terms of strength, he could only match against mid-stage golden cores at best, and he wouldn't be able to deal with those at late stage. In that previous attack, a few perfected golden cores had attacked and Suzumo was injured on the spot, unable to endure it. However, he was someone who did both immortality and demonic cultivation. Even without taking on his demon form, Suzumo's physique and bloodline was still enough to crush all other cultivators of the same realm. Even perfected golden cores would not be able to escape death if Suzumo closed in on them. He was invincible in melee combat. If anyone else had received the injuries he took, it would definitely affect their combat strength. However, Suzumo's physique was way too strong and his regeneration capabilities were shocking. After consuming the blood-flesh elixir made of dragon flesh in the human emperor's palace, he attained greater mastery of the orifice-clearing section and was only a step away from condensing a demon inner core. Within a couple of breaths, Suzumo's injuries were already mostly recovered. Fufu. Smiling, he stood up and his tendons and bones sounded at the same time. Not only did his aura not drop after getting injured, it was even getting stronger, and the glint in his eyes intensified. He was like an ancient demon that wanted to devour people. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 481, Frightening. Chapter 481, Frightening. The battle on the Foundation establishment battlefield had already stopped. The Foundation establishment cultivators of Blood Crow Palace and the other 4 major sects were scared out of their wits by Suzumo's methods and did not dare to advance. Clang! Clang! Suzumo beckoned gently and the 18 flying swords that were streaking around the Foundation establishment battlefield returned to him, hovering above his head and buzzing loudly. Candlelight sword formation, condense! Right after, the 18 flying swords gathered together with their tips pointing outwards in unison, forming a gigantic sword-shaped circular disc. 18 rays of sword chi were released like a blazing sun and was extremely dazzling. Kill! Propping the seal with his left hand, Suzumo held his saber with his right and flapped his spirit wings, charging forward with the candlelight sword formation above him. Swoosh! 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 Flying swords tore through the air one after another, sharp and dense as raindrops. Spirit arts exploded, covering the skies as they arrived. Suzumo was calm and seemed composed. With his spirit wings coupled with divine steed fleeting alongside his spirit perception that was gained from cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, his movements were unpredictable. At times, he would be light as a feather, and at others, he would be swift as lightning. No one could read him at all. Shifting nimbly in the air, his tendons and bones constricted and expanded, allowing him to shock everyone by producing motions that were far from ordinary. Like anacondas, snakes, apes and horses, Suzumo kept closing in on the distance between him and the golden cores. You? A late-stage golden core looked at Suzumo who was charging at him and his eyes were widened in disbelief. Was that even a human? He could not imagine how a human could contort their bodies to that extent and dodge such an intense flurry of attacks while rushing over without any injury. He no longer had the chance to think about it anymore. Swoosh! Suzumo raised his saber instantly. Countercurrent surged forth. After entering Extreme Foundation establishment, Suzumo's spirit energy grew much richer and he could not release saber forces in succession. That golden core was shocked and found himself having difficulty breathing, as though a surging wave was rushing at him. Thunder sounded inside his ears, and the tide arrived almost instantly. Go! This man was a late-stage Golden Core after all, and composed himself swiftly. Maneuvering his flying sword above his head, he circulated his Golden Core and spirit energy gushed out. No matter what, the strength of a late-stage Golden Core was not something a Foundation establishment cultivator could handle. As long as he could withstand a move or two till the attacks of the others arrived, his enemy would naturally be trapped. Su Zimo smiled faintly with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. To him, the way the Golden Core changed tactics was full of flaws. Su Zimo's seemingly unstoppable saber suddenly stopped and was only an inch away from the man's flying sword. Swash! Swinging his wrist, the angle of his slash changed. Suddenly, the massive blade of Blood Quencher turned extremely flexible, like ripples on the surface of water. It wrapped around the flying sword and sliced the person's throat gently. Right after that insane toughness, it turned extremely flexible. There was no sluggishness at all, and the process was smooth as water. That person's eyes dimmed and a gash appeared on his throat. The next moment, his head was lopped into the air as blood gushed out in a terrifying manner like a fountain. Melee combat was the most dangerous, and one would be dead with a single misstep. Su Zimo had been through countless battles in his cultivation journey, and he was extremely experienced. While the strength of late-stage and perfected Golden Cores was strong and could even injure or threaten his life, even the physique of a perfected Golden Core could not match up to him. That was an advantage he had that could make up for his inferior strength. As long as he closed the distance between them, even perfected Golden Cores could not escape death. Dai Yu had once told Su Zimo that demonic cultivators are the best at killing people above their levels. That was the logic in that statement. After killing someone, Su Zimo did not have to pause at all as he used the Candlelight Sword formation and Coiling Dragon Seal to smash against some incoming flying swords and spirit arts from early and mid-stage Golden Cores. At the same time, he dodged the attacks of late-stage and perfected Golden Cores, fleeing away to kill at the other side. A Golden Core could not react in time and was closed in by Su Zimo, who raised his Coiling Dragon Seal to smash down on the former's head violently. Phut! The person's head was smashed and his entire body ripped into pieces with fresh blood flowing everywhere. He died on the spot. Swerving within the crowd, Su Zimo did not bother to fight against late-stage and perfected Golden Cores forcibly at all. The moment he missed an attack, he would flee instantly without lingering. Even when dozens of Golden Cores attacked at the same time, they could not keep Su Zimo to a single spot. A moment later, Su Zimo was only filled with a couple more superficial wounds that healed within the blink of an eye. However, more than 10 Golden Cores on the side of Blood Crow Palace had already died. Everyone was getting more fearful. This man was way too frightening. He already possessed the capability to kill Golden Cores without even forming a core of his own. Furthermore, he was battling dozens of Golden Cores, and yet, instead of being disadvantaged, he was slowly controlling the situation. This man looked to be in his 20s, how did he possess such terrifying combat talent? Kill! Seizing an opportunity, Su Zimo took a few strides forward and arrived before Sima Ji. Lifting his Coiling Dragon Seal, he smashed it down at the latter's head. The Coiling Dragon Seal shone with a bright golden light and let out a thunderous bang as it landed. Boom! The seal landed with a frightening aura. Suddenly, a vicious glint shone in Sima Ji's eyes as he said icily, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Swoosh! Sima Ji circulated his Golden Core to its limits and a phenomenon suddenly appeared behind him. Searing flames burned more than 100 feet tall, letting out a scorching heat. Swiftly, he engulfed Su Zimo with a blazing momentum. It was a Golden Core phenomenon. The reason why Sima Ji endured till this point was because he wanted to kill Su Zimo thoroughly with his Golden Core phenomenon. However, Su Zimo did not avoid nor dodge as his bloodline raced. He pushed down his blinding Coiling Dragon Seal violently like it was a blazing sun. "You must have a death wish!" Sima Ji roared and his Golden Core phenomenon intensified. Boom! The coiling dragon seal collided against the power of the golden core phenomenon, and a deafening bang was produced as their powers ran rampant. The instant of the collision, the momentum of the flames was actually repressed by the coiling dragon seal. Since he was extremely close to the sea of flames, Suzumo could only grit his teeth and endure the incoming blaze. He channeled his bloodline and spirit energy to fight against it repeatedly. Both sides exerted their strength. The coiling dragon seal was less than an inch away from Sima-Ji's head, but it could not go down further due to the obstruction of the golden core phenomenon. A moment later, a gigantic flame burned over, engulfing Suzumo's arm completely. The fire sizzled. In an instant, Suzumo's arm was charred, and his flesh ripped apart in a terrifying manner. Sighing internally, Suzumo withdrew himself and retreated. It was no wonder why golden core phenomenons were the strongest techniques available to golden cores. Even with his carnate spirit weapon and tsunami bloodline, he could not manage to break through the defenses of the golden core phenomenon. Swiftly, Suzumo avoided the attacks of many golden cores and escaped. His arm was still burning with fire and his flesh was already in a blooded mess. There was no way to purge golden core phenomenons except for extreme means. Ha ha! Sima-Ji laughed loudly. Sima-Ji, your arm is already crippled. Not necessarily. Suzumo harumphed coldly and took a deep breath of air. The spirit sea in his dantian roared and his bloodline surged, cruising through his limbs towards his injured arm. Clack! The flames extinguished and smoke billowed. The cultivators watched with widened eyes. The next moment, something even more frightening happened. The charred black flesh on Suzumo's arm fell off gradually and fresh, tender meat started growing with a shiny luster. It was an uproar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 82, Great Qian Empire. Chapter for 82, Great Qian Empire. Father, are you really going to just sit by idly and watch? Ji Yaoxue had a blaming look in her eyes the way she looked at the Emperor of Great Zhu. The assertiveness in her eyes was overwhelming and she already possessed a sort of dominance that was unique to the Emperor. First, Suzumo is my life-saving benefactor. Putting the past aside, even in the ancient battlefield this time round, I would have died in the hands of Jun Hao and the others if it wasn't for him. Second, he's the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhu and would definitely become a great weapon refinement master in the future with limitless accomplishments. Third, and most importantly, he has unlocked 9 spirit meridians and has reached the legendary Extreme Foundation Establishment realm. This is the second person in history who has done so apart from the human emperor. Is a paragon as such not worthy of the Great Zhu's attention? Ji Yaoxue's 3 sentences caused the emperor to turn entirely silent. In reality, the third point was still the one that moved the emperor the most. If he could take an Extreme Foundation Establishment cultivator under his wing, there was a huge possibility that the Great Zhu dynasty could one day defeat all the other 3 dynasties and reign over the entire north region of Qianhuang mainland. However, Blood Crow Palace's lord was from the witch race, one of the primordial 9 races. If he dealt with this wrongly, it wouldn't be impossible for the entire Great Zhu dynasty to be destroyed into ruins, let alone rule over the north region of Qianhuang mainland. More than 10,000 years ago, a massive entity stood on this piece of land, known as the Great Qian Empire. The title of an empire was only given if one could rule over all the dynasties and vassal states of a single region in Qianhuang mainland. The might of the Great Qian Empire was far greater than the current Great Zhu dynasty and its territory was vaster. There were even multiple super sects of Qianhuang mainland within the territory of the Great Qian Empire. Even just within the Buddhist monasteries, 2 of them resided in the Great Qian Empire. The Tao of Buddhism was glorious in the Great Qian Empire. However, it was unfortunate that a catastrophe arrived. Almost overnight, the Great Qian Empire was dismantled and even its capital was turned into ruins. Because of that, the north region of Qianhuang mainland fell into chaos and the flames of war raged everywhere. Devastation spread and millions of lives were lost with corpses scattered all over the place. From then on, the Great Qian Empire disappeared with the winds. The place was in chaos and many vied for supremacy. For great vassal states conquered many places and rose swiftly, turning into the Great Zhou, Great Shang, Great Xia and Great Yu dynasties of the north region of Tianhuang mainland today. In other words, the four dynasties were established on the ruins of the Great Qian Empire. The progenitor of that catastrophe was one of the primordial 9 races. The patriarch of the Great Zhou dynasty has lived for more than 10,000 years and personally witnessed the destruction of a great empire. As such, he viewed the primordial 9 races with a sense of trepidation. As a Dharma characteristic expert and a Tao lord, it wasn't difficult for the patriarch to come forth and take down Blood Crow Palace's lord who was at void reversion. However, if he were to incur the wrath of terrifying existences such as the mighty figures or patriarchs of the witch race, even if there were 10 great Zhou dynasties, they would all have to be destroyed. The battle was turning more intense and things were not looking good on the side of Ethereal Peak. It was also difficult for Su Zimo to hold the fort single-handedly. No matter how strong he was, he could not affect the direction of victory for the nascent soul battlefield, and as such, he could not decide the fate for Ethereal Peak. Ji Yuxue was anxious. When she saw her father remaining silent, as though he was reminiscing about something, she could not help but say, "Father, what are you hesitating for? If you can't make a decision, how about sending a message to the Patriarch of Great Zhou and ask him to make one?" Returning to his senses, the Emperor shook his head and replied firmly, "The Patriarch will definitely not agree to this." "How do you know if you hadn't tried?" She looked at her father without blinking. The Emperor could clearly sense the anxiousness and worry within Ji Yuxue's heart. However, she was trying her best to control herself and she wasn't offensive through her words either. He sighed internally. In truth, among the younger generation, the one who resembled him the most and had the most potential to be the emperor was not the many princes, but this daughter of his. However, Ji Yuxue was a woman and could not inherit his legacy. I'll admit that Su Zimo is an unprecedented paragon who managed to reach the extreme foundation establishment realm, second only to the human emperor. His future accomplishments are unpredictable, but... The emperor changed the topic and said deeply, "Su Zimo is about to die and he has no future. As such, what accomplishments do we have to speak of? This time round, both Ethereal Peak and Su Zimo are stuck in this calamity and I can't think of any way in which Ethereal Peak is able to break out of this situation." Ji Yuxue said in a slight huff, "Nothing is absolute." The emperor replied grimly, if Su Zimo manages to tide through this calamity, then... He did not continue, but merely raised his head and looked at Ji Yuxue deeply. At that moment, he made a decision in his mind. If Su Zimo could survive this calamity, he would go against all odds and pass the throne down to Ji Yuxue. On the other side of the forest. There's no chance left. Ji Yuxi shook her head. Since that person didn't come, it's over for Ethereal Peak. Auntie Ji Yu, what other way is there to save him? Demoness Ji frowned deeply. I'm at late-stage nascent soul and even if I step in, the most I can do is help stabilize the nascent soul battlefield. However, the old beast of Ethereal Peak up above the clouds can no longer hold on. Ji Yuxi replied regrettably, it's a pity that as the second person in history to reach the extreme foundation establishment realm, Su Zimo is about to die without the chance to grow further. Demoness Ji's eyes dimmed. Ji Yuxi sighed. The impression left on the cultivation world by that catastrophe 10,000 years ago is way too deep. No cultivator or sect is willing to make an enemy as strong as the witch race just for the sake of Ethereal Peak. Beneath Ethereal Peak, blood flowed in rivers and the corpses were stacked like mountains. On the Golden Core battlefield, Su Zimo made use of his strong physique and terrifying movement techniques to sustain in the fights continuously, ensuring that they did not lose. However, Ethereal Peak was already completely defeated on the nascent soul battlefield. There were more than 100 nascent souls, but more than half of them had already died. The remaining nascent souls were wounded and could only struggle to defend while being steadily defeated. It was only a matter of time before Ethereal Peak was annihilated. The situation of the old immortal crane above the clouds was even worse. To begin with, the old immortal crane did not have long to live. Unless she progressed in her cultivation realm, she would have only held on for a few dozen more years even without this calamity. Although her true form was a Bai-Fang, a pure-blooded ferocious bird, she was already old and her combat strength was not even half of when she was at her peak. Of the 5 void reversions that were fighting in the battle, one of them was even from the witch race. By this point of the battle, the old immortal crane was already at the end of her road. Wounded all over, her gaze was dimmed and her feathers shed endlessly, even the flames on her body were starting to extinguish. Blood Crow Palace's lord waved his bone staff and shot forth an extremely evil blood arrow. Phut! The old immortal crane was unable to dodge in time and an additional blooded hole the size of an arm appeared on her wings. A sizzling sound was produced from the wound and it ate at her flesh nearby. Oozing with thick blood, the smell was pungent as the old immortal crane grunted. Immediately after, the attacks of the remaining 4 void reversions landed on the old immortal crane. Puff! Puff! 2 more wounds appeared on her body and blood gushed like a stream. The old immortal crane's body almost exploded and one of her legs was snapped. It was a tragic sight as she swayed, about to fall. The old immortal crane had protected Ethereal Peak for thousands of years ever since the founder master passed away. She had truly given it her all and fought to the very last moment without backing off. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was heartbroken when they saw that. Senior Crane! Sect Master Lingyun exclaimed miserably. The outcome was decided. The moment the old immortal crane falls, all the other Ethereal Peak cultivators would be akin to fish on a chopping board, helpless to being slaughtered. Foo-foo-foo-foo! Blood Crow Palace's lord sneered, "Old beast, I've already told you. Today, I'm going to massacre Ethereal Peak from top down, leaving no one alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 483, Black-Robed Man. Chapter 483, Black-Robed Man. Leaving no one alive? Suddenly, another voice could be heard from above the clouds. It was deep and a little hoarse. Although it wasn't loud, it reverberated through everyone's ears. Who would dare appear at a moment as such? All the cultivators looked over instinctively. From the horizons, a man in black robes strode over in an unhurried manner. Initially, it was just a blurry figure. However, he arrived in the blink of an eye. Everyone on the battlefield was surprised. That person walked extremely slowly as though he was taking a leisure stroll. However, by arriving instantly, he created a strong visual impact. Now that he was so close, everyone could finally see clearly. He had long shoulder-length black hair that fell freely like a waterfall. His face was extremely sharp and angled, and he possessed a frosty expression, emitting an aura that was equally cold. For some reason, after the black-robed man appeared, everyone on the black-robed man, including the 5 void reversions above the clouds, felt a sense of trepidation. There was no reason behind it. They merely felt fear and trepidation upon seeing that man. Be it the Golden Core, Nascent Soul or Void Reversion battlefield, all the cultivators stopped what they were doing and looked over instinctively. "You've come." The old immortal crane had a conflicted expression and sighed gently when she saw who it was. It was clear from the old immortal crane's tone that she knew the person. Everyone from Ethereal Peak, Sect Master Lingyun included, were in a daze. "It's him." Suddenly, among the dozens of Ethereal Peak nascent souls left, an old man who was clearly at the end of his life exclaimed, glaring at the black-robed man with his cloudy eyes. "HHE's back." The nascent soul old man shivered emotionally. "Little Yi, you've still got 3 years to your lifespan." Shifting his gaze, the black-robed man looked at the nascent soul old man and said calmly, "Little Yi?" Su Zimo and the other cultivators of the younger generation were confused. However, Sect Master Lingyun, Shen Yi, and the others shuddered. The name of that nascent soul was Ning Yi, and apart from the old immortal crane, he was the oldest Grand Elder of Ethereal Peak with a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Golden cores had lifespans of 500 years. Nascent souls had lifespans of 1,000 years. Void reversions had lifespans of 5,000 years. Almost all the cultivators in the generation of that nascent soul old man had died of old age, leaving him. If the black-robed man before them addressed Grand Elder Ning Yi as Little Yi, didn't that mean that he was even older than the latter? The black-robed man should have been someone from more than 1,000 years ago, and that was why the generations from Lingyun onwards did not recognize him. Lingyun's heart skipped a beat when he saw the reaction of the old immortal crane and Grand Elder Ning Yi, as though he recalled something. Could it be him? Shen Yi and the other golden cores gasped, exchanging glances. They had already guessed it. Outside Ethereal Peak. Ji Yushua looked at the newcomer with a confused expression and turned to ask, "Father, who is that? He seems to have some sort of a relationship with Ethereal Peak and is rather formidable." "I don't recognize him." The Emperor shook his head. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he thought of someone. Someone that he had never seen before but have heard of from the legends. The Emperor murmured, perhaps he should be the only one who would care nothing about the witch race. On the other side, Ji Yushi and Demonis Ji heaved sighs of relief when they saw the black-robed man appear. Clapping, Demonis Ji laughed. He, this senior still chose to appear. Ji Yushi said, with him, there's nothing to worry about for the void reversion battlefield. If I step in to stabilize the nascent soul battlefield, they should be able to tide through this calamity. I won't be heading over since Father's watching from the other side. Demonis Ji blinked. Ji Yushi nodded and took out a mask from her storage bag. Wearing it on her face, she turned into another person and headed to the battlefield. Far in the depths of the capital of Great Ju, an old man sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light shone from his glabella, and a small person the size of his palm flew out, glowing with a radiance. It was his essence spirit. A mysterious energy fluctuation spread forth from the radiant little man. His spirit consciousness was spreading. A moment later, the radiant little man returned to the old man's glabella and vanished. Letting out a long breath, the old man murmured softly, to think that he would have returned. There's no wonder why he's the #1 paragon of Great Ju back then. After not seeing him for 1,000 years, he has already cultivated to that point. The skies above Ethereal Peak. The black-robed man surveyed the surroundings. When he saw the corpses strewn all over, his expression did not change and he merely commented indifferently, it's truly been a long time since it was so crowded at Ethereal Peak. When they heard that, Shen Yi and the others were even more certain about this man's identity. Su Zimo frowned. No matter how he looked at it, the black-robed man seemed like he had a deep connection with Ethereal Peak, as though he was a cultivator from it in the past. However, Su Zimo could not sense any bit of emotions coming from that man. He had no reaction even after seeing Ethereal Peak cultivators dead all over the place with their corpses forming mountains. Indifferent, cold-blooded and heartless. That was the first impression the black-robed man gave Su Zimo. 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind as he recalled a person. The first time he heard about that person was through the disheveled old man. Thereafter, he heard Senior Crane mention a little about him back in Thunderclap Valley. This was the owner of the mystic gold silk armor. Someone who was invincible across the Foundation establishment and Golden Core realms in the north region of Chenhuang mainland in the past. When this person joined Ethereal Peak, his method of dispelling the 8 distresses formation was by killing everyone. Because he was cold, heartless and extreme in his ways, the moment he showed signs of turning into a fiend, he was locked in Thunderclap Valley to reflect in seclusion. This was also the same person who found the Void Thunder manual in the ancient battlefield and placed it inside the mystic gold silk armor to await someone with affinity. Later on, this man descended into the Tao of the Fiend and betrayed the sect. He was the terrifying expert 1,000 years ago. Now, he has returned. The 5 void reversion experts above the clouds, Blood Crow Palace's lord included, had grim expressions and were sizing up the black-robed man the entire time. Each of them felt danger exuding from that man. A moment later, Dao Bing Jingming of Iridescent Cloud's Palace narrowed his gaze and asked with cupped fists, "Fellow Daoist, may I know what is your name and what sect you are from? Also, why are you interfering in this matter?" The black-robed man shifted his gaze towards Dao Bing Jingming before saying slowly, "Do you think someone like you is worthy to know my name?" Before his words were finished, the black-robed man's glabella shone brightly and a blood beam shot forward. A terrifying aura burst forth. Blood Crow Palace's lord and everyone else were shocked as they scurried to retreat. Puff! Immediately after, right in front of everyone, Dao Bing Jingming's head exploded as though it was a watermelon. He died on the spot and his essence spirit didn't even get the chance to escape. He was dead. A void reversion expert died just like that. A dead silence crept through the air above and beneath Ethereal Peak. This was a truly savage man who was decisive to kill. The black-robed man was emotionless after killing a void reversion as he turned towards the other for expressionlessly with a gaze cold as ice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 84, Azura. Chapter for 84, Azura. The death of Dao Bing Jingming frightened the other for void reversions, and their hairs stood on end. The expression of Blood Crow Palace's lord turned extremely terrible as he glared at the black-robed man. His gaze was dark with a faint green light. It was extremely difficult for one to die once they were at void reversion realm. Although nascent souls could cultivate essence spirits, their essence spirits had impurities and were in turbid states, causing them to be extremely fragile. Without any protection, upon leaving their physical bodies, their essence spirits would be akin to babies situated in forests and could die at any moment. A strong gust of wind, an exposure to the blazing sun or even any slight activity could injure the essence spirit. If they met with any misfortunes, their essence spirits would be destroyed instantly. The death of one's essence spirit was the true meaning of death, whereby it would be useless even if their physical bodies remained intact. However, it was different at void reversion realm. By comprehending the heaven and earth and making use of the dharmic methods to visualize the essence spirit, nascent souls could cultivate their essence spirits continuously to remove the impurities within it. Eventually, after obtaining some pure yang spirit, they would be able to enter the void reversion realm. That was the meaning of the saying, cultivating one spirit to return to the void in the cultivation world. At void reversion realm, one's essence spirit would resemble the physical body of the cultivator. Flawless without impurities, they do not fear the scorching sun, heavy rains, or misfortunes. They would truly be able to break out of the restraints of one's body and roam the world, traveling everywhere. At that point of the essence spirit's cultivation, it would be akin to a corporeal body outside of the cultivator. There was another saying in the cultivation world of one spirit leaving them and taking form. By leaving them, it referred to the essence spirits exiting their bodies, and taking form referred to the corporeal bodies outside of their physical self. In the ancient era, void reversion realm was also known as the corporeal spirit realm. For void reversion Dao beings, even if their bodies were destroyed, if they reacted fast enough and sent their essence spirits out of their bodies, they would be able to survive. Although their bodies were destroyed, the presence of their essence spirit was equivalent to their survival. The black-robed man killed a void reversion with a single thought, and the latter vanished on the spot without a chance to let his essence spirit escape. That single move caused the hearts of Blood Crow Palace's lord and the other three to skip a beat. They were inevitably feeling fearful. Turning slightly to the side, the black-robed man looked at the utterly wretched and wounded old immortal crane who was swaying unsteadily nearby. He swiped his hand on his storage bag. Instantly, an elixir the size of a longan appeared, and there were a few patterns on its surface, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. That is, true fire sect's Dao being Lao Yuan narrowed his eyes with an alarmed expression. Vitality reprisal elixir. Blood Crow Palace's lord said it word by word. The moment those words were uttered, although the others did not have much of a reaction, all the nascent souls and void reversions present were shaken. Dao being Liao Yuan glared at the elixir in the hands of the black-robed man with an extremely scorching gaze, wanting nothing more than to devour the latter's hand right now. A Grade 5 elixir, the Vitality Reprisal Elixir, was created by the Elixir Emperor of the ancient era, and it illustrated the meaning of lucidity for one's final moments. No matter how badly injured a Void Reversion was, as long as they weren't dead and consumed a Vitality Reprisal Elixir, they would definitely instantly invoke a tremendous amount of vitality and their injuries would be completely healed. The Vitality Reprisal Elixir had long been lost on Chenhuang mainland. It was akin to a second life of a cultivator. The black-robed man sent the Vitality Reprisal Elixir before the old immortal crane through a single thought. Dao being Liao Yuan and the others were green with envy. A precious elixir as such was given out just like that. The few of them revealed jealous expressions and their eyes shone with vicious glints, they even had thoughts of snatching it over for themselves. The old immortal crane had a conflicted expression and did not take it over immediately. Blood Crow Palace's lord sneered, "That old beast is at the end of her lifespan and is on the brink of death. She won't be able to live for much longer even if her injuries are fully recovered." While the Vitality Reprisal Elixir could heal one's injuries almost immediately, it could not add on to one's lifespan. It was also the same reason why the old immortal crane did not take the elixir immediately. The Vitality Reprisal Elixir was way too precious and it was a waste for her to use it. "I won't take back anything I give out," the black-robed man said indifferently. "You don't have to have any considerations as well. The reason why I'm giving you the elixir is to sever the karma between us." "But," the old immortal crane sighed gently, "the Vitality Reprisal Elixir is too precious and rare. As a void reversion, you need it as well." "I don't, because no one can injure me." The black-robed man's tone was calm without any fluctuations, as though he was talking about something that was only logical. Instantly, the entire place went silent. Almost everyone was stunned by the casual majesty revealed by the black-robed man through his words. Looking at the old immortal crane, the black-robed man continued, "You still have a sliver of hope." The old immortal crane understood what the black-robed man meant. Her sliver of hope was to recover her wounds by consuming the Vitality Reprisal Elixir and make use of this great battle to advance in her cultivation realm. As long as she made a single step of advancement, her lifespan would increase exponentially and she would be averted from the imminent crisis of her expiring lifespan. As for Ethereal Peak, it would be blessed with the rise of a Dharma characteristic realm pure-blooded ferocious bird. Little Crane cried softly with a concerned expression, urging repeatedly. Sect Master Ling Yun, Su Zimo, and everyone else looked at the old immortal crane, hoping that she could make use of this opportunity to gain rebirth through nirvana. The old immortal crane took a deep breath before nodding and reaching out for the Vitality Reprisal Elixir, swallowing it. The moment it entered her mouth, a tremendous amount of vitality burst forth like a tornado, surging through all her limbs to every single part of her body. The wounds on the old immortal crane were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Zimo and the others were elated when they saw that. If the old immortal crane could advance a step further, it would be a blessing in disguise. Although Ethereal Peak suffered great losses due to this calamity, if the sect had a Dharma characteristic pure-blooded ferocious bird as its support, it would definitely be the strongest among the 5 major sects and it would only be a matter of time before its rise. The black-robed man shifted his gaze towards Blood Crow Palace's lord and the others. "I know who you are." The palace lord harumphed coldly. "There aren't many cultivators at Void Reversion Realm with strength like yours. You should be the titular disciple of Azura sect, this generation's Azura." The black-robed man was expressionless. To think that the Azura notorious for killing would have crossed the North region to be a busybody here, Fufu, the palace lord sneered. The black-robed man was still silent and his expression did not change. The palace lord gripped his fists and repressed the killing intent in his heart, saying darkly, "Azura, since you insist on interfering with this matter, I can take a step back. However, that person must leave with me." He pointed toward Su Zimo who was beneath Ethereal Peak. Instantly, everyone from Ethereal Peak felt their hearts sink in despair. It was already unexpected that the black-robed man was able to protect Ethereal Peak. However, he had no relationship with Su Zimo, so how could he possibly offend someone of the witch race just for the sake of a Foundation establishment cultivator? the black-robed man shifted his gaze toward Su Zimo. For some unknown reason, Su Zimo felt a mysterious feeling inside his heart. The gaze of the black-robed man was as though he was looking at his successor of the younger generation and was extremely odd. After pausing for a moment, the black-robed man finally spoke with a single word. No. Everyone was shocked. Nobody expected that he would choose to offend someone of the witch race just for a Foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, he was so decisive in his rejection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 85, Killing Indiscriminately. Chapter for 85, Killing Indiscriminately. Azura, you should know of my background. Let's each take a step back. The Palace Lord said with a dark gaze, all I want to do is take away that Foundation establishment lad. That has nothing to do with you. If you continue pushing your luck. Before the Palace Lord could finish, the black-robed man let out an impatient expression and interrupted, I want to push my luck. What can you do about it? Everyone was in an uproar. He was way too savage. He did not leave the other party a single way out at all. His reputation truly precedes him. It's no wonder why he was invincible across the Foundation establishment and Golden Core realms on Chenhuang mainland back then. He's truly way too savage, Shen Yi lamented. The disheveled old man sighed. He is fearless even when the great Zhu royalty does not dare to interfere. He's truly incredible. It's just a pity that he has turned into a fiend, otherwise, Liu Hui did not continue, but her meaning was clear. At this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo was no longer as resistant and negative towards the fiend sects. Iridescent Clouds Palace, Southern Mountain Sect, True Fire Sect and Azure Frost Sect could be considered to be part of the immortal sects as well. They were self-proclaimed to be righteous and viewed slaying demons and fiends as their responsibilities. But now that Ethereal Peak was in trouble, those sects chose to take advantage of the opportunity and kick it while it was down and out. How were their actions different from the fiends? The black-robed man was someone of Azura sect, a fiend sect. Yet, upon knowing that Ethereal Peak was in danger, he rushed over here from thousands of miles away across the Middle Continent and North region. Who were the true immortals, and who were the true fiends? Su Zimo found himself agreeing more and more with Demoness Ji's words. The Tao of fiends was not the Tao of evil, but one of obsession and extremity. At that moment, the disheveled old man asked, the sect has severed connections with that man a long time ago. Who was the one who informed him? That's right. Shen Yi exclaimed softly, I heard that Azura sect is situated in the middle continent of Chenhuang mainland and is most likely millions of miles away from Ethereal Peak. Even for a void reversion at full speed, they would need close to a year to arrive. How did he manage to get here in time? Sect Master Ling Yun's heart was filled with the same doubt. Didn't that mean that someone had managed to locate the black-robed man a year ago and told him the news of the possible calamity that was about to befall Ethereal Peak? Ling Yun was certain that nobody in Ethereal Peak, including the old immortal Crane, had contacted the black-robed man. Who was it then that managed to spread the news over to him? Su Zimo was curious as well when he heard the discussions of the Peak Masters. At that moment, a gaze lingered on him for a brief moment. Sensing it, Su Zimo looked up into the air. In midair, a woman in a gauze top had appeared unknowingly. She was not a cultivator of Ethereal Peak and had extremely ordinary looks. However, her figure was voluptuous and curvy, a single look was enough to seduce anyone. Su Zimo had never seen that woman before. However, for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity. He went deep in thought. Above the clouds, the black-robed man was overbearing and instantly, the Palace Lord's expression turned extremely terrible. Right now, he was in a difficult position. The Palace Lord declared coldly, Azura, although you're the titular successor of the fiend sects, all of us are at Void Reversion Realm and I'm even someone of the witch race. We're not going to be afraid of you. That's right. True Fire Sect's Tao being Liao Yuan said deeply, there's 4 of us Void Reversions here, don't go overboard, fellow Daoist. Southern Mountain sects Dao Bing Laoyang and Azure Frost sects Dao Bing Hanming looked at the black-robed man with cold gazes. They were tense and ready to strike at any moment. "You're still not leaving?" The black-robed man's eyes were initially closed. However, they suddenly opened up and he spoke. That sentence was uncalled for and sounded ridiculous. Yet, the palace lord and the other three of them felt chills run down their spines as their pupils constricted. Raising his head, the black-robed man had an indifferent gaze. "Very well, don't leave then. All of you can stay here." Before he finished his sentence, his glabella shone and he sent forth another killing move. Asuras don't open their eyes, but if they do, they kill. Instantly, the world changed. The black-robed man did not do anything and his glabella merely shone with a blood-colored light, but a sea of blood instantly appeared in the void, emitting a nauseating stench as it surged towards the palace lord and everyone else. Those methods had already surpassed the knowledge of Su Zimo and the other golden cores. This was a fight between the essence spirits. A faint green light shone from the palace lord's glabella and a gigantic, menacing skull was formed in midair. It opened its blooded mouth and swallowed the sea of blood in huge mouthfuls, the same way a whale swallowed water as though it wanted to devour the entire sea. At the same time, the glabellas of Dao Bing Hanming, Dao Bing Laoyang and Dao Bing Laoyuan shone brightly as their spirit consciousnesses were released, conjuring multiple phenomenons. Swoosh! A massive fireball that was like a blazing sun surged towards the blood sea. Boom! A mountain materialized and descended, attempting to suppress the raging tides of the blood sea. Swash! Snow filled the entire place and froze everything. Layers of frost appeared on the surface of the blood sea. It was an attack of the spirit consciousnesses. These were killing moves that could only be used after entering the void reversion realm. By conjuring phenomenons with their spirit consciousnesses, these were corporeal illusions that attacked the other party's essence spirit directly. The defending cultivator could only block them with their own spirit consciousnesses. A fight between essence spirits was extremely dangerous and a single misstep would lead to death. Previously, Dao Bing Jingming of Iridescent Cloud's palace was attacked by the black-robed man's spirit consciousness and instantly, his head exploded and his essence spirit was destroyed, resulting in his death. Kill! Right now, the black-robed man was fearless despite facing for opponents. Shouting, his eyes shone ferociously and he exuded a shuddering killing intent. In midair, the gigantic skull was swallowing the blood sea at a much slower speed and was shivering. Crack! 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 A series of cracks appeared on the surface of the skull. The palace lord's expression changed. At the same time, a sinister roar echoed from the depths of the blood sea. Bang! 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 The ice on the surface of the sea suddenly cracked as one after another, corpses with terrifying auras whirled their fists and destroyed the frost. Leaping out of the sea, they roared from the depths of their throats and floated in the blood sea. It was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. No matter which faction they were from, all the cultivators in the vicinity of Ethereal Peak felt chills upon seeing that. Those methods were truly shocking and struck fear through everyone. The blood sea surged and created massive waves, threatening to devour the entire world as it howled. Dao Bing Hanming gasped. Shing! The fireball in midair was drowned by the blood sea and its flames were extinguished. Dao Bing Laoyuan shuddered and blood drained from his face. In the spirit consciousness of Dao Bing Laoyuan's glabella, an essence spirit with his exact appearance burned with dense flames. Gradually, it dimmed and the flames on its body were extinguished. Dao Bing Laoyuan's life force was severed as he fell from midair. He was dead. Even though he was fighting against 4 people, the black-robed man managed to kill a void reversion in reverse. Boom! A thunderous bang sounded from the unyielding mountain in the middle of the blood sea as it was attacked by the corpses repeatedly. Before long, the mountain crumbled and was devoured by the blood sea. At the same time, Dao Bing Laoyang's essence spirit exploded in his spirit consciousness. He was devoured by the blood sea and turned into one of its corpses. Another void reversion had fallen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 86, Unable to Leave. Chapter for 86, Unable to Leave. The moment the 5 void reversions above the clouds started fighting, the nascent soul battlefield continued on as well. Both factions were in the heat of the battle. You guys, go and kill Suzimo. The faster, the better. Realizing that something was amiss with the situation, the Blood Crow King did not dare to be careless and ordered 10 nascent souls for that task. In terms of numbers and strength of nascent souls, Blood Crow Palace possessed an absolute advantage. From the side of Ethereal Peak, the remaining dozens of nascent souls that were led by Sect Master Ling Yun were filled with injuries and exhausted. They were almost unable to fight on anymore. The Blood Crow King transformed into his true form, which was a pitch-black crow with bloodshot eyes, and led the remaining nascent souls in a fiery battle against Ling Yun and the others. Unable to withdraw themselves from the situation, Ling Yun and the others could only watch as the 10 nascent souls charged towards Suzimo. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. No matter how strong he was and how many trump cards he had, he could not withstand the might of nascent souls. At Nascent Soul Realm, one could cultivate an essence spirit and could make use of the heaven and earth powers to release dharmic arts. Even the simplest dharmic art was more than enough to kill Suzimo, who was at Foundation Establishment Realm, with ease. As the 10 nascent souls charged towards him, Suzimo conjured hand seals in midair. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread through the void. Not daring to be careless, Suzimo released his spirit wings and chanted a sutra internally. He was already prepared to unleash the secret skill of the Fiend Sect's Blood Escape, to flee far away. He could read the situation clearly. The black-robed man had terrifying strength and was extremely domineering. As long as he could survive a little longer and wait till the void reversion battlefield to settle down, Blood Crow Palace was bound to lose. All of a sudden, a slender figure appeared in front of Suzimo. It's her? Suzimo furrowed his brow slightly. The person before him was the seductive woman with the gauze top. You must have a death wish. You're asking for death. The 10 nascent souls that were charging over shouted and had already released the dharmic arts from their hands. There were razor-sharp long swords with rainbow ripples, crystalline fingers as thick as stone pillars, horrifying fists as heavy as mountains. The dharmic arts filled the skies and surged over, almost engulfing the gauze-top woman and Suzimo entirely. The gauze-top woman's expression was unchanged and her eyes flickered with ridicule. Suddenly, she smiled brilliantly and a bedazzling and seductive glint shone from her eyes. Although the gauze-top woman had ordinary looks, her smile caused all the stars and moon to dim in color. Her eyes shimmered like the surface of water, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. In the blink of an eye, all the dharmic arts vanished. All the cultivators were shocked by the methods of the gauze-top woman when they saw that. As for Suzimo, he had a vague guess about the gauze-top woman's identity after a moment of contemplation. Only a cultivator of the Fiend Sect's Pure Maiden Sect could bewitch all living beings with a single action and smile. Although this woman wasn't Demonis G, she definitely had a deep relationship with the latter. By adding those information together with this person's cultivation realm, her identity was revealed almost instantly. It was the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Ji Yushi. With the secret skill of Pure Maiden Sect, Ji Yushi removed all the dharmic arts and seized the opportunity while the 10 nascent souls were distracted to raise her palm. Instantly, 10 cold flashes of light shot into the glabellas of the 10 nascent souls. After a brief pause, the eyes of the 10 nascent souls dimmed and they fell from midair one after another lifelessly. For nascent souls, they won't die even if their hearts were crushed. The true weakness of a nascent soul was their essence spirit. Ji Yushi's counterattack did not show any mercy and she crushed all 10 of their essence spirits instantly, causing them to die on the spot. Suzimo nodded silently. It was no wonder why she was of the Fiend Sects. All the itinerant cultivators of Blood Crow Palace and the nascent souls of small sects could not deal with the secret skill of Pure Maiden Sect at all. Back in the ancient battlefield, Demonis G was restrained by the paragons of the Buddhist and immortal sects, and she even suffered a loss against the successor of Diamond Monastery. However, if she were to face these Foundation establishment cultivators here, a simple smile and wink from her could charm them into losing their minds. The Blood Crow King and the others were extremely grim when they saw the 10 nascent souls die. I don't believe that we won't be able to kill a mere Foundation establishment lad despite our numbers. The Blood Crow King had a vicious gaze as he grit his teeth, prepared to attack personally. The Gauze-Top woman spoke up, her voice was charming but her tone was indifferent. Everyone, you don't have to waste your energy with me around. None of you will get past me. Perfected Being King Lang and the others had indignant expressions. What sort of merits and capabilities did Su Zimo, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, have such that 2 experts showed up in succession to defend him? Boom! Suddenly, a bang sounded from above the clouds. All the nascent souls stopped subconsciously and turned to look. They saw True Fire Sect's Dao Being Lao Yuan and Southern Mountain Sect's Dao Being Lao Yang fall one after another. Suddenly, the tides changed on the battlefield. Sensing that something was amiss, some people made an instant decision to retreat with the chaos and flee into the distance. Although the Palace Lord and Dao Being Hanming were able to defend against the impact of the black-robed man's blood sea, they were swaying and their expressions were pale as they grunted. Dao Being Hanming was thoroughly subdued by the methods of the black-robed man and kowtowed, declaring with a trembling voice, "Please be appeased, fellow Daoist. I know now that I'm in the wrong and I'll leave right now, never taking another step onto Ethereal Peak for the rest of my life." When they heard that, everyone from Ethereal Peak were emotional and almost wanted to roar into the skies as a pent-up frustration was released from their hearts. The feeling of a void reversion forced to the state of acknowledging his mistake while swearing never to step foot onto Ethereal Peak again for the rest of his life was ecstatic. Right then, the black-robed man's voice sounded above the clouds once more. "It's already too late for you to leave now." It was dead silent above and beneath Ethereal Peak. Everyone was astounded by the black-robed man's aura. Acknowledging his mistake? Swear? None of that mattered now. Even if he wanted to leave now, he couldn't. Dao Being Hanming seemed to have been scared as well as he trembled. What do you mean by that? IVE already apologized. He was stuttering by now. It's no use speaking now. Die. The black-robed man pointed at his glabella. Instantly, it shone brightly and formed a blood sea vortex. Reaching out, the black-robed man actually withdrew a saber from the blood sea vortex. It was initially extremely small, but by the time it was out completely, it had expanded with a torrential killing intent. There were a series of blood patterns on its blade. The black-robed man flicked his wrist and his saber shook. Instantly, all the blood patterns rose, as though they were veins on the blade, and the stench of blood filled the air. He uses a saber? Su Zimo froze momentarily when he saw the black-robed man withdraw a saber, and a thought flashed through his mind. Before he could think about it properly, his attention was drawn by the terrifying methods of the black-robed man. The black-robed man took a step forward and slashed in reverse. It arrived instantly and engulfed Dao Being Hanming, sealing his escape path. "Don't go overboard!" Dao Being Hanming shrieked and tapped his glabella, withdrawing a shimmering flying sword. At the same time, he withdrew a shield from his storage bag and injected Dharmic power into it, causing it to expand and hover over his head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 87, Remnant of the Witch Race. Chapter for 87, Remnant of the Witch Race. Clang! The saber sliced the flying sword into two the moment they clashed. Dao Being Hanming grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. The flying sword was his life force Dharmic weapon and was connected to his essence spirit. With his life force Dharmic weapon crippled, Dao Being Hanming's essence spirit received an immense impact and was severely injured. The black-robed man's saber technique was still sharp and his momentum did not pause, cutting down heavily onto the shield in midair and letting out a deafening sound of metal screeching. Boom! The shield exploded into pieces. A terrifying power surged into Dao Bing Hanming's body, and his organs, bloodline, and bones were disintegrated into pieces due to the sharpness of the blade. Puff! 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 A series of blood mists spewed out from Dao Bing Hanming. A single slash was all it took to sever Dao Bing Hanming's vitality entirely. A glowing little man scurried out of the top of Dao Bing Hanming's head frantically. His essence spirit was exiting and escaping into the distance. However, it was a pity that the two of them were extremely close. Dao Bing Hanming's essence spirit did not manage to escape far before the black-robed man caught up to it, grabbing it and crushing it with his palm. After losing the protection of his body, the essence spirit was too weak and could not withstand a single attack. In the blink of an eye, the void reversions of the four major sects had already died in the hands of the black-robed man, leaving Blood Crow Palace's lord. The palace lord had just conjured his dharmic technique when Dao Bing Hanming had already died. Gritting his teeth, the palace lord waved his bone staff and uttered an indecipherable incantation. The skull on top of the bone staff gradually filled with blood, and two scarlet blood beams shone from its eye sockets, as though it was alive. Bloodbat, form! The palace lord roared in rage and pointed his bone staff at the black-robed man. Buzz! Buzz! The skull opened its mouth and blood-colored bats flew out one after another continuously. Like a swarm of locusts, they charged towards the black-robed man in a dense pack. This was a secret skill of the witch race. All of those were blood-sucking bats, and if a cultivator was trapped in their encirclement, their blood would be sucked dry within a single second. How dare the light of a firefly try to compete against the shine of the moon for glory? The black-robed man sneered. He did not retreat or dodge the looming swarm of bats, and instead took a step forward and slashed again. The weather changed. That single slash seemed as though it had unleashed endless hell. The sky and earth collapsed. Endless firestorms descended from the skies, and the ground ripped apart, causing scarlet lava to gush out. The vast land was filled with ugly scars and corpses were strewn everywhere. The bloodbats cried endlessly upon entering that endless hell, and they disappeared before they could even get close. A look of panic flashed through the palace lord's eyes. Swoosh! In a flash, the black-robed man had already arrived before the palace lord. He slashed in reverse at an extremely fast speed, and the sound of ghosts wailing could be heard as his saber sliced through the void. The palace lord felt his heart skip a beat. With no time to think, he could only receive the attack with his bone staff. Scree! A jarring sound was let out as the saber glided across the bone staff. A faint imprint was left on the bone staff. The palace lord shuddered, and a mouthful of blood rushed up his throat before he swallowed it back forcefully. Although the witch race was one of the primordial 9 races, they did not have strong physiques, and neither did they specialize in melee combat. The palace lord was already severely injured from that single slash. With each breath he took, he could taste the damp stench of blood and feel a ripping pain in his lungs. It was proof that his organs were already injured. If the battle continued, it may very likely result in irrecoverable wounds for him. The palace lord burst in retreat and waved his bone staff, setting up faint green layers of barriers before him. As if oblivious to them, the black-robed man charged at them readily. Crack! 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 The faint green barriers shattered repeatedly and could not stop the black-robed man at all. The black-robed man's gaze was icy cold, and his killing intent was chilling as he moved like a phantom. Sensing the killing intent of the black-robed man, the palace lord was finally nervous and shouted with widened eyes, Azura, I'm someone of the witch race. If you dare take my life, you will bring about destruction for Azura sect. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed when he heard that. The tone of the palace lord was extremely tough and firm, as if he truly meant it. Could there truly have been super sects that were destroyed by the primordial 9 races on Qianhuang mainland? Do you think that a remnant of the witch race like yourself is enough to threaten me? The black-robed man took a stride forward with a frosty glare and slashed at the palace lord once more. Clang! Although the palace lord managed to defend against it, he could not endure it anymore and spat out a huge mouthful of blood. His organs had shifted positions and were almost ruptured. The words "remnant of the witch race" caused a commotion in the crowd. In the cultivation world, ferocious beasts that had impure bloodlines were called remnant beasts. In other words, the palace lord was not completely considered as someone of the witch race and could only be considered as a half-being. Suddenly, Suzimo recalled that back then at the primordial ruins, the divine dragon said something similar, berating that the palace lord had an impure bloodline and was merely a bastard child. The palace lord's expression turned extremely harrowing after the black-robed man exposed his background. The black-robed man sneered, "Notwithstanding the fact that you're a remnant of the witch race, even if someone who was truly of the witch race came forth, I would dare to kill him as well. There's no one in this world that I, Yang Beichen, wouldn't dare to kill." It was only at this moment that Suzimo knew that the name of the terrifying expert from 1,000 years ago was Yang Beichen. The palace lord did not dare to linger and bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood to release his secret skill. He turned into a streak of light and fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. "Where can you run to?" Yang Beichen's eyes lit up with a dark glint. He slashed forward and it seemed to cross the voids, landing heavily on the palace lord. There was nowhere to escape. Phut! A stream of blood gushed out. The palace lord's body was split into two instantly. His essence spirit left his body and hovered in midair. It was a little man that shone with a dim blood light and looked exactly the same as his physical body. Blood tribute! The palace lord's essence spirit escaped and let out a spirit consciousness fluctuation. The essence spirit traveled through villages where there were countless innocent mortals. There were farmers who were plowing the fields, muscular men who were chopping firewood, mothers preparing to cook and children who were playing merrily. All of those living beings suddenly froze, as though they were engulfed by some mysterious power. In the blink of an eye, their bodies withered at a visible speed, turning into streaks of blood light as their life forces surged into the essence spirit that was escaping in midair. The eyes of the palace lord's essence spirit shone brightly as it recovered rapidly. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was heartbroken at the sight of that. Hundreds of thousands of innocent mortals were met with the calamity, turning into dried corpses and died in miserable manners. It was the same situation that Suzimo and the others encountered at Linfeng City in the past. Yang Beichen chased in pursuit with his saber and took huge strides, crossing through the voids. Unfortunately, the distance between them increased further and further. When void reversions lose their bodies and were left with their essence spirits, although their combat strength were weaker, their speeds were at least doubled without the restrictions of their flesh. Furthermore, the palace lord released the evil blood tribute technique and replenished a massive amount of energy, allowing him to escape from Yang Beichen's pursuit before long. "Azura, one day, I'll definitely make you pay for destroying my physical body today." Ha ha ha! The blood light disappeared into the horizon, leaving nothing but a sinister laughter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 88, You Sure Are Bold. Chapter for 88, You Sure Are Bold. Blood Crow Palace's lord fled more than 1,000 meters away. The remaining cultivators were dumbfounded. This was supposed to be a calamity for Ethereal Peak, and yet, the tides turned immediately after the appearance of a cultivator. The advantage of Blood Crow Palace and the other for major sects had disappeared entirely. Suzimo's gaze burned bright like a torch and he swept past the crowd. He could not find perfected being Kenglang and sneered internally, "You sure are quick to run." Many cultivators yelled and fled everywhere. The Blood Crow King gazed above the clouds at that terrifying figure standing in midair. He had a venomous look that lingered for a brief moment before he turned to escape. All of a sudden, Yang Beichen turned around and his gaze was extremely sharp, landing on the Blood Crow King instantly. "You still dare to harbor killing intent towards me?" Instantly, the Blood Crow King felt chills run down his spine and his limbs went cold. The blood within his body seemed to have stopped flowing. "You sure are bold." A massive shout echoed through the clouds, reverberating through the ears of many cultivators in a deafening manner. Immediately after, a gigantic saber beam descended from the skies and swept through the void, as though it wanted to slice the world apart. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains trembled. The saber beam burst into the crowd that was escaping and blood mist spewed everywhere. The Blood Crow King had just transformed to his true self and was about to fly into the skies when he was cut down by Yang Baichen's slash without a corpse left. Long blood-colored ravines were left at the foot of Ethereal Peak as a torrential killing intent surged into the skies. They were filled by countless corpses and looked terrifying, like blood scars on the ground that everyone was forbidden to enter. More than 10 nascent souls died at the very least because of that slash. There were even more Golden Cores and Foundation Establishment cultivators that were beside the blood ravines and died, unable to withstand the killing chi that was sent forth from the saber. Finally, Ethereal Peak's calamity came to an end after Yang Baichen's slash. The cultivators of Ethereal Peak that survived felt a sense of relief after a major calamity. However, immediately after, when they saw the corpses that were strewn at the foot of the mountain, they felt a tragic sadness. All of those were their sect mates. They had grown up together in Ethereal Peak, cultivating and slaying evil while protecting the masses for many, dozens, and even hundreds of years. But now, many of them were dead because of a massive battle and they could never hear from them ever again. This was the cultivation world, which was incomparably cruel. For the first time, Su Zimo felt that the cultivation world was much more savage and had more bloodshed than Kanglang Mountain Range. After consuming the Vitality Reprisal Elixir, most of the old Immortal Crane's injuries had already recovered and it had gotten a new life. However, a look of weariness could still be seen from the eyes of the old Immortal Crane. This battle had expended most of her life's essence and vitality. If she could not advance a step further, she would have to pass away here. Maintaining its ferocious bird form, the old Immortal Crane stood at the peak of Ethereal Peak on one leg and closed its eyes to cultivate. A power was rumbling within its body, raring to spew out. Old skin started shedding from its body and its green feathers were incinerated. However, right in front of everyone, new skin regrew alongside green feathers that shone with a shiny luster. The flames that were originally extinguished from her body had appeared once more. Although the flames were small, they emitted a scorching temperature and were growing steadily. The void around the flames were already starting to contort due to the heat. The old Immortal Crane's condition was gradually turning better. The little crane cried softly and jumped in joy. Sect Master Lingyun swallowed a mouthful of elixirs and started managing the situation, dragging his injured body while focusing his spirit. First, he ordered the cultivators on the battlefield to return to the sect and treat their injuries. Next, he requested for the Chi Refinement warriors who did not take part in the battle to come forth and clean up the battlefield. Although he was severely injured after experiencing such a calamity, Lingyun did not panic and displayed strong leadership in controlling the situation. The sect started moving in an orderly manner after his instructions were pumped out. "Fellow Daoist, please wait." At that moment, when Lingyun saw the gauze-top woman turn to leave, he called after her immediately and bowed deeply, saying in a sincere manner, "Thank you for your assistance, fellow Daoist. Please stay a couple of days in Ethereal Peak so that we can host you properly." "There's no need." The gauze-top woman waved it off with an indifferent expression. Sensing the firmness in the gauze-top woman's attitude, Lingyun did not force things and cupped his fists. "May I know what's your name and what sect you are from? I'm unable to leave now because our sect has just been through a huge calamity. However, I'll definitely pay a visit personally to your sect in the future to express my thanks." "There's no need for thanks either." The gauze-top woman shook her head and turned to Su Zimo. "The reason I stood forth this time round was because I was bequeathed to repay a favor." Upon hearing that, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. She gauze-top woman was definitely Gu Shi. The person who bequeathed her should be Demonis G. Instinctively, he turned to look around but did not catch sight of Demonis G. Lingyun followed the gauze-top woman's gaze and froze momentarily. "Zimo?" The elders of Ethereal Peak revealed odd expressions when they heard that as well. A nascent soul as powerful as such came forth just to repay a favor for a Foundation Establishment cultivator? The gauze-top woman continued, "If you want to express your thanks, do it to him. With that, the gauze top woman did not linger and flew away. Lin Yun and the others looked at Su Zimo with endless admiration in their eyes, as though they had just discovered the most precious treasure in this world. Even without the gauze top woman's remark, Su Zimo had done great merits in this battle. Furthermore, he was at Extreme Foundation Establishment 1. This was the second person after the human emperor in history to have achieved that. If he was already able to kill Golden Cores and possessed such terrifying potential and combat strength at Foundation Establishment realm, his future accomplishments would definitely not be inferior to that person above the clouds. Of course, the Azura of the Fiend sects was still the key to them turning the tides and securing victory. Prior to this, everyone in Ethereal Peak harbored immense hatred towards those of the Fiend sects. As people of the immortal sects and the path of righteousness, they viewed the extermination of fiends and demons as a personal duty and would definitely not want to be associated with anyone of the Fiend sects. But now, after this incident, everyone had complicated feelings towards those of the Fiend sects, or at least, towards Yang Beichen. It did not matter whether he betrayed the sect or he was an evil fiend. What was undeniable was that Ethereal Peak owed him a life-saving debt. Lin Yun wanted to head forth and express his thanks. However, when Yang Beichen remained thousands of feet up above the clouds, Lin Yun couldn't reach that height given his cultivation realm. Yang Beichen's hands were behind his back and he had a cold expression, giving off an aura that forbade people from approaching him. A Grand Elder shook his head and said, "Forget it. Even if you head up, given that person's cold and aloof nature, he wouldn't pay any attention to you." That's right. After all, we are all considered to be of the younger generations compared to him. Senior Crane is probably the only person in the sect who is qualified to speak to him, another Grand Elder added. Lin Yun nodded. Right then, Yang Beichen, who was initially up above the clouds, suddenly descended. Instantly, he arrived before everyone else and looked at Su Zimo, saying indifferently, "Su Zimo, follow me." With that said, he turned and headed in the direction of Ethereal Peak's Thunderclap Valley. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was shocked. The Grand Elders who spoke earlier on almost bit their tongue as their eyes widened. Did the two of them know one another? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 89, Saber Test. Chapter for 89, Saber Test. Everyone from Ethereal Peak exchanged glances speechlessly. When they recalled how firm Yang Beichen was in rejecting the Blood Crow Palace's Lord's request in taking Su Zimo away, their minds starting reeling. The attitude of the Fiend sect's Azura towards Su Zimo was rather strange. It did not seem as though he merely cherished the fact that Su Zimo was at Extreme Foundation Establishment. Is he thinking of taking Su Zimo with him to Azura sect? A Grand Elder frowned in deep worry. After all, Su Zimo's potential was way too great and there was a chance that Ethereal Peak would rise in glory if he remained in the sect. Let's not think too much about it. Even if that's what he wants, there's nothing we can do and there's no one who can stop him either. That's right. In the void not far away, everyone from the royal family of Great Jew watched on with shocked expressions, taking a long time to recover. Ethereal Peak suffered great losses for that battle. However, the remaining cultivators, be it at Foundation Establishment, Golden Core or Nascent Soul Realm, had gone through the baptism of blood and life and death and would definitely grow to be the strongest supports of Ethereal Peak in the future. This calamity would only cause Ethereal Peak to turn even stronger. Without any accidents, the old immortal crane would also advance a step further to become a Dharma-characteristic ferocious bird. One could almost predict that Ethereal Peak's reputation would grow after this battle and many cultivators in the territory of Great Jew would head over due to their great name. Ethereal Peak would rise swiftly. As for the other four major sects, they would have to leave with defeated spirits. Notwithstanding the fact that their void reversions were dead, they had countless nascent souls, golden cores and Foundation Establishment cultivators who were severely injured or dead as well. It was a great loss for their sects. Be it their cultivators of the younger generations or their top experts, the four major sects won't be able to challenge Ethereal Peak any longer. The fact that they were not annihilated despite the circumstances is proof of how much providence is shining on them. At the very least, for the next 1,000 years, Ethereal Peak's position would most likely be unshakable. The Emperor of Great Ju lamented. Upon returning to the capital, he was prepared to send cultivators over to Ethereal Peak with a huge gift of plenty of elixirs. Let's return. Waving his arm, the Emperor led the crowd back. Su Zimo followed Yang Beichen into Thunderclap Valley. Waving his arm, Yang Beichen set up a barrier that isolated the sounds of rumbling thunder outside. Thereafter, he turned to look at Su Zimo quietly with a scrutinizing gaze. You were the one that obtained the secret skill inside the mystic gold silk armor? Suddenly, Yang Beichen asked. Su Zimo nodded. Thank you, Senior. Yang Beichen pouted his lips. The Void Thunder Manual is a secret skill that's said to be the Thunder Emperor's compilation of his life's work before his ascension back then. Unfortunately, I only managed to obtain a page of it in the ancient battlefield. The Thunder Emperor. It was no wonder why the demonic chi in Su Zimo's bloodline could be purged just through the mantra of a single page. It was because the Void Thunder Manual had such a powerful origin. A moment later, Yang Beichen asked, You were the one who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance in the ancient battlefield? I was. Su Zimo admitted to it. The Sea Calming Manual had been lost for many years, and it was normal that the cultivators of the Great Ju dynasty could not recognize it. However, Azura sect was one of the super sects of Qianhuang mainland, and Yang Beichen, who was before him, was an expert at the Void Reversion realm. It was only natural that Su Zimo's saber technique was recognized by the latter. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he recalled the thought that he did not complete earlier on. 1,000 years ago, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, Azura sect, paragon who used a saber. All the clues that were laid out before him pointed out to an incident in the past clearly. Senior, you were the Azura sect paragon who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance from the ancient battlefield 1,000 years ago, the Tidal Manual. Su Zimo blurted out. Yang Beichen nodded. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why Yang Beichen stared at him earlier on with such an odd expression, as though he was looking at a successor of the younger generation. It was not only because he was a disciple of Ethereal Peak and had obtained the Void Thunder Manual. It was because one after another they obtained the inheritance of the Saber Emperor as well. Go on, attack. Let me see how much of the Saber Emperor's inheritance you managed to comprehend. Yang Beichen raised his palm lightly and endless spirit chi gathered towards his palm. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a sinister saber. No longer speaking, Yang Beichen attacked immediately after. Su Zimo's reaction was extremely fast and he whipped out his blood quencher. Attacking upwards, he released the Sea Calming Manual's countercurrent right away. Clang! The two sabers collided and let out a crisp sound, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The power of the attack was not heavy. Su Zimo could clearly feel that Yang Beichen had repressed his power countless times in order to test his saber. Yang Beichen's attack had already reached the level of force. After that attack, Yang Beichen was expressionless and flicked his wrist. The next attack had already arrived stealthily. His saber technique was blurry and unpredictable, yet its killing aura was instantaneous and shuddering. Not good. Su Zimo's heart almost exploded. Against that killing intent, Su Zimo truly thought that Yang Beichen was about to kill him. Instinctively, he unleashed his spirit wings and was about to retreat backwards. However, the moment his spirit wings were summoned, they dissipated and turned into specks of light that scattered in the void. Needless to think, that must have been done by Yang Beichen. Su Zimo buckled his knees and channeled his bloodline, wanting to dodge backwards. Immediately after, to his horror, he realized that there seemed to be 3 walls erected on his left, right and back. He could not move and could only stand motionlessly on the spot. Use your saber. Yang Beichen's voice sounded coldly, or die. Nobody could question the killing intent of the Fiend Sect's Azura. He had said previously that there was nobody he couldn't and wouldn't dare to kill in the world. An Azura did not require reason to kill. Yang Beichen's attack was one of the stances from Azura Saber. Azura sect's fiend heir, Bai Yu, had used it before in the ancient battlefield as well, and it was the exact same move. However, although they were exact, the might that was produced from Yang Beichen was worlds apart. That attack was ethereal and was imperceivable. Although Su Zimo felt so terrible he wanted to throw up, he had nowhere to retreat. Taking a deep breath, Su Zimo composed himself and closed his eyes instead, choosing to follow his heart. Suddenly, he slashed out at the void before him. It was the ripple stance of Sea Calming Manual. The entire void seemed to drawn in by that slash, and spirit chi swirled, as though it was creating a massive vortex. Under Yang Beichen's pressure, the vortex stance had also reached the level of force. Although the saber was only slashing at an empty spot, it possessed a centrifugal power of attraction that instantly broke through Yang Beichen's Azura saber's intense state. The initially imperceivable saber was now appearing. Clang! The two sabers collided once more and retraced upon a single contact. A subtle hint of admiration could be seen flickering through Yang Beichen's eyes. Carry on! His voice was still cold as ever, without any emotions. The Sea Calming Manual was a saber technique comprehended by the Saber Emperor at the seaside. Be it in terms of toughness or flexibility, it was majestic and overbearing, unlike Azura Saber. Azura Saber was a technique that was purely created for killing, and every single move was sinister and lethal. The two different techniques, one righteous and one evil, were supreme secret skills in the Tao of the Saber. Yang Beichen continued attacking in succession, and the angles of his attacks were tricky. They withdrew, lifted, or were hidden. Every single attack was filled with boundless imagination that left one speechless. Against such a saber technique, Su Zimo could only deal with them using the ripple stance of the Sea Calming Manual, fighting gentleness with gentleness. Su Zimo's ripple stance turned increasingly mature against that immense pressure, and a saber force that was akin to ripples on the surface of water started to appear gradually. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490, Tidal Manual. Chapter 490, Tidal Manual. A moment later, Yang Beichen retracted his saber and stood upright. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief, and he could barely contain the joy in his eyes. Apart from the final stance of the Sea Calming Manual, which he was still unable to produce, he managed to comprehend the force levels of the other four stances completely. It was all because of the pressure that Yang Beichen gave him that he was able to comprehend them so quickly. Otherwise, even if he practiced against air for dozens of years, he might not be able to reach this step unless he had another opportunity. If cultivators wanted to grow, they would have to grind against the brink of life and death continuously. Of course, what truly brought joy to Su Zimo was not only because he managed to comprehend the realm of force. More than that, under the pretext that they were both on the same power level, he was not weaker than this number one paragon of Chenhuang mainland North region in the past in terms of his saber technique. Although Yang Beichen had been immersed in the Tao of the saber for countless years, Su Zimo was not disadvantaged. Amazing! Su Zimo was drenched in sweat and was invigorated. Yang Beichen's expression was cold and his gaze was calm, as though he could read Su Zimo's mind. Do you think that you're incredible because you're able to defend against my attacks? Yang Beichen asked indifferently. Su Zimo remained silent. During their previous exchange of blows, although Yang Beichen was repressing him the entire time, Su Zimo did not reveal any openings, and in fact, he managed to defend all of the former's various attacks. However, Su Zimo was embarrassed to admit to something like that after Yang Beichen read his mind. Yet, Yang Beichen's next remark caused Su Zimo's heart to sink as chills filled his body. Take a look at your body. Yang Beichen's eyes were shimmering with a hint of disdain. Furrowing his brow slightly, Su Zimo lowered his head and he froze up, his pupils constricting violently. Before he knew it, a series of cuts had already been made on the green robes in front of his chest. They intertwined near to his heart and formed a gigantic character for the word death. This? Su Zimo felt his limbs go cold. This meant that if this was an actual life and death battle, he would have died more than 6 times in that short exchange earlier on. The most frightening thing was that he did not notice it at all up till now. The more Su Zimo thought about it, the more alarmed he was. The pride and exhilaration he displayed earlier had vanished entirely. If there were no restrictions and he could rely on his movement techniques from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, his speed and his terrifying physique, Su Zimo might not lose. However, at the very least, he was completely defeated in terms of saber technique. Yang Beichen swiped his storage bag and 2 more ancient manuals appeared in his hands. He handed them to Su Zimo. Focusing his gaze, Su Zimo could not help but exclaim. The Tidal Manual! The Saber Emperor left 2 inheritances in the ancient battlefield, one of which was the Sea Calming Manual which Su Zimo had obtained. The other one was the Tidal Manual, which was taken away by Yang Beichen 1,000 years ago. Yang Beichen said, the Tidal Manual is not a saber technique, but a secret skill with 9 levels to it. It was created by the Saber Emperor in the past while he was at the seaside, observing the ebb and flow of the tides. He combined that as a skill together with the Tao of the saber, and it possesses the obscurities of the universe. The Tidal Manual and Sea Calming Manual complement and complete one another. After cultivating the Tidal Manual, you'll be able to utilize the might of the tide. At level 1, each time you make an attack, there will be an additional layer of power to it, and that's the tidal might. Su Zimo seemed to have an understanding. Yang Beichen continued, at level 1 of the Tidal Manual, you'll experience a 10% increase in strength. At level 2, 20%. Don't look down on the percentages because in actual combat, the difference will be significant. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If he managed to cultivate to level 9 of the Tidal Might, it would be equivalent to an additional 90%, and that would be akin to twice of his strength. It was enough for him to overwhelm anyone else of the same cultivation realm. Of course, the most important use of the Tidal Might is to make up for the flaws of the Sea Calming Manual. Yang Beichen explained, you are already extremely proficient in your first 4 stances. However, there is still some sluggishness in your transition between gentleness and toughness while changing stances. While ordinary cultivators are almost blind to these openings, you will be in danger of dying if you meet with people who are truly impressive. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. Indeed, he had experienced slight sluggishness while he was practicing his saber techniques earlier on. However, when he battled in the ancient battlefield against the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects, nobody noticed those openings. As such, Su Zimo did not pay much attention to it. He had not expected that his openings would be so fatal when they were exposed to true experts. Su Zimo was immensely grateful. He had not thought that Yang Beichen would impart to him the Tidal Manual so easily without hesitation. Senior, I'll demonstrate the Sea Calming Manual once and describe to you the details of it. Su Zimo's thought process was simple. He wanted to impart the Sea Calming Manual to Yang Beichen as well as a form of exchange. There's no need. Yang Beichen waved it off indifferently. I've already begun to comprehend my own Tao. In my eyes, the Sea Calming Manual is no big deal. There was a hint of arrogance in Yang Beichen's tone. He was firmly convinced that he would definitely be an emperor in the future with accomplishments above the Saber Emperor. Su Zimo did not press on further and took the Tidal Manual. When he saw the second ancient manual, he could not help but frown. Azura Saber? The other secret skill was Azura Sect's secret skill, Azura Saber. This? Su Zimo was confused. By doing this, did it mean that Yang Beichen wanted him to join Azura Sect? Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before returning Azura Saber. I haven't thought about leaving Ethereal Peak before. Senior, please take the Azura Saber back. Yang Beichen glared at him but did not take it back. Even if you don't join Azura Sect, you can take this Saber Manual to cultivate. Is this all appropriate? Su Zimo frowned. Usually, one would be severely punished and might even be killed if they imparted the secret skills of a sect. You're telling me that even though I dare to impart it to you, you don't dare to learn it? Yang Beichen sneered. Su Zimo was silent. In the ancient battlefield, he had truly created quite a bit of trouble and there was nothing he wouldn't dare to learn. Furthermore, it wasn't as though Su Zimo hadn't cultivated techniques of the fiend sects before. Back in the river undercurrent, when he was stuck with Demonis G in that cramped stone coffin, he cultivated the blood refinement Fiend Sutra that was left inside. At that thought, Suzimo accepted both the ancient manuals. After pondering silently for a moment, he recalled something and asked, Azura sect is located in the middle continent. Senior, were you able to arrive in time because Senior Ji sent you a message? Yang Beichen and looked at Suzimo with a strange stare. To think that this generation's pure maiden of the Fiend sects would have chosen you as her tripod. This was the second time that Suzimo had heard of the term. The first time was under the Human Emperor's palace when Demonis G confessed to it after being questioned by the sealer of the Illusion Fiend cult. What's the meaning of being a tripod of the Pure Maiden sect? Suzimo could not help but ask. Yang Beichen did not reply. When Suzimo saw that, he suppressed the curiosity in his heart for now. He thought for a moment and asked again, why are all the sects, cultivators, and even the royal family of Great Ju so wary of the witch race? That cautiousness stems from a catastrophe that happened 10,000 years ago, Yang Beichen replied indifferently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91, Secret of the Catastrophe. Chapter 91, Secret of the Catastrophe. 10,000 years ago, there was an overlord in the north region of Qianhuang mainland, and that was the Great Qian Empire. Its territories were vast and it was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, the center of the Great Qian Empire, its glorious capital, was turned into ruins overnight. Yang Beichen continued, not only that, the 2 Buddhist monasteries that resided in the territory of the Great Qian Empire and supported it were annihilated. 10,000 years ago, there were 8 Buddhist monasteries, not the current 6. Ah! Suzimo was shocked and exclaimed softly. There were 8 Buddhist monasteries 10,000 years ago. A single catastrophe had not only turned an empire into ruins, it even destroyed 2 super sects of Qianhuang mainland. He could not help but ask, what sort of a catastrophe was it? Did it have something to do with the witch race? No. Yang Beichen shook his head. It was another one of the primordial 9 races, the dragon race. Suzimo's mouth opened gradually in a slight daze. The dragon race. He had quite a bit of a feud with the dragon race as well. Yang Beichen continued, there were many rumors to why the catastrophe happened. However, the conclusion was that a certain dragon in the Dragon Bone Valley was enraged. Dragon Bone Valley? Suzimo frowned slightly and he thought about the endless white bones he saw back in the primordial ruins. There was also a long sea of bones and a towering dragon carcass. The Dragon Bone Valley is one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Qianhuang mainland, Yang Beichen explained. Indeed. Suzimo felt a sense of trepidation as he recalled his encounter in the Dragon Bone Valley back then. If not for the mysterious Lin Xuanji, he would have died there even if he had 10 lives. Suddenly, he recalled something that Yang Beichen said earlier and could not help but question in shock and disbelief. It was all because of a dragon? A single dragon was enough to bring the Great Qian Empire and 2 super sects to ruins, changing the state of Qianhuang mainland's north region entirely? That's right. Yang Beichen nodded. An ancestral-level divine dragon. As though he could tell that Suzimo did not understand the concept of an ancestral-level divine dragon, Yang Beichen added, his combat strength can match the human emperor. Suzimo was stunned. A moment later, Suzimo composed himself and continued asking, how many ancestral dragons are there in the dragon race? No one knows. Yang Beichen replied, however, the ancestral dragons are not the strongest of the dragon race. The dragon race also has a dragon emperor whose power is far beyond the ancestral dragons. Suddenly, Suzimo felt like he was being suffocated and was in immense pressure. If an ancestral dragon could fight against the human emperor, who in the world could stop a dragon emperor if it was born? Yang Beichen continued, the primordial 9 races are innately strong from birth and can wipe out almost everyone else at the same cultivation realm. Throughout history, there has been countless emperors, but among them, there are less than 10 emperors of the human race who can go against the emperors of the primordial 9 races. Su Zimo remained silent. That was the difference between them. Humans were born weak, and that was a fact that couldn't be changed. The experts of the primordial 9 races are already able to fight against emperors of the human race when they were at the ancestral level. They did not even have to be emperors themselves. After a brief pause, Yang Beichen said, the reason why humans were able to win the ancient war was because of the birth of the human emperor. He was a supreme hero who shocked history and could look down on all other emperors. At the mention of the human emperor, even someone as prideful as Yang Beichen revealed a tinge of admiration in his tone. At that point, Su Zimo gradually understood. What the royal family of Great Ju was fearful about was not the Blood Crow Palace's lord, but the true experts of the witch race. Blood Crow Palace's lord is merely a remnant of the witch race with an impure bloodline. Otherwise, his combat strength wouldn't have been so pathetic. Now that his physical body was destroyed by me, he won't be able to recover in a short period of time. An ethereal peak is in no danger for now. However, Yang Beichen paused for a moment before changing the topic. You've been extravagant in your ways in the ancient battlefield, killing the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect and destroying Poison Sect while defeating Glass Palace. You'll have to watch out from now on. Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect are located at the north region of Qianhuang mainland. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although no one else in Shenzhen City apart from Ji Chengqian and the others knew of his background, given the strength of Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect, if they truly wanted to hunt him down, it would just be a matter of time. The only way for him was to hide in seclusion without coming forth. However, what worried Su Zimo even more was that Glass Palace's Pei Chunyu was severely injured and escaped into the Fog Valley with his fate unknown. There was a chance that he would have survived and made it back to Qianhuang mainland. That man was a latent danger. For the first time, Su Zimo felt that there were way too many latent dangers around him. Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, Poison Sect, Blood Crow Palace's lord. The moment all of those latent dangers erupted, the outcome would be unimaginable. He had to get stronger as quickly as possible. With those latent dangers ticking down, the only shot he had at survival was to get stronger as soon as possible. Yang Beichen turned around to leave, but paused for a moment before remarking indifferently, "You're at Extreme Foundation Establishment and is the second person in history to do so apart from the human emperor. However, you have to understand that before you form a core, everything is merely a dreamscape. In the super sects of Qianhuang mainland, Foundation Establishment cultivators are only outer sect disciples, and they will only become inner sect disciples after forming a core. That was the difference between super sects and Ethereal Peak. In Ethereal Peak, golden cores could become elders. However, in those super sects, they were only inner sect disciples." Yang Beichen added, "I heard that Divine Phoenix Island produced a monster incarnate. Although you're at Extreme Foundation Establishment, you're probably only on par with him." Su Zimo did not reply. He could not possibly divulge the identity of Divine Phoenix Island's monster incarnate. Everyone in the cultivation world knew right now that the Divine Phoenix Island's monster incarnate's right hand was a precious piece of Divine Phoenix bone. If the mighty figures and patriarchs of various factions were to come fight for it, no one could protect him at all. Additionally, although phenomenons are the strongest techniques available for golden cores, there's a difference in strength between the phenomenons. Yang Beichen said, "The golden core phenomenons you experienced earlier were the low-end ones with limited power. If you meet with golden cores with ancient phenomenons, even an early-stage golden core would be able to kill you." "Are all ancient phenomenons definitely strong?" Su Zimo asked with a frown. "The phenomenons that are cultivated by ancient emperors, mighty figures, and patriarchs have gone through the sands of time and are still not destroyed. Their legacy crosses time, and it's only natural that their powers are incredible." Su Zimo asked again, "Are all golden core phenomenons cultivated by the later generations weaker than the ancient phenomenons?" Yang Beichen shook his head. "It's very difficult. All the cultivation techniques you're using right now has been passed down from history. As such, it's only natural that the phenomenons you cultivate can't break out of the shadows of the past ancient phenomenons that easily. If you can really create a mighty phenomenon that's able to compare against the ancient phenomenons, you'll definitely be recorded into the books of history and be nominated into the unusual phenomenon ranking. Unusual phenomenon ranking? Su Zimo was slightly stunned. Yang Beichen replied, you should know that the ancient battlefield was formed from dimensional shards and is differentiated into different levels based on its stability. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Demoness Ji had told him about that many years ago. Yang Beichen continued, Foundation establishment cultivators can be sent into the elementary ancient battlefield and it can be opened once every 10 years. The intermediate is more stable and can allow golden cores to cultivate within, opening up once per 100 years. In the intermediate ancient battlefield, there's an extremely famous divine ranking that has been passed down from history known as the unusual phenomenon ranking. The ranking list has a total of 108 positions and millions of golden cores fight for a spot. Only those that have their names listed on the unusual phenomenon ranking are befitting of the word paragon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 92, Divine Powers. Chapter for 92, Divine Powers. Yang Beichen said, I'm sure I don't need to elaborate more about the benefits of the ancient battlefield. Both you and I are beneficiaries of them. Su Zimo nodded. If he hadn't entered the ancient battlefield, there was no way he would have cultivated to his current cultivation realm within a short period of time. Be it the path of immortals or demons, Su Zimo was already half a step through to creating a core. Furthermore, he wouldn't have been able to unlock 9 spirit meridians and reach the legendary Extreme Foundation establishment realm. He wouldn't have had a chance to obtain the secret skill, Ancient Dragonification Manual, and the Carnate Spirit Weapon, the Coiling Dragon Seal either. Su Zimo had truly benefited way too much from the elementary ancient battlefield. The intermediate ancient battlefield only opens up once every 100 years and the unusual phenomenon ranking refreshes once per 100 years as well. Yang Beichen continued, apart from fame throughout the cultivation world, the higher one's name was on the ranking list, the more benefits they would obtain. There's a very high chance for one to obtain a massive opportunity and skyrocket from that point. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly asked, Senior, what was your ranking on the unusual phenomenon ranking in the past? Number 1. Yang Beichen replied calmly, as though he was recounting something that couldn't be any more normal. All of a sudden, both Su Zimo and Yang Beichen sensed something and turned around, gazing into the distance. On a mountain peak, the old immortal crane stood with bedazzling green feathers that burned with fiery flames. Its body seemed to have gotten much larger than before. The red crown on its head seemed like it was a massive fireball. It had broken through. The old immortal crane was already a void reversion pure-blooded ferocious bird to begin with. Now that it advanced a step further, it was akin to a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of the human race and had broken through the restraints of heaven and earth, breaking free from its imminent crisis of an expiring lifespan. Demons had an extremely different cultivation method from humans and they did not have early, mid and late stages to their major cultivation realms. Therefore, demons would usually be stuck in a major realm for a long time and could not break through for hundreds or thousands of years. The good thing was that demons were innately strong from birth and they had a much longer than humans on the same cultivation realm. For example, the old immortal crane had been stuck in the void reversion realm for more than 1,000 years. However, once a demon achieves a breakthrough and breaks free of the shackles of heaven and earth, it would mean that they have advanced a major cultivation realm and their increase in strength would be utterly frightening. Prior to this, the old immortal crane had no chance of winning against Blood Crow Palace's lord. But now that the old immortal crane had advanced and was equivalent to a human Dharma characteristic, she could kill the palace lord with ease. Suddenly, the old immortal crane opened its eyes and reared its head into the skies, crying. It was a piercing screech that reverberated through the world. An extremely terrifying aura burst forth from the peak of Ethereal Peak and started spreading out. All 5 peaks were shaken. The ancient forest shook and all the living beings within the radius of 500 kilometers sprawled on the ground, silent with fear. Instantly, the entire world went silent. Even the air around Ethereal Peak went still and the clouds stopped floating. Yang Beichen's pupils constricted slightly. Even he was feeling some slight palpitations through that power. Innate divine powers. Yang Beichen took a deep breath of air and murmured, "Is that what divine powers are like?" "It's truly strong." "What are divine powers?" Su Zimo could not help but ask. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had only heart of spirit arts and dharmic arts that were above the former. However, he had never heard of divine powers. Divine powers are even more terrifying than spirit and dharmic arts. Simply put, divine powers goes beyond one's imagination and are the type of methods you only hear of in legends. Su Zimo was shocked to hear this. It was even more terrifying than spirit and dharmic arts. Yang Beichen said slowly, "Lifting mountains and chasing the moon, that's a divine power. Plucking the stars from the heavens, that's a divine power. Incinerating the heavens and burning the seas, that's a divine power. Summoning wind and rain, scattering beams to form troops, those are all divine powers." Su Zimo's mouth opened slightly and he could not contain the shock in his eyes. One could pluck the stars in the skies, one could boil the oceans, and even burn the heavens. Everything was truly beyond Su Zimo's imagination. A brand new cultivation that was vast and incredible started forming in his mind. It was something that invigorated him and made him look forward to. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized. Although he had already started cultivating a long time ago, he had only just begun on the long path of cultivation. "How do you cultivate divine powers?" Su Zimo asked excitedly. Shaking his head gently, Yang Beichen replied, "You are too far from divine powers, and even I'm unable to cultivate them. Void reversions are known as Tao beings. Thereafter comes the Dharma characteristic realm, where they are known as Tao lords. Even after that is the conjoint body realm, where one will be known as a mighty figure. Lastly, they will reach the Mahayana realm and be known as patriarchs. One is only qualified to cultivate the art of divine powers when they are at the Mahayana realm." Su Zimo was a little disappointed. He was only at Foundation Establishment realm right now, and even the Void Reversion realm was far from his reaches, let alone the Mahayana realm. However, on second thought, he exclaimed softly and asked with a frown, "However, Senior Crane has just broken through and is only equivalent to a Dharma characteristic. How is she able to comprehend divine powers?" "That's because she's a demon." Yang Beichen replied, "After Void Reversion realm, demons would comprehend a divine power with every step they advance thereafter. The purer their bloodline, the more frightening the divine powers they comprehend would be." Suddenly, Su Zimo's eye shimmered when he heard this, as he was enlightened about something. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness had a total of 9 sections. The 7th section, Core Formation, was equivalent to the human Golden Core realm. The 8th section, Yin Spirit, was equivalent to the Nascent Soul realm, and the 9th section, Yang Spirit, was equivalent to the Void Reversion realm. There was nothing to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness beyond that. Initially, Su Zimo could not understand why there were only 9 sections to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. But now, he understood that there was no need for any manuals and techniques after the Yang Spirit section. As long as he made an advancement after that, he would be able to comprehend his own innate divine powers. Su Zimo asked again, "Demons are already able to comprehend innate divine powers at Dharma characteristic realm. Since divine powers are so strong, how do human cultivators deal with them?" Yang Beichen replied, "Once a human enters Dharma characteristic realm, they would naturally undergo transformations and be able to sense heaven and earth while summoning supreme dharmic powers. At that point, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that they conjure would be able to fight against the innate divine powers of the demon race." Su Zimo seemed to have an understanding. It was the same as when demons formed their inner cores. At that point, the strength and speed would increase exponentially, and their physiques would reach a terrifying level of toughness that weak humans couldn't fight against. However, after the elites of the human race formed their golden cores, they would be able to produce golden core phenomenons. The immensely powerful phenomenons could enable them to fight against demons. From the point where they were enslaved in the primordial era to their rise in the ancient era, the cultivation methods of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taoes of the human race had matured for a long time. The rise of the human race was definitely not due to luck. I've already severed my karma, it's time for me to leave. Yang Beichen left a single remark and did not linger further, soaring into the skies before speeding into the distance. Little Chen! The old immortal crane called out hurriedly when she noticed that. In the eyes of the younger generation, Yang Beichen was a cold and indifferent old monster. However, more than 1,000 years ago when he joined Ethereal Peak, he was still a child. The old immortal crane had seen him grow up and advance step by step. Yang Beichen's figure staggered for a brief moment but did not turn back. He continued heading forward and disappeared into the horizons before long. When he saw that, Su Zimo came to a sudden realization. The reason why Ethereal Peak lingered so long in Ethereal Peak after the battle was not merely because of him. Yang Beichen was worried about the old immortal crane's safety and was actually defending her in silence here. Given Yang Beichen's character, he would definitely not admit to something like this. The old immortal crane had a conflicted expression and sighed gently. Su Zimo could vaguely sense that there was something more as to why Yang Beichen betrayed Ethereal Peak and joined the Fiend sect, Azura sect, more than 1,000 years ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493, Subduing the Monkey Mind and Calming the Prancing Horse. Chapter 493, Subduing the Monkey Mind and Calming the Prancing Horse. The old immortal crane turned and transformed into a middle-aged red-headed beauty. She had blushed fair skin and looked to be in her early 30s. Waving her arm casually, her robes extended thousands of feet away and brought Su Zimo before her instantly. Congratulations, Senior! Su Zimo was truly elated when he saw that the old immortal crane was able to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and extend her lifespan. With the addition of a new Dharma characteristic expert, itinerant cultivators in the territory of Great Ju would definitely want to join Ethereal Peak in the future, and the rise of the sect was certain. I should be the one thanking you. The old immortal crane smiled and looked towards a spot in the forest outside of Ethereal Peak. Someone from the Fiend sects must have sent a message for Little Chen to arrive in time. I suppose that has something to do with you? Su Zimo remained silent. I don't have any biasness towards the Fiend sects. Head over there and take a look, someone has been waiting for you for a long time. The old immortal crane pointed to a deep portion of the forest and said with a smile. All right. Su Zimo smiled and spread his spirit wings, speeding towards the forest. In the depths of the forest, a pink figure stood upright with black hair that fell like a waterfall. Her long dress accentuated her curvy figure to its best. The veil on the girl's face had already been removed, and she was smiling towards his direction with a pitilessly flawless face. Thank you. Su Zimo was silent for a long time after arriving before finally speaking. Phut! Demoness G could not help but stifle a laugh. Blinking her eyes, she skipped around gently and closed into Su Zimo playfully. A fragrance wafted over. Their cheeks were extremely close together and Demoness G asked with a sweet breath, "How are you going to thank me?" With that said, she bit her cherry lips in a seemingly dissatisfied manner and looked at Su Zimo expectantly. He lowered his gaze with the calmness of an old monk. Not daring to meet with her gaze, he took a step back instead. After not seeing her for half a year, Demoness G's charm techniques had gotten even more terrifying. Su Zimo lamented to himself, seems like she has gotten quite a few opportunities in the human emperor's palace back then as well. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Demoness G returned to normal and chuckled before remarking with a relaxed tone, you don't have to thank me since you've saved me before as well. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. After a brief silence, Demoness G whispered, you offended so many people in the ancient battlefield, why didn't you join the Fiend sects together with Senior Azura? Although he is cold, indifferent and doesn't care about relationships, I can tell that he seems to treat you rather specially. Su Zimo shook his head. Demoness G continued, there's another 20 years to go before the intermediate ancient battlefield opens up. Ethereal Peak doesn't have the strength and isn't able to break through the barriers to enter the intermediate ancient battlefield as well. At that time, remember to come look for me. I'll bring you in. We'll discuss it again. In any case, there's 20 more years to go. There's no hurry.
I'll make a move first.
Yes. Seeing that Suzimo had no intention of asking her to stay, Demonis G was secretly frustrated and harumphed gently in a begrudging manner. She had just turned around when his voice sounded, somewhat hesitantly.
What's the meaning of the Pure Maiden sect's tripod?
Demonis G's back was facing Suzimo and a hint of shyness flickered through her eyes. Hiding it swiftly, she turned around with a fake smile.
What do you think it means?
There was a saying in the cultivation world that tripods were members of the opposite sex captured and used by evil cultivators to increase their cultivation realms. They would use the tripods to do a double cultivation method by using the tripods yin to replenish their yang or vice versa. Tripods were akin to slaves and most of them ended up in miserable states, dying from a complete exhaustion of their yin or yang essences. Naturally, Suzimo had heard of that saying before. However, he did not believe that the Pure Maiden sect's tripod was the same thing. I don't know, he shook his head.
Demonis G smiled. Tripods are naturally used for cultivation.
When he saw that Demonis G clearly did not wish to elaborate, Suzimo did not question further.
I'm going.
She waved to Suzimo with her back facing him.
I'll tease you again next time.
Gazing at Demonis G's departing back view, Suzimo took a deep breath of air and turned to leave as well, heading towards Ethereal Peak. This time round, he intended to enter seclusion to try and form his core upon returning. Suzimo wanted to form his cores for both his immortality and demonic cultivations.
Night time. Ethereal Peak, a cave abode.
Suzimo assumed a lotus position and his eyes were shut. He had already sat there for an entire day without budging like a statue. Although it seemed like he did not make any progress, Suzimo was making preparations to ensure that nothing went wrong. There were only 12 words to the first sentence of the core formation section. Calm the monkey mind, control the prancing horse, subdue dragons and tigers. That was the first and most important step to core formation. An active mind was like a monkey, unable to keep still. The fluctuations of emotions was like a prancing horse, running wildly. One had to conquer the monkey mind and prancing horse with unparalleled determination and even subdue dragons or tigers if necessary. All things were connected. In the immortal sects, one would achieve a pure mind by adhering to the extremities of silence. In the Buddhist monasteries, one would chant Buddhist proclamations and refrain from speaking. In reality, all of those were guiding one towards calming the monkey mind and the prancing horse of one's intents. For young people, they were inexperienced and emotional. As such, it was the most difficult for them to calm the monkey mind and prancing horse while cultivating. Older cultivators have been through endless events and are jaded towards the world. As such, it becomes comparatively easy for them instead. Although Suzimo was not old and he had cultivated for less than 30 years by now, he had been through endless ups and downs in life and wandered around the boundaries of death as well. His mind was resolute and could not be moved. Often, he treated things with humbleness and took care of the overall picture, paying keen attention to things. He took things in his stride and did not overly meddle. Subconsciously, he was already suppressing his monkey mind and the prancing horse while subduing dragons and tigers with supreme determination. After entering meditation, the first 6 sections of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness revolved through his mind in an unhurried motion thoroughly. It went from the beginning, body tempering, to tendons transformation, bones strengthening, marrow cleansing, organs refinement, then to the orifice cleansing section. There was a remark in the core formation section: cultivate the chi of the 5 organs and consume the 7 lights. The 7 lights refer to the 7 orifices. As time flowed, countless nights passed by in the blink of an eye. Within the cave abode, the demonic chi that was surrounding Suzimo intensified and his 7 orifices shone with a divine radiance. His skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, organs, and 7 orifices formed a perfect major heavenly cycle, circulating endlessly. Gradually, the demonic chi outside his body started converging towards the center of his chest. After chi condensation and foundation establishment, cultivators would enter core formation and their golden cores would be created an inch beneath their navel, located at where the spirit Qi Si and Dantian was at. But now, the location of Su Zimo's demonic cultivation for his inner core was clearly different. It was at the center of his chest, extremely close to his heart. The scarlet demon Qi was limitless and boundless, converging towards his chest repeatedly while swirling, as if a massive vortex was about to materialize. Be it for demons or humans, core formation was always the most critical step of their cultivation path. This was a sort of finale towards their earlier path of cultivation. After forming a core, it would be the first time they truly broke free of the shackles of heaven and earth, increasing their lifespans. If they failed, everything would come to an end. Su Zimo was motionless and his black hair swayed without any wind. A series of ancient demons were conjured around him, baring their claws and fangs with a menacing ferocity as their eyes shimmered with a red gleam. All of those ancient demons paused for a brief moment before being sucked into Su Zimo's chest by that scarlet vortex. Su Zimo's aura was turning increasingly terrifying. Under the shroud of the scarlet vortex, his body underwent another baptism and transformed once more. His flesh started expanding and his bones and veins shook and buzzed, as though metal was clashing. Twitching violently, his major tendons gave off snapping sounds like thunder, and it was shuddering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494, Inner Core Formation. Chapter 494, Inner Core Formation. At the back mountain from Ethereal's main peak, the old immortal crane felt something and jolted awake from her meditation cultivation. More than 10 days ago, Ethereal Peak experienced a calamity and suffered immense losses. Up till now, many cultivators were still healing and had not recovered completely. Even though the old immortal crane was in cultivation, she was paying attention to any activity within the sect keenly. Right now, she was in the Dharma characteristic realm and her strength had grown immensely. Her essence spirit's cultivation had also deepened as well. When released, her spirit consciousness could travel thousands of kilometers away and every single slight activity would be noticed by her. She sensed the strange situation on Su Zimo's side a long time ago. What a strong aura. He's about to break through. Although the old immortal crane was at the back mountain, her spirit consciousness engulfed Su Zimo's cave abode and saw everything clearly. As time passed by, the shock in the old immortal crane's eyes deepened. Even a pure-blooded ferocious beast doesn't have such a strong demonic technique within its lineage memories. She murmured to herself sternly, this lad truly has too many secrets on him. Even with her experience, she could not see through all the secrets. They were things that she could not comprehend even at her cultivation realm. How could a human cultivate a technique meant for demons? In the primordial era where the thousands of races reigned, an apocalyptic battle broke out and countless races were destroyed, going extinct. The races that remained formed a massive group that became known as the demons to the later generations. Therefore, there were many different types of demons and birds, beasts, flora, fishes, and even insects were considered as part of it. A massive bear that was as big as a mountain could be considered as a demon. However, the same could be said for an ant as tiny as a speck of dust or even a blade of grass in the forest. There were many legends in the cultivation world of grasses and wood obtaining spirits and gaining the Tao. The myriad of varieties meant that every single demon had a different body structure and it was even more different when compared to humans. For example, flora demons did not have skin, flesh, tendons, bones or organs. Bull demons had 4 hooves and 2 horns, while snake demons had no legs nor horns. The old immortal crane truly could not imagine how there would be a demon technique that a human could cultivate in this world, let alone one that was so terrifying. Unless, there was a single possibility. It was a technique that retained all the essence of various demon cultivation techniques. By sieving out the portions that were suitable for a human to cultivate, one could combine all of those together. However, that was a massive project and would require unimaginable effort and focus. Even the ancient emperors wouldn't be able to do it. Who was it who could have created such a cultivation technique? What was the point of this cultivation technique's existence? Could this terrifying being have spent endless effort and hard work just to create this demon cultivation technique to impart to Suzumo? The old immortal crane fell into deep thoughts. It was pitch black within the cave abode. Suddenly, Suzumo opened his eyes, and it was extremely sinister, like two flashes of lightning streaking through the dark night. Swoosh! He stood up and his flesh expanded. His bones shifted with a series of cracking sounds and his entire body grew, as though he was about to break through the clouds. It was akin to the rise of a massive ancient demon in the darkness. Bang! Boom! Boom! Suzumo's body continued growing endlessly and his head was almost bursting through the ceiling of the cave abode. The entire place shook as though it was about to collapse at any moment. Broken rocks fell on Suzumo's head continuously, but he was perfectly fine. For a disciple such as Suzumo, the layout of his cave abode was already similar to that of a golden core. It was spacious and had a high ceiling. Without the use of external objects, golden cores could soar through the air and reach 100 feet in height. Naturally, the height of the cave abode had to be more than 100 feet. What was 100 feet akin to? It was similar to a building with 10 levels. Now that Suzumo was breaking through the roof of the cave abode, it meant that his body had already grew to the height of 100 feet. Energy surged into his body endlessly and gathered around his chest. His body expanded rapidly and caused his flesh to tear open, creating blood mists. His bones were cracking non-stop and even his major tendons were being extended to their limits. Suzumo was covered in blood. His immensely strong regeneration abilities were healing his injuries repeatedly. Healing after being destroyed, healing after being destroyed. The cycle continued. The aura that was given off by his body was turning increasingly terrifying. The process of his flesh tearing and regenerating was extremely unendurable. Suzumo was undergoing unimaginable torment. A long time later, finally unable to hold it in, he slouched his spine and opened his mouth, revealing veins that burst forth from his neck as he let out a thunderous roar from the depths of his throat. Roar! It sounded like a dragon and a tiger, spreading through the entire place and shocking the world. Night was the time for birds and beasts to roam and hunt for food, and their roars and cries could be heard everywhere. However, after Suzumo's roar, all the mountains nearby fell into complete silence. The old immortal crane jolted awake from her thoughts and her heart skipped a beat. The glabella of the old immortal crane shone, and she released her spirit consciousness swiftly, forming a pitch-black light barrier that isolated Suzumo's cave abode from the outside world. No one could check on him using their eyes or spirit consciousness. Suzumo's demonic cultivation must not be revealed yet. Cultivators bore a deep-rooted grudge towards demons, and that was a fact that was difficult to change. If they knew that Suzumo was undergoing demonic cultivation, the other cultivators of the sect would not be able to accept it. The commotion it would cause would be too great. Many nascent souls and golden cores were alarmed. Thinking that a strong foe had arrived, they came forth from their cave abodes one after another despite the fact that their wounds were not fully healed. Gazing over, everyone caught sight of a light barrier and could not see what was going on inside. Leave first and continue healing up. There's nothing important happening here. The old immortal crane's voice rang in everyone's mind. All the ethereal peak cultivators heaved a sigh of relief and returned, albeit with slightly confused gazes. Everyone had heard that roar loud and clear. Even the nascent souls of the sect felt their hearts skip a beat. What demon was that? It sounds terrifying. I don't know, but its background shouldn't be simple. It should have been taken down by Senior Crane. Many cultivators of the sect discussed in hushed whispers as they went their separate ways. They could not see that the cave abode that was within the pitch-black light barrier had already collapsed. In the rumbling dust, a towering figure more than 100 feet tall stood. Unknowingly, Su Zimo's clothes had already been torn apart, revealing defined bronze muscles that shone with a metallic luster. Blood vessels surfaced on his body one after another as the green veins lined the entire place in a terrifying sight, as though snakes were crawling everywhere. This was a body that could be described as perfect. A series of terrifying phantoms surrounded that body, exuding ancient auras. There was a desolate bull that plowed the heavens. A mighty and towering rock bear. A swiveling anaconda. A wild sanguine ape. A rampant divine steed. A cruel hell's tiger. A wind leopard that traversed the winds. The 7 ancient demons that he had cultivated up to this point of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness were appearing, baring their fangs and claws in a frightening lifelike manner. A round ball of blood was swiveling in Su Zimo's chest, beside his heart, and emitting a rich demonic chi. That was the inner core of the demon race. Inner core formation, success! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495, Terrifying Physique. Chapter 495, Terrifying Physique. Sensing the 7 ancient demons that were revolving around him, Su Zimo gained a semblance of realization. There were already 7 demon kings up till this point of his cultivation. In other words, 5 more had yet to appear. The limit of his cultivation of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness should be when all 12 demon kings appeared. Su Zimo did not know who were the other 5 demon kings. In the mystic classic that Dai Yu left him, the yin spirit section was a mystery. Given his current cultivation realm, he could not understand it at all. A blood-red inner core swiveled slowly within his chest. Su Zimo could barely contain the joy in his eyes and merely gripped his fists gently. With every single action he took, he could sense the massive power coming from each part of his body that seemed to be able to crush mountains. It was a leaping quality. Su Zimo withdrew a supreme-grade flying sword from his storage bag and injected spirit energy to it. The sword shone brightly with a cold intent. Su Zimo flicked the blade with his finger gently. Buzz! The blade quivered. The clash of his flesh and a supreme-grade flying sword had actually caused the sound of metal clashing to be emitted. Circulating his spirit energy fully, the spirit sea in Su Zimo's dantian surged and 9 spirit meridians appeared. He took a deep breath of air and with a blazing gaze, struck the supreme-grade flying sword heavily against his arm. Clang! The flying sword was repelled. His arm was completely fine. Although Su Zimo had not managed to cultivate a golden core in his immortality cultivation yet, he was at the legendary Extreme Foundation establishment realm. At full power, his strength was comparable to an early-stage golden core. Right now, the sword did not even leave a single mark on his arm. Even the old immortal Crane was shocked when she saw that. The most resilient parts of a demon's body were mostly their fangs and claws. If a supreme-grade flying sword couldn't even penetrate Su Zimo's flesh, a perfect spirit weapon might not be able to hurt his bones as well. If that was the case, it was even less likely that his organs could be injured. The old immortal Crane was certain that Su Zimo's body was even stronger than pure-blooded ferocious beasts at Golden Core realm. That was because she was a pure-blooded ferocious bird herself. Su Zimo had just formed his inner core and yet, he was already in possession of such a terrifying physique. If he were to continue cultivating and arrive at the limits of core formation, the old immortal Crane did not dare to imagine. Piak! Right then, a crisp sound rang out from Su Zimo's cave abode. The old immortal Crane's pupils constricted and her heart skipped a beat. Su Zimo was holding onto the dim shards of a broken sword with both palms. The supreme-grade flying sword from earlier on was snapped by his bare hands. This? The old immortal Crane was a little stunned and her eyes widened while her mouth opened. She suddenly recalled the little mysterious pitch-black beast of unknown origins that Su Zimo had brought back for years ago. As she thought about the terrifying fangs and claws of that little mysterious beast, she could not help but lament, this lad's physique is probably comparable to Night Spirit by now. Until now, she did not know of Night Spirit's origins. Both of them are monsters. The old immortal crane could not help but add another remark mentally. Compared to Suzumo and Night Spirit, her bloodline as a pure-blooded ferocious bird was akin to the bloodline of a domestic fowl. In the cave abode. Looking at the broken sword in his palms, Suzumo thought about that fateful night when Daiyu imparted to him the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and could not help but go into a daze. She once mentioned that he had to reach the 7th section, core formation, if he wanted to seek revenge from perfected being Kang Lang. Right now, he was there. 8 years have passed since that night. His entire journey up till his point had been surreal. As he recounted the times he spent in the cultivation field back in Pingyang town with Daiyu, Suzumo went silent and gradually entered a trance-like manner. Zimo! Suddenly, the voice of the old immortal crane sounded within the cave abode. Don't get distracted. You have just formed a core and you have to continue cultivating to stabilize your cultivation realm. Suzumo jolted awake. It was only at that moment that he realized how much of a mess his breakthrough had created. His cave abode had already collapsed and dust was rumbling everywhere as debris laid on the ground. The reason why the other cultivators were not alarmed was due to the pitch-black light barrier in his surroundings. Suzumo bowed hurriedly. Thank you, Senior Crane. He shocked himself with his comment. His voice had changed completely. It was loud as a bell and robust, enough to shake one's mind. The old immortal crane said gently, you have to control the power of your inner core to a point where it's natural. Otherwise, how are you going to be able to face other people? Even your voice will be enough to scare them. Suzumo nodded and did not delay it any further. Shrugging his massive body, he assumed a lotus position and continued cultivating. After forming a core, stabilizing his cultivation realm and controlling the power of his inner core was relatively simpler and did not carry any risk. All he had to do was spend time to feel the inner core and familiarize himself with it while getting accustomed to the many changes to his body. At that time, his cultivation realm would stabilize gradually as well. As time passed by, the phantoms of the 7 demon kings surrounding Suzumo gradually faded. His body was shrinking as well. The demonic chi surrounding him gushed into his chest continuously. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Morning, daybreak. A ray of sunlight broke through the mist and landed on a clear and elegant face. His black hair fell casually like a waterfall and swayed gently by itself. The man's eyes were closed and the sunlight moved slowly around his body until he was shining from head to toe. Against the shroud of the sunlight, his body shone with sparkles and was as shiny and flawless as jade. The man resembled a deity that had just entered the mortal realm and was in a pure silence. That was a true transformation. All of a sudden, the man opened his eyes and 2 divine lights shone in a dazzling manner that was even more intense than the sunlight. However, the divine lights faded swiftly as well. Calmness returned to his eyes. Lowering his head, the man looked at his body that had returned to normal and nodded in satisfaction. Retrieving a set of green robes from his storage bag, he wore them once more. The man was Suzumo who had just formed his core. Right now, he was already able to master the power of his inner core completely. As long as he did not make use of the power of his inner core, even if he channeled his bloodline, Suzumo's body would not change in an obvious manner. Before he knew it, the isolating pitch-black light barrier set by the old immortal crane had already disappeared. Suzumo rose and took a deep breath of air, relishing the freshness of the mountains. His entire body was relaxed and every single one of his pores seemed to have opened up. His cave abode had already turned into ruins and he couldn't stay in it any longer. Rising slowly, Suzumo flew past the ruins and headed outside without a sound. Suddenly, Suzumo's gaze shifted and he exclaimed softly, pausing in his tracks subconsciously. Outside the ruins, a young girl sat on the ground hugging her knees. Her features were exquisite and she had golden hair, but it was messy and had many curls. She had not rested for a long time and the girl looked extremely fatigued. Leaning on a cold slab of rock beside the entrance of the ruins, the girl was snoozing. Suzumo pondered and understood what happened. He had created such a huge commotion with his core formation that it must have alarmed many people. Because Nianqi was worried, she guarded at the entrance and was unwilling to leave. She was dirty all over and her petite face was filled with specks of dust. However, they could not conceal her moving and peerless features. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 96, Nianqi's background. Chapter for 96, Nianqi's background. Perhaps the sunlight was blinding, or perhaps she sensed something after Su Zimo glared at her for a long time. Nianqi's eyelids twitched and she opened her eyes, stirring awake. Ah! She exclaimed and blushed slightly when she saw Su Zimo looking at her from nearby with a smile on his face. Nianqi stood up hurriedly and patted away the dust on her body. Not daring to look at Su Zimo directly, she remarked in a shy manner, I fell asleep by accident. How long have you been here? Su Zimo realized that his voice had already returned to normal and was gentle and warm. 3 days, Nianqi replied. That warmed Su Zimo's heart. 3 days ago was the moment when he had just formed his inner core and his cave abode had collapsed. Because he had both demonic and immortality cultivation, 3 days without rest was nothing much to him and he was still energized. However, it was unendurable for a young lady like Nianqi. Su Zimo said tenderly, go back and rest, I'm fine. Oh. Nianqi nodded and continued, Master said that your cave abode is destroyed and asked you to relocate to another one. Master? Su Zimo froze for a moment. Nianqi replied merrily, Senior Crane has accepted to take me in as her disciple. That's great. Su Zimo was delighted and nodded, quipping at her, your seniority in the sect is even higher than mine from now on. The old immortal Crane was the most senior and the strongest within the sect. Nianqi's future accomplishments would be limitless, learning from the old immortal Crane directly. Don't worry, young master, my cave abode is right beside yours. Nianqi explained hurriedly, you can call for me if you require anything from now on. I'll help you do it right away, just like back in Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Su Zimo smiled. From now on, we're sectmates. There's no need for us to get along like before. That won't do. If you hadn't taken me in back then, I wouldn't be here today. Nianqi shook her head and replied solemnly, young master, no matter what cultivation realm or status I reach in the future, I'll always be the same maidservant by your side. You're speaking nonsense again. Su Zimo chuckled and did not take it to heart. What he did not know was that the nonsense to him was a resolute oath in Nianqi's heart. Su Zimo remarked, let's go, take me to the cave abode. Yes. Nianqi nodded. The two of them traveled on their flying swords one after another. Along the way, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked in a seemingly casual manner, did anything big happen during this period of time? Nothing much. Nianqi thought for a while. There's just many itinerant cultivators that want to join the sect. The royal family of Great Ju and the other 4 major sects sent cultivators with gifts one after another as well to express goodwill. Now that ethereal peak had a Dharma characteristic expert in their midst and had undergone rebirth through Nirvana after the flames of war, their rise was only a matter of time. Those changes were naturally within Su Zimo's guess as well. Going silent for a moment, he narrowed his gaze and asked, Iridescent Cloud's Palace and True Fire sect sent people as well? That's right. Nianqi nodded. After a brief pause, she continued, don't worry, young master. The other 4 major sects lost their void reversions and many of their nascent souls, golden cores and foundation establishment cultivators were injured and dead after this battle at Ethereal Peak. Given the immense losses, they wouldn't be able to recover within the next 1,000 years and won't be a threat to us. Su Zimo remained silent. Although the other 4 major sects had already showed signs of submission, the life and death feud between him and perfected being Kenglang was irreconcilable. Perfected being Kenglang must have realized that his chances would get slimmer the longer time passed. Su Zimo was at extreme foundation establishment realm. However, what was perfected being Kenglang's potential? How could he possibly compete with the growth of someone at Extreme Foundation establishment? Before long, the two of them arrived before two cave abodes. Nian Qi chuckled. "We are here. Mine is the right one and yours is on the left, young master. All right, go and have a rest. All right, call for me if you need anything, young master." Nian Qi did not reject him because she was truly too tired and left the remark before heading into her cave abode. Right. Suddenly, Su Zimo called Nian Qi back and hesitated for a moment before asking, "How much do you remember about your childhood?" "Ah?" A hint of panic flickered through the depths of Nian Qi's eyes. Lowering her head, she stuttered, "I can't remember. I've been wandering around the capital of Great Ju the entire time until I met you, young master." Su Zimo looked at Nian Qi deeply without pursuing it further. "It's nothing much, I was merely asking." "Go on then." Nodding, Nian Qi did not dare to look at Su Zimo and ran along a path towards the cave abode behind her. Su Zimo gazed at Nian Qi's back view with deep thoughts. Actually, Nian Qi's background has always been mysterious. Back in Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop, Su Zimo already knew that. It wasn't just because of Nian Qi's innate divine strength and shocking cultivation speed, there was something else. Back then, when they first met and Su Zimo handed Nian Qi some food, Night Spirit who was in his embrace had actually closed in and sniffed Nian Qi from head to toe. There were not many things that could interest Night Spirit. The dragon egg in the Dragon Bone Valley was one of them. Of course, that alone was not enough to suspect that there was anything wrong with Nian Qi's background. The most important thing was that from the moment Su Zimo met Nian Qi, the latter was already around 15 years old. But now that 4 years had passed, she still looked like a young girl. Time seemed to have stopped on Nian Qi's body. This was impossible. Unless Nian Qi's innate lifespan was extremely long, such that 4 years was almost negligible compared to her total lifespan. What sort of person, or rather, race, would possess such a long lifespan upon birth? Su Zimo had a vague guess in his mind. It might not be an accurate guess. After all, there were many treasures and strange fruits on Qianhuang mainland. It was possible that Nian Qi might have consumed some miraculous fruit or elixir in the past, resulting in her innate divine strength and extremely long lifespan. The old immortal crane must have spotted something as well, and that was why she chose to take in Nian Qi as her disciple. Of course, it wasn't because Su Zimo suspected Nian Qi's intents. Although Nian Qi hid her background intentionally, she was a simple and kind girl and harbored no evil intentions towards him or Ethereal Peak. Who didn't have their own secrets? Su Zimo had his own as well. He would definitely not tell anybody about his demonic cultivation casually. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo set the matter aside temporarily. He took a walk around and relaxed himself before returning to his new cave abode. He was prepared to continue to form his golden core. Although he had already cultivated an inner core and his strength had increased exponentially, he did not dare to activate the power of the inner core and kill his enemies in his demon form recklessly. He could only be considered as a true golden core if he entered the golden core realm through his immortality cultivation. Furthermore, Su Zimo was excited to see the type of golden core phenomenon he would create. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497, Trap to Kill. Chapter 497, Trap to Kill. Iridescent Clouds Palace, Ash Parasol Mountain. An old man in scarlet robes flew through the air without relying on any external objects, descending slowly in front of a cave abode on the middle of a mountain. The sect badge on his waist indicated that he was from True Fire Sect. This was Sima Ji, a golden core of True Fire Sect. A towering ancient tree stood in front of the cave abode with a stone table beneath it. A man in azure blue robe sat solemnly on a stone stool, his long, narrow eyes shimmering coldly. "Brother Kang Lang, why have you called for me so urgently?" Sima Ji asked the moment he landed. The azure-robed man was perfected being Kang Lang of Iridescent Clouds Palace. Perfected being King Lang had a calm expression and took a sip of tea unhurriedly, only speaking after he put down the teacup. Brother Sima, you don't even know that you're at death's door.
Ah?
Sima Ji was startled. However, he composed himself in the blink of an eye and shook his head, laughing.
King Lang, what kind of joke is this?
That Su Zimo is at Extreme Foundation establishment.
Given his vengeful nature, do you think he's going to let us off once he enters Golden Core realm?
Perfected being King Lang snorted coldly. Sima Ji's expression darkened and he kept quiet for a brief moment.
To be honest, I did think about this after the fight at Ethereal Peak.
However, our sect has already sent people to reconcile with Ethereal Peak, so there's nothing I can do about it either.
I can't possibly head over to Ethereal Peak single-handedly, right? What's the difference between committing suicide if I did that?
After pausing for a moment, Sima Ji continued, furthermore, Sima Ji is at Extreme Foundation establishment. Whoever lays a hand on him will have to suffer the wrath of Ethereal Peak.
Others might have their considerations, but you and I?
We're different. Perfected being King Lang said with a deep voice, the situation is extremely clear right now. It's either Su Zimo or the both of us who dies. We only have a shot at this and we have to be quick about it. Otherwise, there will be a lot more things to account for once that lad makes a breakthrough to Golden Core realm. Sima Ji's gaze shimmered and he took in a deep breath of air after a moment.
Brother King Lang, what do you think we should do then?
There's no hurry. I've already invited 3 helpers and they should be arriving soon. Perfected being King Lang gestured for Sima Ji to take a seat and calm down.
Not long after, 3 Golden Cores arrived through the air.
In the middle was a skinny middle-aged man with thin lips and a cold expression. On the left was a Golden Core holding a long cloth. His face was plump and he was all smiles. The one on the right was dressed in a martial arts outfit and looked sturdy with muscles bulging like rocks. There was a ferocious aura coming from him. Perfected being King Lang welcomed them. Pointing to the Golden Core with a long cloth on the left, Perfected being King Lang introduced, this is the most famous formation master of the Qianhuang mainland North region, Perfected being Tan Hao. This is fellow Daoist Jiao who is at late-stage Golden Core and specializes in body tempering. The martial arts man nodded towards Sima Ji. Finally, Perfected being King Lang looked towards the skinny man in the middle and smiled. This is the renowned fellow Daoist Liang Heng of the North region. At Perfected Golden Core, he entered the intermediate ancient battlefield 80 years ago and contested for the unusual phenomenon ranking. Sima Ji's heart skipped a beat. Within the territory of Great Ju, there were no sects or factions that had the capabilities to break through the barrier of the intermediate ancient battlefield and send cultivators in. Sima Ji and the others did not have a chance to witness the unusual phenomenon ranking, let alone compete for a spot on it with other cultivators. Liang Heng waved it off and pretended to be humble. It's nothing much. After all, I did not manage to obtain a spot on it. The unusual phenomenon ranking isn't something that can be compared with us. The fact that you're even qualified to compete for a spot on it proves your strength, fellow Daoist, Sima Ji praised hurriedly. Perfected being King Lang said with a smile as well, fellow Daoist Liang Heng missed leaving his name on the unusual phenomenon ranking by just a little 80 years ago. For the next unusual phenomenon ranking, you'll definitely be able to rank within the top 10.
Yes.
Liang Heng nodded, pleased with their flattery. He did not have much ties with Perfected being King Lang. The reason he came this time round was mainly because he heard that Su Zimo had a Carnate Spirit weapon. If he could obtain that Carnate Spirit weapon, he would definitely be able to obtain a spot on the unusual phenomenon ranking the next time he entered the ancient battlefield. Of course, it was a fool's dream to want to obtain a top 10 spot. The top 10 of the unusual phenomenon ranking were one more terrifying than the other. Sima Ji asked, right now, Su Zimo should be in seclusion within Ethereal Peak and would most likely not appear before he formed a core. Do we have any way of luring him out? I've got a female disciple called Shenmunchi. She was childhood sweethearts with that kid. Perfected being King Lang declared confidently with narrowed eyes, if he hears that her life is in danger, he'll definitely come forth. Sima Ji's eyes lit up and he nodded in agreement. The formation master at the side, Tan Hao, pondered for a moment before saying with a smile, I've got 3 questions. First, you said that they were childhood sweethearts. Would he come forth just for someone that's about to die? Definitely. Perfected being King Lang's tone was confident. All right, second question. Tan Hao continued, we can't set the location at Iridescent Cloud's palace. Otherwise, that lad might not take the bait. Of course, I've already taken that into account and planned things, Perfected being King Lang asserted. Tan Hao nodded before adding, the third question is that even if he takes the bait, how do we kill him down? The fight at Ethereal Peak, had quite an impact in the cultivation world. I heard that this Su Zimo lad is at Extreme Foundation Establishment realm and has the capabilities to kill Golden Cores beyond his level. With the 5 of us Golden Cores attacking together, do we have to fear a single Foundation Establishment cultivator? Jiao Hu asked darkly. Tan Hao remarked, it's not about fear, I'm worried about accidents. If he manages to escape, we won't get a second chance. His death is certain with me around. Liang Heng declared coldly. Everyone, please listen to me. Perfected being King Lang said with a dark tone, this kid is at Extreme Foundation Establishment realm and has many trump cards up his sleeves. He possesses a pair of spirit wings and even has an extremely terrifying secret skill that can go against my Golden Core phenomenon. Liang Heng, Jiao Hu and Tan Hao's expressions changed slightly upon hearing that. The rumors were real. A secret skill released by a Foundation Establishment cultivator could truly go against a Golden Core phenomenon. Even though Perfected being King Lang's Golden Core phenomenon was not considered to be strong, it was still a shocking fact. Even a lion uses its full might to chase down a rabbit. Since I chose to make a move, I won't underestimate my opponent, even if the kid is only a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Perfected being King Lang said darkly, fellow Daoist Tan Hao, you have to set up your array formations beforehand to ensure that this lad doesn't escape. No problem. Tan Hao replied with a smile, with me setting up the formations personally, even Golden Cores won't be able to escape. Perfected being King Lang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, everyone, take a look at what I've truly prepared for this kid. With that said, he withdrew a jade bottle from his storage bag. There was a scarlet flower that resembled an orchid in the middle of it, giving off a faint fragrance. The other few Golden Cores swept their gazes across and their expressions changed as they retreated one after another. Spirit Lock Flower. Liang Heng frowned and asked, this fiend flower has already gone extinct in the ancient era. How did you get your hands on it? The Spirit Lock Flower would not cause any direct harm to a cultivator. However, its fragrance had a fiendish power that could lock a cultivator's spirit energy, even Golden Cores could not defend against it. The Spirit Lock Flower was one of the most famous fiend flowers of the ancient era. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 498, Paper Crane. Chapter 498, Paper Crane. Perfected being King Lang gave a smirk and replied darkly, I got my hands on this Spirit Lock Flower from the Great Qian ruins. I've only managed to resurrect it after nourishing it for dozens of years. At the mention of Great Qian ruins, the expressions of the other 4 Golden Cores changed and they took deep breaths in silence with wary looks in their eyes. A long time later, Jiao Hu said, fellow Daoist King Lang, why don't you ask us along the next time you go look for treasures in the Great Qian ruins? That way, we can look after one another as well. Hey! That's a place that we'll most likely die in and I'll never return again. Perfected being King Lang remarked with a sense of trepidation, the previous time round, I merely took a spin around the outer perimeter of it and I nearly died there. Tan Hao replied with a bright smile, it seems like you take this Su Zimo guy rather seriously, don't you, fellow Daoist King Lang? To think that you would be willing to make use of an extinct ancient fiend flower, the Spirit Lock Flower. Isn't it excessive to use the Spirit Lock Flower against a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Jiao Hu asked moodily. The Spirit Lock Flower restricted one spirit energy absolutely. Putting away the Spirit Lock Flower, Perfected Being King Lang said coldly, I've already said that even a lion uses its full might to chase down a rabbit. I won't allow any mishaps to happen for this attack. Tan Hao nodded. With the Spirit Lock Flower, the kid's greatest trump card, his secret skill which allows him to conjure a divine dragon, is now useless. Furthermore, even if he enters Golden Core Realm, it's useless. With his spirit energy locked, he won't be able to use any techniques as a Golden Core, and with the formation set up outside, he won't be able to escape even if he has wings. True Fire Sect Sima Ji's eyes lit up and he got increasingly excited as he spoke. Wings? Perfected Being King Lang sneered, don't forget, he won't even be able to use Ethereal Peak's secret skill, Ethereal Wings, with his spirit energy locked. He can only stand on the ground and look up to us. Jiao Hu grinned. In that case, all we have to do is stand in midair and that kid won't be able to hurt us no matter how many tricks he has up his sleeves or how strong his body is. On the other hand, all of us can just attack him as we want to. That's right. That's great. The five of them exchanged glances and laughed with relaxed expressions. Let's discuss how we want to distribute his treasures after killing him first, lest we get into needless arguments later on, Liang Heng remarked indifferently. Don't worry, we'll go with our initial agreement. Perfected Being King Lang said with a deep voice, we'll give that kid's dragon conjuring secret skill and carnate spirit weapon to fellow Daoist Liang Heng. His body tempering technique will be for fellow Daoist Jiao Hu. His sword formation techniques will be for fellow Daoist Tan Hao. As for his weapon refinement techniques, they will be for Brother Sima. Lastly, we'll divide the remaining spirit stones, elixirs, and spirit weapons he has equally among the five of us. That's good. Liang Heng and the other four nodded delightfully. Jiao Hu was a body-tempered warrior to begin with, and the thing that attracted him the most was Su Zimo's body-tempering technique. Everyone got what they wanted. Just as everyone was about to leave, Sima Ji frowned and asked, I heard that this female disciple of yours disobeyed your orders previously and did not partake in the battle against Ethereal Peak. Are you sure she's going to help us this time round to go against her ex-lover? Since they are childhood sweethearts, he will definitely be familiar with her handwriting. If you forge something out, there will definitely be flaws. Tan Hao was calm. Humph. Perfected Being King Lang harumphed coldly with a glum expression, she won't get to decide this time round. Sima Ji and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. From the murderous look on Perfected Being King Lang's face, it seems like he was going to sacrifice his disciple in order to kill Su Zimo. That traitor will cause trouble for me sooner or later if I continue to keep her by my side. Perfected Being King Lang narrowed his thin eyes and declared frostily, coincidentally, she's about to form her core, Fufu. It isn't that easy for anyone to enter Golden Core Realm, and of course, it couldn't be any more natural if an accident happened during the process of it. A month later. Ethereal Peak. Su Zimo was in a lotus position in his cave abode. His palms rested on both his knees and faced up while his eyes were in a seemingly closed state as he breathed steadily. From head to toe, he exuded an extremely serene intent, akin to an immortal. A long time later, Su Zimo opened his eyes and took a long breath, waking up from his meditation. I still can't do it. Su Zimo shook his head. For the past month, he had been cultivating with chi condensation while comprehending the tidal manual and Azura Saber at the same time as a conclusion to the many secret skills he had obtained after stepping onto the immortality cultivation path. Although he had to form cores for both his demonic and immortality cultivation, they were starkly different. The demonic Tao required him to subdue his monkey mind and prancing horse intent while condensing demonic chi repeatedly. At that point, things would come together naturally and he could form his inner core. However, the immortal Tao required more of comprehension and understanding. If he tried forming a core forcefully, it would not only lead to problems easily, the golden core phenomenon that he created might not be up to his expectations as well. Therefore, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. Half a month ago, he had already reached the limits for his spirit energy and his spirit sea could not expand further. In other words, he was already at the peak of extreme foundation establishment realm. Given those circumstances, he attempted to form his golden core. his cultivation path up till this point had been overly complex, and apart from immortal techniques, he had cultivated many fiend techniques as well. However, the differences between the Tao of immortals and fiends were way too vast. Immortality placed emphasis on nature and being one with the heavens. However, fiends were obsessed about the extremities of things. By nature, the spirit energy that Su Zimo cultivated was of a fire attribute. However, many of the cultivation techniques he cultivated, such as the Sea Calming Manual, Tidal Manual and Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, were related to water. Immortals and fiends were irreconcilable, as was fire and water. After half a year, Su Zimo still did not manage to cross that gap. If he tried forming a core forcibly, there would definitely be a large problem. The timing isn't right. He went deep in thought. On the path of cultivation, if one wanted to break through a major realm, they would often have to require the synergy of multiple factors, such as the environment, comprehension of the heaven and earth, fate and their mental states. Some people gain enlightenment at the lakeside. Some people gain epiphany after traveling through mountains and valleys. Some people form their cores in the spur of the moment while they are listening to the wind and looking at rain fall. Some people sever their karmas overnight and attain enlightenment mentally, forming their golden cores. But of course, there were even more people who die old with regrets without even getting to form a core. Rising, Su Zimo got off his bed gently and murmured to himself with a clear and deep gaze, "Seems like it's time for me to head out and take a walk." Right then, a soft knock came from his door. Su Zimo waved his sleeves, and the door opened correspondingly. Nianqi stood at the entrance, gazing in left and right. "What's wrong?" Arriving beside her, Su Zimo looked at the paper crane in her hands and asked softly. The paper crane was one of the most commonly seen messaging tool in the cultivation world, and it was a type of talisman, created by the Thousand Crane sect. Nianqi handed him the paper crane. "This is for you, young master." It states that it's from an old friend from Pingyang Town. Su Zimo furrowed his brow slightly. There was probably only a single person who was an old friend from Pingyang Town and knew how to make use of paper cranes to send messages. Receiving the paper crane, Su Zimo opened it slowly. A few lines of sentences were written with a dainty handwriting. "Zimo, I failed in my core formation and my spirit meridians have been severed. The injuries are extremely severe and I'm now back in Pingyang Town to recuperate in silence. Our relationship has ended a long time ago and I shouldn't have bothered you to begin with. But recently, I feel that my limits have been reached and I don't have much time left. I hope that you can return for us to meet one last time. Regards, Shunmengqi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 499, Make a Clean Break. Chapter 499, Make a Clean Break. The handwriting towards the end was slightly messier, as though she couldn't muster her strength. Su Zimo's expression was calm after he finished reading it, and there wasn't a single bit of emotion in his eyes. Out of curiosity, Nianqi could not help but inch forward to take a look. "It's her?" She had some recollection towards Shunmengqi. Back then, the woman behind Perfected Being Qinglang outside Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop was Shunmengqi. Nianqi said, "Young master, could this be forged?" "It might be a trap." "The handwriting is hers," Su Zimo said before sneering, "however, there's definitely a trap." The longer time passed by, the more afraid Perfected Being Qinglang would be. Therefore, Su Zimo predicted that Perfected Being Qinglang would definitely make his move. However, there was no chance for Perfected Being Qinglang to do anything if Su Zimo remained in Ethereal Peak. Therefore, no matter what kind of message it was, whether it was at Pingyang Town or anywhere else, Perfected Being Qinglang only had a single motive, to lure him away from Ethereal Peak. When Nianqi saw that Su Zimo was calm and did not lose his cool, she felt relieved. However, immediately after, Su Zimo's next sentence alarmed Nianqi. "I'm going to leave the peak." "Ah?" Nianqi frowned and asked, "Young master, you're going to continue despite knowing that it's a trap?" "That's right." Su Zimo smiled and gazed into the distance. A breeze blew over and his black hair swayed gently. As if he was reminiscing, Su Zimo looked a little emotional and murmured, "It's just nice that they're all around. It's time to make a clean break and settle all the grievances of the past. However, the other party is prepared and must have set up an impenetrable trap for you, young master." Nianqi had a worried expression as she analyzed calmly, "You're not at Golden Core Realm yet, young master. There's truly no need for you to take the risk. Don't worry. If the situation doesn't seem right, I'll retreat first." Su Zimo smiled slightly. "Furthermore, I haven't been getting much progress recently in my attempts in core formation. Continuing that way isn't going to be helpful, and I've been meaning to head out as well." Before Nianqi could persuade him further, Su Zimo already rode on his flying sword and turned into a streak of light, tearing through the void. 10 days later. Pingyang Town, night. It was dead quiet on the streets without anyone around. Within a room in a mansion not far away from the Shen family, everything was pitch black. All of a sudden, in the darkness, a pair of eyes lit up and a skinny figure appeared faintly. The person's ears twitched before whispering, "Someone's here." Immediately after, a hushed voice sounded from the side, "Brother Liangheng, you're indeed impressively strong. We didn't even detect anyone at all." As he spoke, another few pairs of eyes lit up in the room as a couple more figures appeared one after another. It was Perfected Being King Lang's group of 5. Before long, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air arrived at an extremely fast speed. The sound of it definitely indicated that the person was headed for Pingyang Town. The 5 of them exchanged glances, and their killing intent surfaced. Perfected Being King Lang went to a window and peered outside through a slit. Before long, a green-robed figure arrived above the Shen residence. His robes were fluttering as he stepped on a flying sword, standing upright in the air with a calm expression. Perfected Being King Lang could not help but smirk when he saw that. He took the bait. Turning around, he nodded to Liangheng and the other 3. "Are we going to make a move now?" Jiao, who rubbed his palms with a murderous look, he was raring to go. "Let's wait a little more, there's no hurry." Perfected Being King Lang was extremely calm and whispered, "Let's observe further to see if the kid has any expert on his heels. Otherwise, we might be the ones falling into a trap." "That's right." Sima Ji nodded. "Expert? What expert?" Liangheng sneered, "If they are golden cores, it doesn't matter how many of them come because I'll be able to take them down single-handedly. As for nascent souls, do you guys think that any nascent souls would be so free as to accompany this lad for such a long distance just so he could meet his ex-lover?" Jiao, who nodded in agreement. "There's nothing wrong with being a little more careful," Perfected Being King Lang added with a slight frown. Although Su Zimo had already fallen into the trap and everything was proceeding as planned, for some reason, he felt uneasy as though something was amiss. "Isn't everything going too smoothly?" A moment later, Perfected Being King Lang suddenly asked. "Fu?" Liangheng could not help but stifle a chuckle and shake his head. "Kang Lang, you're truly overly suspicious. We planned this for so long with so many backups, what are you still worried about?" "I have no idea as well." Perfected Being King Lang shook his head. He could not help but recall the scene 8 years ago back in Pingyang Town when Su Zimo provoked him through words intentionally and survived because of that. As he recounted, he thought about how Su Zimo played him like a fiddle in front of Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop and humiliated him completely. This kid is so difficult to deal with. How is he falling for this so easily? Perfected Being King Lang was still worried. With a cold expression, Tan Hao asked with a hushed voice, "When you saw him earlier on, what was his cultivation realm?" "Foundation Establishment Realm." Perfected Being King Lang was the first to freeze after replying. The other four could not help but laugh as well. "Perhaps I'm overthinking it." Perfected Being King Lang chuckled. "Since he's at Foundation Establishment Realm, there's truly nothing to worry about. Even without everything we've prepared, if the 5 of us rush up, it'll be nothing much for us to take down a Foundation Establishment cultivator." Jiao, who grinned. "The sky above the Shen family." Su Zimo stood upright on his sword with ridicule in his eyes. Before he attained greater mastery of his orifice-clearing section, he had already reached the state where he could hear everything. Now that he had formed his inner core, his hearing was even more terrifying. If Su Zimo wanted to, he could even listen to the sounds of ants crawling underground and mosquitoes buzzing within 1,000 feet loud and clear, let alone the whispers of perfected being Keng Lang and the others. Initially, Su Zimo had the intention of rushing over to kill perfected being Keng Lang and the other for instantly. However, his gaze soon shifted towards the courtyard of the Shen family beneath him and his eyes turned slightly cloudy. It was cold and quiet in the Shen family, and of the 4 rooms around the courtyard, only 2 were occupied. The person in the room to the south had a racing heartbeat, panting in a seemingly nervous manner. It was a man who had never cultivated before. If he was not wrong, that should be Shen Nan. In the room to the west, there was an intense twilight aura, and the person within it had a weak and faint breathing. This person should not have long to live. Twitching his nose, Su Zimo caught a whiff of medicinal fragrance. The person in the room was severely injured and was beyond cure. How could this be? Su Zimo furrowed his brow slightly. To him, since the handwriting on the paper crane was authentic, it meant that Shen Mengqi was in cahoots with perfected being Keng Lang, and everything that was written was all a ruse just to lure him here. If that was the case, why was Shen Mengqi truly on the brink of death? In that instant, 2 possibilities flashed through Su Zimo's mind. First, Shen Mengqi wanted to trick him here despite her impending death so that she could drag him down with her. Second, she was just an abandoned chess piece. Su Zimo had a conflicted expression and sighed gently internally. At that moment, he already had an answer in mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 500, The Tricks of Fate. Chapter 500, The Tricks of Fate. Putting away his flying sword, Su Zimo descended slowly and silently into the courtyard. He headed forward and pushed the door open. Instantly, he was welcomed with a suffocating medicinal smell. Within it was a hint of a woman's fragrance and a faint flowery scent. Frowning, Su Zimo strode inside. A woman laid down on the bed silently with her eyes shut. Her face and lips were pale and she was covered in a large blanket, breathing weakly. Arriving before the bed, Su Zimo looked at the woman quietly without any joy nor sadness internally. The woman was reeking with the aura of death. Her pulse was weak and her organs were starting to fail. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to save her at this point. 8 years. Who would have thought that the impressive young girl selected by an immortal 8 years ago would end up in such a state? This was how fate loved to play tricks. Probably sensing something, Shen Mengqi's eyelids twitched and she opened her eyes slowly. The pair of brilliant and moving eyes from Su Zimo's memories were now empty and lifeless with a cloudy shade. Her gaze was seemingly dazed, as though she could not adapt to the environment. Arriving at Su Zimo's face, her stare lingered for a long time before her eyes gradually widened, shimmering with a glint of light. Shen Mengqi looked slightly more spirited as well. "You've come." Her lips twitched as she revealed a smile. However, she did not have much strength left and even her voice was as soft as a mosquito. "What happened?" After remaining silent for a long time, Su Zimo finally asked with a calm tone. "I was in too much of a hurry to try and form my core." "Sigh, there's no way it would be so easy to form a core." Shen Mengqi chuckled bitterly. "My foundation wasn't stable and I lost control of my spirit energy, causing my meridians to sever. I entered chi deviation and failed in my core formation, nearly losing my life. Thankfully, my master stepped in and managed to save my life." At the mention of the word master, Shen Mengqi glanced at Su Zimo. When she saw that the latter was expressionless and wasn't bothered by it, she continued, "Since I knew that I didn't have much time left, I wanted to return to Pingyang Town and return to my roots. Because he dotes on me, Master even sent me back personally." Su Zimo remained silent, but a hint of pity could be seen within his eyes. He wasn't pitying Shen Mengqi for her fate, but her ignorance. Even up till now, she had not realized that she was sacrificed and abandoned by perfected being Kang Lang. Shen Mingqi murmured, I know that I owe you too much. The fact that you're willing to come see me and listen to me is enough for me to leave without regrets. Su Zimo surveyed the room and finally, his gaze lingered on a scarlet flower that was on the wooden table beside the bed, frowning. This flower. He narrowed his eyes, seemingly pondering about something. All of a sudden, a cold voice sounded from the void outside the door. Activate! The moment the voice ended, a bedazzling light shone outside, bright as day. It was the light of formation patterns. Su Zimo was a sword formation master to begin with. Even without heading out to take a look, he could sense the aura of a massive formation being activated. Shen Mingqi had a stunned expression, not understanding what was going on. The next moment, the entire room was ripped apart by a tremendous power, causing dust and gravel to fly everywhere. Hava hava! An arrogant laughter rang in the courtyard, reverberating endlessly. When she heard that laughter, Shen Mingqi asked in disbelief with a shocked expression, Master? Su Zimo turned around, completely unaffected. After the dust settled, 5 golden cores could be seen in a line in the skies above the courtyard, bearing sharp gazes and murderous intent. Iridescent clouds palaces perfected being Kang Lang was among them. Master, you guys! Shen Mingqi's lips quivered and the shock in her eyes vanished gradually. She did not continue speaking. She was no fool and had already understood when she saw that lineup. Glaring at Shen Mingqi, perfected being Kang Lang remarked coldly, Traitor, if I didn't need you to lure this B***starred here, I would have killed you personally a long time ago. Why? Why? Shen Mingqi struggled to sit up and trembled, looking at perfected being Kang Lang and asking with a quivering voice, was it because I didn't accompany you in the fight against Ethereal Peak? It's because your death is the only thing that can bring Su Zimo here. Perfected being Kang Lang's expression was frosty. Additionally, today, I'll let you understand how you die as well. As a 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, you had a high chance of succeeding in your core formation. Yet, you failed. At that point, Shen Mingqi's mouth opened slightly as she shook her head repeatedly, as though she could tell that something terrifying was coming. Smiling sinisterly, perfected being Kang Lang said, Do you remember the elixir I gave you before you entered seclusion? Indeed, that elixir does help in circulating spirit energy and aiding one in core formation. However, I've added some extra ingredients into that elixir. Ha ha ha! Phut! Shen Mingqi spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was frighteningly pale. Her face was veiled with an aura of death and she looked even more frail. I've noticed long ago that you haven't given up on this B***starred. Perfected being Kang Lang continued, Indeed, you're a good disciple of mine and didn't let me down. After I sent you back, you could not wait to send a paper crane message to Ethereal Peak. Everything was as I had predicted. I've given you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Stupid lass, the only thing awaiting you if you go against me is death. Since I can take you onto the path of immortality cultivation, I can naturally destroy you as well. 8 years. Did our 8 years of relationship as master and disciple mean nothing? Shen Mingqi's voice was shaking and her eyes were brimming with tears. Foo-foo. Perfected being Kang Lang stifled a laugh. Good disciple, let me give you one last truth as your master. There's no such thing as a relationship in the cultivation world. In my eyes, you're nothing but a chess piece. Steaming tears rolled down as she sobbed silently. By now, Shen Mingqi could no longer feel the pain coming from her body. All she felt was a gutting wrench of her heart, as though she was about to faint as her limbs went cold. Every single sentence from perfected being Kang Lang struck her already injured body relentlessly like arrows. Shifting his gaze, perfected being Kang Lang looked at Su Zimo and asked with a slight frown, Su Zimo, you don't seem to be surprised. Sima Ji stroked his beard and laughed smugly. You don't have to fake your composure. I'm sure you must be frightened to death by now, right? Do you think that the 5 of you along with this lousy array formation is enough to scare me? Su Zimo smiled as well. In the ancient battlefield, he was in a much deadlier situation going against the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects alongside their sealers. Rubbish! He truly doesn't know his limits. Liang Heng, Jiao Hu and the others yelled, exuding their might as golden cause to suppress Su Zimo endlessly. Su Zimo, I'm even using an ancient fiend flower just to set this trap and kill you. Perfected being Kang Lang said coldly, I'm sure you've already realized by now that your spirit energy has been locked. Your death today is certain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.